Hey, peace. Welcome again to another stream where we expose certain ideologies in regards to what happens with the Quran and whether if the Quran is sufficient or not for guidance. Unfortunately, nowadays, a lot of people assume that it's not.
Hey,
And the reason why I say they
peace.
assume,
Welcome again.
sorry, I
to
can't hear myself. Another stream. Cool, it's working. Peace, everybody. Salam, Mahdi. Yes, so a lot of people say that the Quran is complete, it's sufficient, has everything that you need. But then when you start to scrutinize them, they show otherwise. And then when you tell them that you follow the Quran alone, without any other need for any book, these people try to show you how the Quran is incomplete, that it does not have the full message and that you need to rely on something else for your guidance. Or the other way that they try to approach the matter is like, hey, you need to know Arabic, so the Quran is not teaching you Arabic, therefore the Quran is not sufficient. And therefore you have to accept our religious guidance that's outside of the Quran. Well, that's not what we mean by complete. Complete, it means it has everything that you need to know in regards to your religious subject matter. And all praise to the Lord, the Quran is extremely complete, extremely sufficient. So we are where we are today. Peace, Plexi, DTX, Ben Maretzi. Ben, how you doing, brother? Hilal, Cyrus, Dawan, my good brother Mehdi, Carla, and Marcas Suri. It's not seeing you guys again. I'm about to go live on TikTok. It seems like that's usually an easier place to go and deal with this. All praise to God. Hopefully, I think today we're going to expose a little bit more. I am feeling a little bit under the weather, but hopefully we can still get these individuals up and have a good conversation. I'm gonna try to keep it 100, as they say. And here we go. We're about to go live on TikTok. Over there, you see the chat in TikTok. If you do want to see it live on TikTok, my channel is the same name as it is on YouTube. So you just have to search me up there. But I know it's kind of a little filthy. TikTok's a little weird, but it is what it is. But yes, are you opening a TikTok? Yes, I am. I'm about to go live right now on TikTok. Here we go. Boom. We're alive. Yeah, TikTok goes nuts. They are kind of crazy. With that said, this whole thing with David Wood and what he's doing, he's now on Twitter. There's so many people answering to his call, So on the day of judgment, he's gonna say, I just invited you and you guys listened to me, and then they went and started to disgrace the book of God, and they started to do certain things to show that these people can be so blasphemous, these so-called Christians, which of course it does not align to Christian doctrine, Christian theology, or the teachings of what they assume Christ told them, to go and to destroy other people's things. As you guys see, right? I told you. You see on TikTok, the comments, how it goes. This guy's coming here just wanting to rage bait and be thank you, Halal. I didn't want to mute him, but that's fine. If you wanted to sit there and just go for an hour, call me a kafir, it's not going to change the fact that these individuals have not much ground to stand on. Salam alaikum. So, as I was said, this whole concept with David Wood and what he's doing when he's desecrating the Quran, thinking that he's going to be making a movement for all these Christians to finally stand up because his family got insulted. So when his family gets insulted, his retaliation is to insult somebody's religion and pull everybody in. Now, of course, I do not condone the burning of any proper religious text, but at the same time, Paul the apostate, he wrote some books and things. Those are not part of what God has revealed to you. So that's kind of open game, isn't it? But there is something else where I know if you want to take a stab at the Quran and everything to do with the Quran, thinking that it's going to get a negative reaction from us, there's a difference. Is because you think that, your things are untouchable. That, yeah, we would not burn the gospel, we would not insult Jesus, but yeah, you guys take Muhammad as if there's no retaliation. But I guarantee you this, all these Christians that want to take that approach, in the Quran it says to punish with a similar fashion on how we were being punished. You see what I mean? So when a certain individual wants to go and start to burn the Quran, it's very simple to reply. You know, we can just break the idols. That's what the blessed prophet Abraham did, and that's what the blessed prophet Muhammad did. We break idols. So if you want, I mean, like the crosses that you guys like to wear, I feel like they're fair game and they're open game. Just give me 1 second. So yeah, so with that said, I mean, they keep thinking that they're unstoppable, or they keep assuming that these individuals cannot, that can stand with what they're doing with burning the Quran and desecrating the Quran and insulting Prophet Muhammad and all this Islamophobia, thinking that there's no ways for us to retaliate. And I guarantee you, us as people who believe in the Quran, it's not nice to see it being desecrated, but we know that God is using you as a way to show the world how it feels to have the mind of somebody that wants to go as far as thinking that he's hurting a group of people by burning their holy book. And with that said, as I said, it's kind of fair games to target things that are blasphemous. You know, I would be cleaning the world by breaking some crosses and putting them in the garbage if that's the route that you guys think is going to hurt us. But the thing is, I feel like you guys get a lot more emotional and you're a lot more attached to this cross that you guys keep making into jewelries, that you keep putting in your churches, that you keep licking and hugging it, tattooing it on you. I think it's a lot more sentimental to you than the book that we have memorized. You know what I mean? Like there's however many books that you're going to burn, it's not going to really change the value of what the Quran presents to the world. A lot of people are being saved by the Quran. But these wooden stakes that you guys put and you say that Jesus died on this stake and you hold it close to your heart, like as if somebody unalived my mother with a gun, so now I'm going to sit here and I'm going to put a gun as a necklace and tattoo a gun to myself and put a gun to the wall because I'm going to remember the tool that was used to unalive my mother. That makes a lot of sense. So of course the cross is where your God died on, and you have to now decorate yourself with this idol, this little thing, this representation to remind you of your Lord. So if you want to desecrate the Quran, David Wood, I mean, there is going to be a point where people are going to say enough is enough and find their way of retaliating. I mean, that is kind of fair to assume, isn't it? So with that said, I want you to remember that the conversation with David Wood, which obviously he's a coward, that's because that's what he's retaliating to, the man that obviously because of his troubles, he just raises $250,000 from his Christian followers, and now he's living in a lavish style, and all of this is for him clickbait. What I truly believe about David Wood is that he was an atheist and he remained as an atheist, and he found himself a way to be able to make money. Because atheists, they in their online media, they don't make that much money. Because in atheism, your money is very, very, very important to them. So they are not going to give their money to their online platform because it's not rational. It's not reasonable. Why am I just going to give you my money if you're just speaking? But in the Christian world, then people are a little bit more like supportive, and they think there's a purpose of supporting the Christian pastor or the Christian person. It's part of their indoctrination. And with Sunnism is the same thing. And the religion does preach such a thing, that those that are striving in the way of God, you should donate your money to them. It's kind of what the purification is, or zakat is. It's part of the sadaqat, you know, like you testifying that you believe in God. So just like how apostate prophet and David Wood realized that they don't make much money out of atheism, they started to go with their nonsense. And they might truly believe that they're Christians now, but they never were Christians, because there's no Christian that actually understands the book of God. They would act the same way they do. All their material is just against Islam, against the Quran, yet they can't even put two and two together when they're wrong, and that's truly what it was. So if these people want to move forward in whatever they're doing, thinking that it's going to desecrate the Quran, my simple answer is, if you want to desecrate it, go for it, because you're just putting yourself deeper in hell. But if I break your cross, I'm going to achieve the reaction that you're looking for, but I ain't going to hell for it. I'm actually doing something that my God would be happy with, because I'm breaking an idol, just like how Abraham did. And now, obviously, let's see, you obey men and Iblis. Obviously, peace, sister submitter. What's up, sister? How you doing? That's my wife, by the way. And with that said, I'm a mushrik. Some man is clearly wanting to tell me I'm a mushrik. I'm a Mossad agent, but yet I don't see him requesting to prove any of what they're lying. If you claim Quran is preserved, then why there are many Qur'ans? Do you accept that the Quran is preserved? Why is Sunni wrong? Sunni is wrong because they attach concepts to God that God has not authorized. Because God has given us a clear, detailed book, and they want to use a different book as a judge. They're associating to God. They're taking God in the position that he deserves and he is so worthy of, and all praise to God. And they want to put a man to his equal that he himself can also judge for us, because that's what you assume obey the Prophet means. That means that whatever Bukhari and Muslim wrote down, this wholeheartedly means that the Prophet said so, because there was a chain of 4 men that the man that you're talking to, Bukhari was talking to, has not met the person at the beginning of the chain, but apparently that's how we get our religion. And the majority of the world follows assumption, which is that's what you do. And if you follow the majority, they will delude you away from the path of God. So, and with that said, let's see all these individuals that are requesting what they have to say.
What's up, Muhammad?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm miraculous, brother. God bless you. God bless your family.
May God bless you too.
Thanks, man. If there's noise, if there's too much noise, let me know. My neighbor's working on stuff. I can go back inside.
I can hear it, but that's all good. What's up? How can I help?
Sorry. My question was, do you think that it's appropriate to say that God necessarily has a mind? Because my understanding is Allah never says that he has a mind.
He has his essence, but it's not so much of a mind. I don't know how you. What would your definition of a mind be?
Yeah, for me, a mind is going to be like, it's going to be the awareness of self, which allows context to be present. So, like, I think that in order for knowledge to be present, a mind is entailed. But I think that you're more consistent, which is why I wanted to talk to you about this. You wouldn't affirm Allah has a mind, right? Because Allah didn't attribute that as an aspect to him, right?
But we do believe that God has a nafs. A nafs is a self. So if you're going to associate nafs with a conscience, God is aware of all things. And for something to be aware, it requires this concept of consciousness. So God himself, for me, I understand mind would go hand in hand with the brain. Because if somebody's dead, is his mind still active? Is he still around? Even though maybe in the metaphysical, he's capable of having a certain conscience. But I don't know if I would go as far as saying that that's his mind.
Do you think that souls can be aware of themselves without the body or the brain?
I believe so, yes.
Would they not have a mind there without the brain?
I mean, if we're gonna go with that kind of definition of mind, then yes. Again, are you claiming that God does not have a conscious, is not self-aware?
No. I think that God, in order for him to be all-knowing, he has to have a mind. But whenever I'm talking to other Muslims, the Sunnis, about it, they attribute the mind to all-knowing.
No,
you know
I believe God has a conscience. So when God is saying Shahid Allahu anna la ilaha illahu, God is telling you what he witnessed. And that witnessing means therefore he is consciously present. So yes, and when they're saying that it's his knowledge, technically that would be his mind as well. Because I think the mind would encompass intellect. And God is the most intellectual, as he created what intellect is. So, but if this reality didn't exist, this is going to be a paradox. So if this reality didn't exist and our definition of what a consciousness is, then technically God would not have that. This consciousness is a necessity for this reality, and therefore that's why our God would have that concept as well. But it's not a concept that is required for him to be a God. Does that make sense?
I think so. Can I try to steelman what you said?
Sure.
For God to be all aware, it is not a necessary attribute for him to have consciousness.
Because, okay, God is aware of everything that's around us, but God has already had this knowledge. So he was already knowing. So the concept of awareness that's what we understand as a human being. So to a certain level, I do agree with you. To a
Okay,
certain
and
level. But
yeah,
I'm going
and
to distinguish between awareness and knowledge then at that
yeah,
point.
that's okay. And I hope that it's clear in my tone and my demeanor. I'm not up here to make you look bad.
No,
I don't do okay.
I get that, but I think your fundamental question is in regards to, is it allowed for God to be God without a conscience? Is your concept, is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, like here, like you would agree that God eternally knows himself, right?
God always knew himself. Consciousness would require for you to know yourself.
Right. So if we just focus on God eternally knowing himself, then I think that, and I think you would agree that that does necessitate a consciousness, which is, I think that we're using mind and consciousness interchangeably here.
But
If
you
I'm,
think
if
there's
I'm,
a difference?
I think that if we're talking about, if it's from like brain activity from a physicalist perspective, there could be a distinction, but I understand what you're saying. We don't have to have like a meaningful distinction right here.
Right. And if I'm going to summarize what I'm thinking, is that God does not have awareness. God is the awareness, if that makes sense.
But what about the proposition, does God eternally know himself? My answer is yes. I think you would say yes too.
Because he is the knowledge, he is the truth, and he is the awareness. So it is.
You affirm,
so for
sorry,
me, so for me, the concept of reality, if I'm going to debate an atheist, I would say God is the reality, and all the attributes that we have about God fits reality. So for me, one of it is awareness. So God is the aware. So he is awareness, if that makes sense. I'm not saying that because I'm aware now I have a part of God, but no, I cannot have the power of awareness
I understand.
except through God.
But are you affirming ADS?
I'm not sure what that is.
Absolute divine simplicity. When you say God is knowledge, and I'm mainly familiar with like the Sunni beliefs, right?
Right.
So I don't know what you affirm.
So the thing with this is these are not concepts that I dwell in significantly. Sunnis might
okay.
say this stuff is just because they're getting questioned by Christians in that
Right.
regards. So
I
for
agree.
here, me, I'm philosophically thinking of it in a moment because it's not something that I would ponder on my own. It's not something that I would be able to grasp. It's like a dog trying to
That's okay.
tell his friend about the human language.
Yeah,
so
that's okay.
From my limited understanding, yes, I do believe there are certain concepts which it is God's essence. For time is timeless, right? But God has encompassed all of time, and that would make time part of God. And I'm not saying God equals time, but time would be God, just like space. So if space is infinite around God and God has encompassed space, and therefore space would be a kind of something that comes with God. So God is infinite in space, God is infinite in time, and God is infinite in knowledge. So any type of knowledge that you would have, God has already kind of overcome it on you. So you would not been able to have it except by the permission of God, and therefore it would be attributed back to God. And now you could say God is the time, God is the space, God is the knowledge, God is the love, and everything good is there. And things that are negative, God has allowed it to happen, but He Himself is not the one who is. He has. I don't want to use the word embodied, but He hasn't manifested it within Himself. It's very difficult. It's a paradox, as I said. So God is the one who's issuing the. God is issuing the punishment, but He Himself is not the punisher. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that God is the paradox. We live in a paradoxical realm or existence reality. You're just the first person besides I've talked to some Sufis or Wadat al-Wajud. I think I said that right. Probably a horrible accent though. Sorry. To affirm ADS. I think that you would be interested in looking up ADS because if you do affirm that Allah is knowledge, that would be in alignment with it.
I would have to, again, as I said, I would have to look into it and see what that's about.
Yeah, no worries.
It's not something that I can just say yes or no.
Yeah, no worries.
But yeah, I do believe in just a simple way of approaching it. For God to be divine, it has to be divine in simplicity. So there's certain things that must exist in their simplicities for it to be, for the definition of God to be true.
Nice. Yeah, man. I was just curious about that and how you viewed it. I'll let you talk to somebody else. It'll probably be more bombastic. and stimulating. But I appreciate your time. I hope that I was respectful. If I wasn't, I apologize.
No, you were. May God bless you. May God increase you, and hopefully, bring you closer to the truth. Because it
Thank you,
sounds
brother.
like you're very far. Peace.
God bless.
Bless. Listen, then you see these philosophical concepts for me. I just don't want to go and fall into a trap where I'm saying something about God that I don't know. And that's something that is extremely important for me. As God says, sometimes the devil wants you to say things about God that you're not aware of. So for me, logically, when it comes down to like Boolean logic, there are certain things that I can understand about infinity and how things can encompass some things. And I have a visual image in my head. And unfortunately, at that point, like, I'm not imagining God per se, but I'm imagining how God would react with that system. So God didn't have to, but God has infinite space around him in all dimensions, not a 3 dimension or the 3D that we see. And he kind of just put a box or a circle or a globe and said that this here is going to be this form of reality, but God has still infinite space. So around us, we are in a finite space and a finite set of time, but God has infinite time and infinite space, and he's aware of all that. It's so scary when you start to think about it. And then he himself has encompassed that. So time exists within God, and I'm not talking about pantheism and all that, but that's the problem with these conversations. People have certain definitions for a view that is not what I'm saying, but sounds like what I'm saying. Because what I'm saying to a lot of people will be like, oh, no, that's pantheism. And that's not the case. That's not what I'm trying to do. So let's go with the next individual who's going to tell me why the Quran is not sufficient.
Eh,
Peace.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. How are
Walaikum
you?
salam. Good. How are you?
Is my audio okay?
That's fair enough. What's going on?
I just wanted to speak. I've been watching you from a long time. I really like your content, and I really appreciate your work and Baba
Mhm.
Shoaib's work.
May
So
God bless
I
that,
just
brother.
I just wanted to like add some points, like as this previous Christian was saying, like this all this mental gymnastics to describe God. We can't describe God in wholeness. We are humans, and we don't need to go to Greek philosophical stupidity to describe God. What we need to know is simple. God is one. His attributes he mentions about himself in scriptures. We don't need to go mental gymnastics to say, oh, what about this and that Christians do? Like,
Well,
as God says,
I agree with what you're saying. I don't think the Christians have like initially started with this, uh, trying to attach themselves to Greek philosophy to explain their views. It's just because they're being pressed by other individuals to prove that 3 can equal 1. And unfortunately, as soon as you're pressed about your beliefs, it has to fall down to a way so that we're both logically sound in what we're giving. And yes, the Greeks did spend a lot of time to trying to perfect the art of thinking, which where if your thought is coherent and can make an argument and a solid reason for you to believe what you're believing, that is when you're being pressed. But I also agree with you that many of us, we are people that are adhering more so to faith, where when we find enough sufficient evidence for us, we start to believe certain things where we do not need to justify it to others, where we are content with what we found. And I think that's where the concept of faith comes. But God did say in the Quran more times than he did say, do you believe? He said, do you not reason? And aql and these concepts of logic to a certain degree, it is what helped Abraham escape polytheism and idolatry. So yes, to a certain degree, it's good, but then at certain times it becomes mental gymnastics. I think the conversation with the Christians have been going on for 1400 years. I think all the topics have been answered many, 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 many times. And yes, I do agree. At that point, it just becomes weird.
yes, exactly. But uh, God tells us to study, to learn, to reason. So if we study enough to bring arguments or know to ourselves, be sufficient in our faith, it's good. But
Right.
doing what the Christians do is excess in religion. God condemns this every time to not go into excess in religion. Like, if we can describe what we study, it's good. It's good for us. But if we do the, oh, God is blah 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 and blah 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 that Christians say, like, even our sciences are not perfect. We are humans, but like Christians trying to use human sciences to describe what is perfect. God is perfect. We can't use our knowledge to describe God's ultimate knowledge. They even go into their excess, like, do you know Deuteronomy 6:4 that they applied all this mental gymnastic to say that the word there doesn't mean perfectly one, even though it means perfectly one? You know, the
Right.
Shema, Israel, Yahoo, Elohim, and have something like that. I don't remember it word for word. But even this word, it mirrors the use of God in the Quran. He says
Hmm.
he is ahad, and many, I've seen a video from you answering this Rob Christian guy saying, "Yo, give me a perfect sentence in Arabic where ahad means absolutely one and whatever." Like, if he's just being dishonest, and your answer is completely fine. I like to study linguistics. I don't have a degree still. I want to have one, but I study linguistics, and your your explanation was valid. In Semitic counting, this ahad in ahad ashar means the undivisible part of the number. The 10 is divisible, but the 1 is undivisible. That's why ahad, when you add to this future, it becomes a brokenish number. So saying God is ehad or ehad in Hebrew means he is unbreakable. You can't divide him, otherwise you would break God's uniqueness. And this word is used many times in the Jewish scripture to describe other things other than God being ehad, like cattle in sacrificial works that God commands the Jews, like bring one ram, bring one bull, and such things. The words are ehad, one. So if they say this word is unique to the Deuteronomy 6:4, it's not. It's used many times to describe absolutely oneness. If they would say, oh, it means a group, like Dog Logic said, like, oh, it means a group, and ho ho ho, I don't study. But it's illogical to say it means a group, as you can see in the Jewish scriptures, and you can see also in the Quran. So
I
they
I
apply
I
all these.
I agree. You're talking more so in regards to what Trinitarians do, and yes, they do twist not only the Quran, but they twist their own books to justify their beliefs. That's the whole debate. That's the whole argument. And I believe other individuals in the world as well, when they have a sect or they have something that they're associating to God, one concept about the human being, they don't like to be told they're wrong. And whenever they're doing wrong, they decorate their deeds to themselves. Someone who's an habitual liar, when you call him a liar, he gets offended. You see what I mean? Somebody who's an alcoholic, they would keep denying why they're an alcoholic and they don't think so. You see what I mean? And when we're calling people that they're associating to God in Arabic a mushrik, they take it as an insult and they don't take it as a label, something that they're doing, because nobody wants to be told they're wrong. That's why it's very rare to find believers in this world where when something is pointed out to them, they have the capacity to ponder, reflect, use the reason, use the logic, use someone who's better than them, i.e. God and the Word of God, for them to truly judge who they are. This is something where these people constantly keep failing, whether it's Trinitarians, whether it's Sunnis, whether it's Shia, whether it's Hindus, Tajanis, Buddhists, whoever they are. When you are presenting something that somebody has as a problem, most of the world is always resistant, as God says that the devil decorates their deeds for them, or their deeds seem good to them. That's what happens when somebody's an idolater. So if someone was grown and he was told that God is a Godhead of composing of three entities or three persons, and somebody challenges that, they will twist everything in the world, even the Quran. Like they bring the Quran and say, look, the Quran is saying that God has a son, which is crazy. But that's what happens when somebody's deluded. So I do agree with you.
point I wanted to, if you don't mind, brother, I mean, you have your schedule. Do you mind if I add something?
I can't hear you now. Your microphone is not the best.
Do you mind if I add something else? I mean, you have your schedule. I don't want to make it longer.
You just make your final point. I think is fair, and yes, there is a few people they're requesting, so I didn't want to cut you off.
So I remembered when you were saying this right now, like the Christians and Jews, they really distort the Hindus. They want to say these that, oh, there are many deities and in things, but I remember a specific chapter in the Jewish scriptures. Like I've been reading, I've been doing my work. I don't want to say many things about this, but I've been trying to like make a new better translation to the Jewish scriptures for better understanding for both Jews and for Muslims, for Sunnis, for everyone to understand better the Quran also. It's a big project. I don't want to explain a lot, and it really would take so much time. I don't know if I'm going to succeed, but I've been studying this chapter, Isaiah 28, and the Jewish rabbis and hierarchy when Isaiah, the prophet Isaiah in the Jewish scriptures, he was preaching something easy that the Jews would mock him for saying this is like the words of a child. This is so simple, and they wanted to exceed in what was needed. And then in this chapter, when they are mocking, they are drunk, by the way. They mock the prophet Isaiah, and God tells Isaiah to tell them that he would reveal in a fire language, a better language that would be like that of the babies, quote unquote. That would be simple, understandable, and like repetitive in a sense. I can't describe it properly. Like I'm working on this. But have you ever heard of the chapter
No, I
of
haven't read
the
it in a while, but I do understand it. I do generally remember the story of Isaiah.
the qawla qawl sawla saw, that the precept upon precept, such thing, that God tells Isaiah to answer them, that he would speak in a new fire language, the words like a powerful language that would be easy to understand for people of knowledge, the wind from the milk. But even though it's easy, the drunkards, the Jews that were drunk in the temple, they would still not understand it. So
Mm.
God speaks what we need to know. That is simple. We don't need to go to excess. Like this is my point.
I,
Like I know you want to take your schedule still. But
no,
it
no,
was
and I appreciate what you're saying, brother. And yeah, well, obviously, with all due respect, people are debating things that are nonsensical, but at the same time, sometimes you get dragged into it, and because you get dragged into it, you're gonna have to study it. I mean, a good way to think about it is, I don't want to study hadith. I don't want to read hadith. I don't want to go through that nonsense. That book is full of contradictions and lies and things that have absolutely nothing to do with my religion, and I don't find it bettering me. I find it sitting and hindering me. So, but I have to jump into it and read it and understand it. It's just because there's people that believe in it. And there are people who are using Hellenistic style of debating for people to try to delude people away from who God is in the concept of three equal ones. So this is why people go into it. I personally don't really spend too much time in it. There's so many people already debating Trinitarians, and I think the Sunnis are doing okay. But when the Sunnis are being confronted with the Hadith, that's where they're wrong. And unfortunately, the Sunnis and the Sunnis more so, they're very arrogant in their style, and they don't do what they need to do. And we see the same from the Christians. I do agree with you in my own self at home. I don't sit and think about this stuff, nor do I try to go and use it as a way of getting close or worshiping the Lord. So with that said, man, I hope God blesses you, and thank you for coming up.
thank you for having me. You have a
Thank you,
blessed
man.
day, brother.
You as well. Peace. Right. The good hadith, the best hadith is the Quran, bro. You know how they call it Hadith al-Qudsi? The sacred hadith? That's the stuff that they have in their books that they say that God said it. I think that I'm going to start calling the Quran the Hadith al-Qudsi, the sacred hadith. See. Pesos.
Assalamu alaikum.
No, the prophets were not sinless. Peace, Pesos. What's up? Walaikum salam.
You're what do you call Quran?
I'm a
You don't
Quran?
believe
I'm
in
not a
Hadith?
Quran. I
No,
don't believe
Qur'ani, I
in
said.
Qur'ani. Those are terms that you guys have gave us. Yes, I follow just the Quran in religious guidance, and no, I do not take anything from the Hadith.
Okay, could I ask you a couple questions so that I just understand more what you believe?
Sure.
You know, like the Sahabas and how they got killed and how the Prophet got killed and all that. If you don't take it from the Hadith, from where do you get it? Or like know it?
So, do you
As of
need to
example,
know?
maybe
Do you need to know that the Sahaba got killed for you to believe in God?
no, I mean just their names, like the Prophet's wife's name, all this, you know,
Is that
Hamza, Ali ibn Abi Talib, and all of them. How do you know they exist if they didn't get
is
mentioned
that
in the Quran?
necessary for you to be guided? That's so when I say that the Quran is sufficient, that on the day of judgment, if I follow what the Quran is telling me and I am sticking to what the Quran is saying, I should be going to heaven. That's the whole. Now I know who God is. I know how I'm supposed to act, and I know what I need to do. That's truthfully what you have to have for a human being to be guided. Knowing the wife's prophet's, the name of the prophet's wife, or who Ali is, or who Abu Bakr is, and their life stories has absolutely nothing to do with my religion.
But if if they don't have anything to do with your religion after the Prophet's death, who made the Islam spread around the world?
So because they've helped and they were good Muslims, now I have to know them?
Yes, you have to know them because they spread the Islam.
Why would
No,
I?
but you said
So hold on. Because they have done their work and they were good human beings, now I have to go and find out who they are? Why?
you don't need to find out who they are. You just need to,
You need to what?
I don't know, just
Know them?
know their name. Yeah,
Okay, so
at least
there's a man, he helped in spreading the Quran. And because he helped spreading and delivering the Quran, does that mean now I have to get to know him and know his name because he's doing an honorable thing?
I mean, it's
Let me
not
make it
like
easier for you. Let me make it easier for you. In Saudi Arabia, they have an app called Noon. Okay, it's very similar to Amazon, but it's same day delivery. I needed a specific Quran in a specific print that I ordered on Noon. And this delivery man, he went to the warehouse, he grabbed this Quran and he brought it to me, i.e., he's spreading the message of God and he's delivering the message of God. Was it imperative for me to ask that man his name because he delivered the Quran to me?
not really, no.
So what's the difference between that and Ali doing his job?
I mean, yeah, I don't know, but just like, no,
So
it's
that's why
his
he's not in
cousin
the
and all of that.
Quran. Yeah, that's awesome. And Adam had a son as well. And that son was a disbeliever. I don't need to know his name. I need to know the story. And the story of Ali has nothing to do with my religion. So it's good that Ali was a good man, if that's what people are saying about him. Only God knows what he achieved and what he didn't achieve. And anything good Ali did is just for Ali. And anything that Ali did against himself is against himself. Whatever Ali did that benefits me, it's only Ali who's going to get the credit. I don't need to sit here and think about who Ali is and what Ali did. Has nothing to do with my religion. God's going to ask me, he gave me money. What did I do with that money? God's going to tell me you had parents. How did you treat your parent? People came into your TikTok live. How did you talk to them? God is telling me, I gave you a book. Did you read it? Did you study it? He's not going to tell me, what did Ali say to the wife of the Prophet on the 13th day of the Hijrah? That's not religion. That's me
Okay,
guessing.
is it okay if I ask you one last question?
Of course.
You know the prayer when you pray. When you pray, do you put your hands down like the Shias or like? But how do you know he prayed? like one of these ways?
Because this is not what the prayer is. I sometimes put my hands up, sometimes I put him on the side, sometimes I put him in my pockets too if it's cold.
But
Because God
shouldn't
is
we
not
pray
look.
like the Prophet?
You don't know how the Prophet prayed. People are
But
telling
the
you that's how the
hadiths,
Prophet said. Yeah, but the hadith is untruthful. It's unworthy. It's untrustworthy. It's not something that I
I
can put my
mean,
trust in. Just because somebody says that that's what the Prophet did, when I start to watch and look, it doesn't seem the Prophet would say to himself, Salamu alayka ayyuhan nabi, in the middle of his prayer. It's not something that the Prophet would say because logically it makes no sense. And then the other
I
thing
mean,
is
it
he's not
depends.
allowed to.
It depends on from which hadith and from which Sahaba you take.
Okay, does that
Sahabi.
apply to the Quran?
I mean,
Do I
the
need to know which Sahabi and which, well, if the verse is Sahih, Hasan, or Da'if,
yes.
or
I
Mawdu'?
mean,
Not in the Quran.
yes. No. The Quran only gives you the what you know in Arabic الأساسيات, only the أساسيات, only the important things. And the
Foundations.
hadiths, yeah, the
Mhm.
foundation. And the hadith explains something because there's even a hadith from the Prophet. He says nobody knows the tafsir of the Quran, only God and him and Ahlul Bayt. So some
Well,
of
that's
the
not true.
verses in the Quran, nobody knows.
I
Like
think
who knows
Ahlul
what
Bayt
Alif
said that.
Lam Mim? What?
Alif Lam Mim, even your scholars in the Shia madhab don't know what Alif Lam Mim is.
Yes, but
So,
like some
but
of the
here's the
verses,
thing: if I
important
am a
verses.
person, if I'm a person that I want control, okay, my name is Imam Abu Shahata, father of a slipper, and
Allah
I am
yahshak.
a person who where I want control and people are listening to me. It's easy for me to say that the only people who would know the Quran is Allah, the Prophet, and us. So listen to us. And by the way, it's very imperative that when it comes down to your zakat, you give it to us because we know the Quran and you don't. So it's called a hustle, is what I assume is happening in that moment. I don't need those people to explain the Quran to me because God says that He's explaining the Quran. Allama al-Quran, khalaqa al-insan. God has taught the Quran. God has created the human. To say that God is not teaching the human and He's only teaching specific people, then He would have given the book to specific people for them to go teach the rest of the world. But He gave the book to all of the world because all of the world is capable of understanding this book if they want to.
I'm sorry, can I ask one last question? I promise.
Okay, تفضل.
The last question is, you as a, what do you call yourself, a Qurani?
Whatever you want to call me. I'm a Muslim, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm Muslim. Where do you think God is, like by reading the Quran? Do you think
Body?
he's in a
I don't.
specific
No, I don't.
place?
I don't think so. No, I think when God says "wastawa ala al-arsh," it means that God now has control over the arsh. That's the word. Istawa does
But
not mean that He sat.
okay, what about
فوق
وكل من
العرش.
عليها فان ويبقى وجه ربك ذا الجلال والإكرام.
Right, but this is not something that needs to be understood physically. The wajh here is
No,
God's
but
like.
You said the Quran is
Yeah,
clear,
every
I remember.
entity, even if it's something that is in the metaphysical, الغير ظاهر, okay, في الباطن, where it does not have a physical entity, it itself will also be destroyed and gone, including the angels.
But we need to understand, like if maybe atheist or Christian ask you, where do you think God is, or how do he talk, or
But only Muslims ask
does
me
he
this.
have eyes?
But only Sunnis
Yes,
ask me this.
yes,
And for me,
Sunnis
no,
will,
I would say no, it's not the concept of eyes that I would understand it as a human being. If God has a grasp, it doesn't mean that He has hands like a human being. Now, God is everywhere as well because God says, أينما كنتم هو معكم. You could say that this is about knowledge, but you're going into a trap trying to define how God looks to you physically. It's not something that you're going to be able to see. God has a voice. He talked to Moses. Does that mean now that God has a voice like a human being? No. God can
I don't
manifest
really
a voice.
believe yes, exactly. Oh, you think like exactly like the Shias. Sunnis, like the way you think God is like the Shias, not the Sunnis. I thought you would say like he sits on the throne and he
No,
have
he's not.
some hero
It doesn't make sense to me,
and
but that doesn't. Sure. So there's a verse in the Quran that says that when you say knowledge that aligns to what the sect is, they rejoice. And when you're happy that I know this part, but then you're not happy that I tell you that the people of whatever you're holding on to are useless. So you only rejoice in what you know, but you don't care that my expertise is overcoming what you're trying to present. So what I'm trying to express to you is obviously what God has given me is better than you. And what you are inviting me is lesser than what I have. And what I'm expressing to you, it aligns with what you like, which you know is the truth. But then when it comes down to the things that you hold on to, you're not willing to let that go. So the Quran is showing me that what the Quran said is truth, and the way that you're acting is exactly how the Quran said you would act.
I mean, yeah, I'm not really a knowledgeable guy about
I'm just
really
trying to
Islam or
make...
my Shia Hadith. Maybe if you ask a question, I'm not. I don't think
exactly. So the problem is we have the concept of like Mus'haf Fatima, where
Have you ever, sorry, have you ever debated maybe Shia?
yes, what's his name? Taqvi.
I think
Sayyid
they're
Taqvi.
better Shia. Do you debate in Arabic too?
No, I try to stick to English.
English, okay, yeah.
I do a debate Sunnis in Arabic, but I haven't had a debate with a Shia in Arabic yet.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because most of the Shias that do debates, they're better, you know, or the best ones are who speak Arabic.
Yeah, but it's easy to debate the Shia. It's just because their principles are flawed when it comes down to the unification or the making God a monotheistic deity. Unfortunately, they ascribe things to God that is not true because they want to magnify certain individuals that do not need to be magnified. Of course, that's not all of Shia, but the majority of them.
I mean, yeah, it depends who you debate. Maybe the person is not very knowledgeable.
Anyways, brother, but I think this is a good spot for us to part ways. But I do implore you to maybe think about that if the Quran is giving you sufficient information and that these people are trying to get you into their control politically so that you are subverted to something other than God. وَإِن تَطِعْ أَكْثَرَ مَنْ فِي الْأَرْضِ يُضِلُّونَكَ عَنْ سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. And if you obey the majority of the people in the world, they will delude you from the way of God. And with that said, I hope... and finally, another verse for you to think about. تِلْكَ آيَاتُ اللَّهِ نَتْلُو عَلَيْكَ بِالْحَقِّ فَبِأَيِّ حَدِيثٍ بَعْدَ اللَّهِ وَآيَاتِهِ يُؤْمِنُونَ. These are the verses of God we recite to you in truth. In what hadith after God and his verses do they believe in? So you're saying that there's hadith that I need to believe in after the verses of God, and I simply say that God says no.
Okay, thank you, brother.
Take care,
All
man.
right.
Salam.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum
Everyone.
salam. What's the first? You said a quick question. Make it quick, bro.
It is, yeah, with regards to Surah Nisa.
Mhm.
I have to look 435, I believe, but I have to check 1 second.
In regards to where they say to beat them?
Not per se. It was more about the arbitrators, essentially, but like I don't know
Which
if
what?
I can find this. So like in divorce, like you, I'm a bit anxious. 435, but I have to. 1 second, brother.
Oh, 435. It's talking about that if you feel that they're going to be divided after he renounces her, then you bring a judge from her side and a judge from his side so that they would be able to reconcile. So there's many fights where a spouse, a person and his spouse, they fight and they're talking past each other. So it's very difficult to sometimes see the perspective of your wife, and the wife sometimes she cannot see your perspective. Give me a second, please.
Bismillah.
And at that point, that's why it's easier to have a third party listen. But for there not to be a bias, you bring somebody from your side and bring somebody from her side.
Yeah. So I had a question with regards to this. So actually 2 questions or 3. Is this speaking about the court? Is this a realistic party view?
No.
Okay.
No,
Okay, this is
just
about
between people.
I see. And so when it comes down to people, when we are speaking about parents, can we, if they are Sunnis, can we presume to have another party instead? So like mu'mins and mu'minas?
You can. It does not. It's saying ahluha. It does not necessitate that it's their direct family. Ahl can be more than just a family. So you can have a cousin, you can have a close family friend to a certain degree. It can be, but in your case, if you want an arbiter that you would consider part of your ahl, okay, then yeah, you can bring somebody who's a believer.
I see. But like per your instance, would it then therefore be a more of a prioritizing with regards to like to get them instead of the parents, or like how do you see it?
I would bring somebody who's fair and just, someone from my side. That's what I believe that the verse is saying. So ahl again does not necessitate like direct family. Like ahlun nar, someone just said that in the comment, the people of the fire.
I see. Well, this answered my question, brother. I thank you dearly, and I hope, inshallah, that you continue your works, inshallah. Jazakallah khair, brother.
Wa yakum. Peace.
Salam.
Salam. Notice they don't come anymore. The Sunnis and the Shias, they don't really come to debate anymore. What's up?
I'm Sunni. Okay,
Yeah,
I have one simple question, right?
One simple question, and I answer, and then you drop and run away. That's usually what happens.
No,
that's
what
not
do you mean?
what's happening.
But like, let me ask my question, bro.
Yeah,
So Allah says in the Quran, right? He says, "شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن فمن شهد منكم الشهر فليصمه." Right? That's simple.
Yeah, simple.
My question to you is, when is Ramadan to a Quranist? When is Ramadan?
Oh, you look at the calendar. You look at the calendar.
Exact date.
You look at the calendar and you see that it's the 10th month. 10, 11.
It's the 10th month.
No, sorry, 9th month.
Okay, according to what source?
The calendar. That's where you see where the months are.
In the Hijri calendar months.
Yeah, sure. If you want to go with the Hijri calendar.
Okay, show me in the Quran. Show me in the Quran every month by name in the Quran right now.
Okay, but I can't show you the alphabet in the Quran. So you see I guess I'm in a predicament. Yeah. What does it mean to follow the Quran alone? What does it mean?
Wait. No. Can you even answer my question, bro?
I'm answering it, but I understand what your question is. So I told you that which month it is, okay? Because of me looking at a calendar. Now, here's the thing.
Okay,
so when
wait.
Do you understand what it means to be a Quran alone? Someone who follows the Quran alone. What does that mean? Yeah.
You follow Quran alone.
Yeah, so I can't look at a science book. I can't.
No history.
That's not what it means. See, so you don't even know who you're debating. When I say no, it isn't. That doesn't. So for me to open a science book and find out what the science is saying, it doesn't mean that I'm committing shirk. But to use something other than the book of God as a judge, that's where it's shirk. So when he's saying he follows Quran alone, therefore the Quran is teaching me my religion and nothing else is teaching my religion. That's how simple the approach is. That's what it means to be a Quran alone. But now, when I'm telling you that the Quran is sufficient for me, your question as a Muslim, because obviously the way that you're reading the Quran, I'm making an assumption that you're a Muslim. Your style is to tell me that the Quran is incomplete, that the Quran is not sufficient. So is the Quran sufficient or not sufficient?
The Quran by itself is not sufficient.
When God says that it's sufficient.
Okay, Allah tells you to fast in Ramadan. You don't even know when Ramadan is. That's like me saying drive somewhere, but you don't even know how to drive. That's basically what it is, bro.
So when God tells me to go to Mecca, God didn't tell us where Mecca is, right? Like I can't open a map and see Mecca, right? When God talked about the tree, he didn't give me a picture of the tree, so the Quran is missing, right? When God said, do not hate your parents, he didn't tell me what my parent is, because the Quran is obviously missing. You know what I mean?
No.
So what do you mean? That's your argument. It's literally, that's what your argument. That you want, when God talks about a tree, you want a picture of a tree. Because God didn't tell you what a tree is.
Okay, what's your source for the Hijri calendar months, though? What's your source?
It's the calendar as being presented to me. Again, when you say that you're a Quran alone, that you only take hukum from the Quran. It's not just all of the knowledge comes from the Quran. That's not what the book is saying. The book clearly states that if you multiply the oceans by 7, right, the words of God don't run out, but the oceans will run out. So God have said so much for us to learn from. That's knowledge. But when it comes down to the huda and guidance and what you need to do for the day of judgment and what's halal and haram, the Quran is sufficient for me, akhi. That's the whole
Okay.
concept. So when you're
Yeah.
telling me when is the calendar month, you look at the calendar. When you're gonna tell me where's Mecca, you open
Okay, but those same, like, you know, like the earliest people that count, like that made the calendar, the Hijri calendar, are literally the companions of the Prophet. But you don't even take their word.
and
You
the
don't even take
liars
their word.
and
You
the
don't even
lie.
take their word.
No, I'm not. It's not about them giving
And
me
like,
what you
bro,
guys use today.
even in the Quran,
Did Abu Huraira write down what you guys say that he wrote down? Or did he tell it to somebody who told it to somebody who told it to somebody who told it to somebody, and then they wrote it down? And if I asked you what your friend told you this morning, if I asked you what your friend said this morning, you don't know. Because the human being doesn't work that way. We're not capable of repeating what the person said to us fourth generations ago.
No, if my friend told his friend, and then his friend told his friend, and until it comes to me, I'm gonna know what he said. I'm gonna know what he said.
Because people can misunderstand, they can exaggerate, they can forget details, and they can tell you something that was not said. If I could put 4 people in a room and make them say, if I tell him a speech in his ear and he tells the next person, by the time it goes to the room and it comes to me, it is not what I said. That's called a telephone game. And God says in the Quran that the majority of the people, they follow assumptions. You're assuming that the 4th person in chain is as honest as the 1st person, which is not the case because there's 3 people in the middle. And then you're assuming that Bukhari's filter system is bulletproof. And you're assuming that the person who wrote this book didn't write it exactly how it was said. And then at that point, you're attributing that to Muhammad. And then you're saying that it came from God. All of this is all based on assumption. And if there's a single lie of what you're saying, and you're saying that it's haram or halal, you're done on the day of judgment. That's it. You're done. You're cooked. Because you have no proof.
So basically, so you take the calendar, but you can't take the hadith. Basically, that's what you're
I
saying.
don't take my halal from outside of the Quran. I don't take my haram from outside of the Quran. That's what I'm saying. So I can read the history and see using a critical history method. I can look at the hadith and say what they said, and I see somebody else's reports and go. But if somebody's going to come to me and say that the Prophet said that lizards is haram, eating lizards is haram, I'm going to say that goes against the Quran. If somebody comes to me and says to me that the Prophet married a 6-year-old, I'm going to say that that goes against the Quran. It's not something my Prophet would do. So I don't care how many chains you have. It does not necessitate that that's what occurred. This is how lies happen. That's how lies get propagated. Now, very simply, the majority of your narrators, they're coming from essentially Mecca, right?
Yeah.
But do you know what God said? Do you know what God said about the people of Mecca in chapter 36? And according to your sources, this is before the Hijrah. It says, لَقَدْ حَقَّ الْقَوْلُ عَلَى أَكْثَرِهِمْ فَهُمْ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ. The words have been fulfilled upon the majority of them, so they do not believe.
Okay,
but according
that's
to
most
Ibn
of Quraysh, bro. That's most of Quraysh.
Mecca. It's not talking about Quraysh. It's talking about the people in Mecca. And then when they are presented in
how do you know it's talking about the people in Mecca? I'm
granting you your paradigm, and I'm showing you an inconsistency about your paradigm. I'm not making the claim that this was said in Mecca. I'm saying that this is what you tell me as a Sunni. Chapter 36 is a Meccan surah before the migration, where it clearly states, لَقَدْ حَقَّ الْقَوْلُ عَلَى أَكْثَرِهِمْ فَهُمْ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ. The words have been fulfilled on the majority of them, so they do not believe. And then if you read Ibn Ishaq, when Muhammad liberated Mecca, the majority believed. So it goes contradictory to the Quran. And the majority of those people that believe, from Muawiyah and Muawiyah and the majority of them are the ones who started to push for this hadith narrative. So you're clearly saying now that the enemies of Muhammad are believers, and they are the ones who are spreading this religion, and they are the ones who are essentially giving you this hadith. That's the problem.
I mean, okay, Muawiyah,
that's your views, not mine.
Okay, but Muawiyah is not Khulafa Rashidun. I'm talking about the first four Khulafa, they're Rashidun. They don't go against the Quran.
Yeah, you know what? The first four, we have Omar banning hadith. Omar banned the writing of hadith. That ban was uplifted and stayed during the time of Uthman, during the time of Ali, during the time of Muawiyah, and after Muawiyah, they removed that ban of hadith. So those 3 Rashidin al-Khulafa, they didn't give you no hadith books. But Uthman is credited for, sorry, as
Okay,
I was
but
saying, Uthman is credited for codifying the Quran, but he didn't codify no hadith, but yet it's an essential part of the religion. I wonder why he did you guys so dirty.
I don't even know the reliability of what you're saying, but I want to go back to that point, right? Okay, you know what? Let me change my argument. Okay, so for example, a different example in the Quran, it says, "Inna عدة الشهور عند الله 12 شهرا في كتاب الله يوم خلق السماوات والأرض." So there's 12 months in a year, in a calendar year, and then 4 of them are holy. Which 4 are holy? Which 4 are holy?
The last 4, as per chapter 9.
The last 4. It says that in chapter 9.
Yes, they're consecutive. So God says that now that they're breaking the treaty with the prophet and there is no more treaty with God and the polytheists and his messenger, now for the polytheists to roam.
فإذا انسلخ الأشهر الحرم. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. So God says for them to leave for 4 months. See how he says 4 months. Let them go wherever they want.
No, I don't think Ashhur al-Hurum is the 4 holy months. They're not consecutive because
according to you, but according to the Quran they are.
Okay,
so God is saying to you that do not fight them for 4 months, and when the sacred months are gone, after this year of theirs, they are no longer allowed in Mecca. So now you have 4 months where fighting is not allowed, part of the sacred months, and then when the sacred months are gone, at the end of this year, you fight them. And it's aligning with your history, because that's when he went in the 11th month, which they blocked him.
Okay, but can you name them? Can you name the 4?
We can name them whatever we want. It's not about the names. We can change the name today. I can go from Dhul Hijjah and as a president of a country start to call it December. It does not mean what the name is, because God is telling you in his system, when he created the heavens and the sky, he made 4 holy months. So if you're going to go into a Gregorian calendar and you're a person who's going to apply the Quran to the Gregorian calendar, it's going to be the last 4 months that are considered holy. If you want to go into the Hijri system and you want to contextualize the Quran and follow the example of your Lord, then you're going to have the last 4 months as sacred. If you're going to make up a brand new calendar and you're going to go off the moon and the sun, you're going to make the last 4 months as holy, because that's the system of God. So when God is creating the heavens and the earth, he didn't make Ramadan. That's not what God is telling you. It's when he created the skies and the land, he made 4 holy months and 12 months, and 4 of them is holy. That's how we approach the Quran. We don't approach the Quran in a way we want to contextualize it to Arabs 1400 years ago as if it's a history book. What we do is we take the Quran and we present it to people that it's something that would help you. So if somebody has January to December, then you have to understand that September, October, November, December, these are considered holy and good month. And look at what they do during their September to October, November, and December. That's the time when they have their breaks and they have their Thanksgivings and they give from what God has given them. And they have their pagan style nonsense, but some people also want to stone the devil in Mecca during those times. So
I kind of understand, but yeah,
it's tough.
Nah,
yeah, it's tough, but you can follow what your forefathers are doing. That's easier. I'm saying, but it's easier for people to deny what's being presented to them from the book of God and just follow what the people did us before, because it's easier. I'm trying to explain something to you. Is that the Jews and the Christians, they failed 50 years after the last prophet. If you think your community has not failed 100 years after the prophet, then you're living in delusions. Community is so messed up. It is one of the worst countries to live in. It has so much lies and ignorance. It is so beyond repair that the only thing that is left is for God to wipe it and bring new people at this point, unless if it's literally a miracle for these people to realize on how abusive they are to themselves. God has not given the Middle East the victory in 100 years because they themselves cannot get together and understand the religion of God. And they just want to run to this nonsense that happened in the history that they assume that the prophet said. So if you are on the truth and God, this is God's religion, why you been losing for hundreds of years? But yet, when Prophet Muhammad was alive and after him passing away, and they did not have hadith books and they just had the Quran, it was a very big and strong community. It covered
No,
all of them.
I don't think no. That's not valid to say that, bro. Because in the
Hasbuna
Quran,
kitab
in the
Allah. Do you know who
Hadith,
said
in the
that?
Hadith, one of the Hadith, it says Allah, like one of the trials He gives the Muslims on this earth is like, you feel me? They're at war, they're like poor and all that, but like they're gonna get something better on like after the day of judgment.
Thank you,
know?
Patrick. Yep, you're absolutely right. There's times where we lose, but then the victory comes.
That's like a trial.
But the victory,
But
bro.
like,
My
my
generation. So my generation is being. There's a difference between me being trialed and the generation before me, and the generation before me, and the generation before me, and the generation before me. And we do not see God's victories because they're committing shirk, bro. God is not going to give victory to people who are committing shirk. When I was capable of recognizing that and removing the shirk for me, and now I started to find the victory. And those people that have been oppressing the Middle East, when we talk one-on-one, they can't stand in front of me because I'm presenting to them in an information in a way for them to understand. Lest it be a Christian, a Jew, a Westerner, or whoever you want to present to me.
Basically what you're saying is that if all the Muslim lands become Quran only today, Nasrullah Qarib. That's
Yes,
what you're
100%. 100%. As soon as we start to judge by the book of God, if you want to keep hadith, then it needs to be filtered with what the Quran says. If you want to start making halal and haram outside of the Quran, you have failed. When you want to say Bukhari in its essence is sahih, you have failed. When you say Bukhari is a requirement for somebody to be a Muslim, then you have failed. Because Prophet Muhammad clearly was told by the amazing Lord, ثُمَّ أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَيْكَ نَتَّبِعْ مِلَّةَ إِبْرَاهِيمَ حَنِيفًا وَمَا كَانَ مِنَ الْمُشْرِكِينَ. So if Abraham is the standard, Abraham would have took the words of God and went with it. And that's what Prophet Muhammad did. Muhammad is considered a walking Quran according to the hadith. He wasn't a walking Quran and Bukhari or Sunnah and all of this. He was applying the Quran, just the Quran and nothing but the Quran. When you start to approach your life like this, wallahi, you'll see all the doors open to you, bro. Whether it's from your job, whether from your family, whether your wife, whether you're the things that you want to strive for God, everything just starts to line up in place, bro. As you're saying that I'm a Qur'ani and nobody listens to us, but you could see the size of my platform. It's not because I'm a pretty man or I'm actually going against the crowd and I'm still expanding in the way that I do. And we're not an echo chambers like Sunnis to get 100,000 supports, so 1,000 supporters overnight. So yes, when you truly hold on to the rope of God, which your scholars say it's the Quran, you will not fail because it's impossible. But as soon as you let go or you start to make your own decisions against what God said, then that's where you're prone to fail. Simple, bro. Whatever the Jews and the Christians are going through, your community is doing the exact same thing, but you guys are in a lot more trouble because your book is a lot more clear. Your book is a lot more precise, and your book is a lot more perfect than what they have. So you're in bigger trouble. I don't think you can disagree there.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Our book is clear and perfect, but
so you're more in trouble if you mess up than the other people.
Yeah.
And that's why our countries are worse than theirs. I mean, if you go to the West, them without Muslims, Islam, without the book, they have more attributes of what a Muslim should be than the people who are in the Middle East, specifically the governments. I'm not saying in the West that they're full of justice and now it's failing and they're having their rough go. But there was a moment in time where their courts were just, where the bribing wasn't as bad and where people had human rights. That is what Islam teaches you. But in the Middle East, it was the opposite of that. You would go to jail and you would get unalived, you and your family, just by saying something somebody didn't like. When you go to the court, if you didn't pay the judge money, you're losing. So this is all against Islam, and this is what God has been warning us against. The Quran came as an Arabic book. It's not to say that the Arab is the best man. It's an Arabic book because the Arab needed the most warning, the biggest warning. And look at us today, bro. God gives you the blessings to be the best nations in the world, i.e. the oil, the fuel, and they go give it to their oppressors. And then now they're crying, they're poor and they're weak. So who gave you the oil and why you're doing that? Oh, it's not in our hands. It's 100% in your hands. Oh, no, these people above us, they're abusing us. You're millions of people. Oh, you can't say that. Yeah, that's what they programmed you to be. Oh, you have to listen to your leader even if he whips you. That's a lie they said to you. But no, that's what the Prophet said. You can't prove that. God says to you that Obey أولي الأمر منكم, from you. Those individuals are not from you. Nobody said to you to obey them. God says, ولا تطع المنافقين الكاذبين. لا تطع المنافقين, لا تطع المكذبين, لا تطع like the all these oppressive people. كل حلاف مهين. And in my country, everything you say to somebody, someone says, Wallah, bro, بحق القعبة, الرحمن, oh, I swear to God, I swear to God, bro, I swear to God. And when I see this, I'm not allowed to obey this man anymore. Because it's so easy for him to say halaf. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But all of this is presented in front of you.
Okay, one last question, right? Okay,
Yes.
Surah Baqarah, it says, وَأَتِمُّ الْحَجَّ وَالْعُمْرَةَ لِلَّهِ, right? And I perform the Hajj and Umrah for the sake of Allah. Okay,
Yes.
and I'll give you benefit of the doubt. It talks about Hajj in Surah Hajj, right?
And Surah Baqarah as well.
Yeah. What about Umrah then? What about Umrah?
Umrah just means visitation. So there's no rites there that you have to do. وَطَهِّرْ بَيْتِي لِلطَّائِفِينَ وَالْعَاكِفِينَ وَالرُّكَّعِ السُّجُودِ. So when you're visiting the house, that's just a visitation. You don't need to do 7 tawaf. But there is a verse that says, فَمَنْ حَجَّ الْبَيْتَ وَاعْتَمَرَ فَلَا جَنَاحَ عَلَيْهِ أَنْ يَطَّوَّفَ بِهُمَا, which is Safa and Marwa. So he's telling you that to pace around the house, to do ukuf in the house, sujjadan, ruk'an sujjadan, so there's prayer, and then to walk between them. That's all what the Umrah is. There's no shaving of the head because there's no sacrificing happening. The sacrificing is for Hajj. And when you do your sacrifice, then you shave your head, then you do the tawaf, then you do the sa'i if you want to do sa'i. Okay? This is all clear in the Quran. But there's no rajm. There's no concept where you're going to put a rock and you say that this is representation of a devil and you're going to throw him and you're going to stone him. This is all nonsense. This is not something God talked about every step of the Hajj except this one. And notice if you go just look at Wikipedia. You don't have to go far. Look at all the negative incidents that happened in Mecca where many people died, where there was stampede and people got killed in the pilgrimage. It is 80 to 90% of the time, it was during the time of the stoning. And everywhere else they were protected, subhanAllah. But when it comes down to the stoning, this is where the majority of the problems happen and people pass away. Because God never ordered you. And if you go look at the hadith talking about the stoning, the hadith literally says that the Prophet stoned it and he didn't say anything. And then some guy comes, is this just for us or is this for the rest of time? He goes, oh, no, this is for the rest of time. But someone had to ask the Prophet for it to become for the rest of the time. The Prophet himself didn't say anything. And if you read that hadith, they're talking about people's testicles and they're talking about Aisha's menstruation and they're talking about their stoning. But we never went and read Bukhari, we just accepted it. And that's the problem, my good friend.
Okay.
I think this is a good time for us to say peace.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I might come back someday though.
Sure, brother.
All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Sorry. There was somebody in the list that was here. Okay. We're going to go with this individual and then Afi. Can you tell me exactly where it says that in the Bukhari? Abdul Khaliq, sure. Let me just see if I can pull it up here. Oh, yeah. Peace, sister. Yeah, so the Prophet ordered us. Peace, sister, are you there? Can you guys hear me? Okay, and just so that people will see that I'm not lying, okay, and that this hadith exists in Sahih Bukhari. Here we go. I'm going to put this here. We can read it together. I'm silent. What you guys are about to experience is not what I wish for you, but it's what you guys need. I'm sorry that I have to put you through this. Here we go. Let me see. Is this it? This is it. Let me see if that comes up right here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to read this amazing Sahih hadith. I'm just trying to put it on my... why is it not appearing here? because of this. Like that. There we go. Perfect. Okay. The Prophet, along with his companion, reached Mecca in the morning of the 4th Dhul Hijjah, assuming ihram for Hajj only. So when we arrived at Mecca, the Prophet ordered us to change our intentions of the ihram for Umrah, and that we could finish our ihram after performing the Umrah and could go to our wives for fun. Okay? The people began talking about that. Jabir said surprisingly, "Shall we go to Mina while our is dribbling from our male organs?" Okay? That's the first step. Right now, we have our semen dribbling from our whatever. Jabir moved his hand while saying so. And by the way, one of the rules of Hajj, okay, guys, one of the rules of Hajj is that you can't have sexual intercourse with your wives, but that's fine. Here we can in the night, apparently. Okay, so when this news reached the Prophet, he delivered a sermon and said, "I have been informed by some people were saying so and so. By Allah, I fear Allah more than you do, and I'm more obedient to Him than you." Okay. If I had known what I know now, I would have not bought the sacrifice with me, and had the hadi not been with me, I would have finished the ihram. See what I mean? So now that the Prophet is obviously making errors, he doesn't know what he's doing. And the Prophet, the infallible Prophet that makes no mistakes, he's saying here, I made a mistake. Okay? So, and then it goes this. As Surqa bin Malik stood up and asked, "O Allah's Messenger, is this permission for us or is it forever?" And this is where the guy goes, the reply, "It is forever." In that meantime, Ali bin Talib came from Yemen and was saying labbaika for what the Prophet has intended. According to another man, Ali was saying labbaika for Hajj similar to Allah's messengers. The Prophet told him to keep on the ihram and let him share the hadi with him. But I want to show you another version of this hadith. I wonder if it's 27 where he talks about the stoning. We were in the valley, so animals done my fear. Give me 1 second. I'll show you when Aisha shows up to this with her menstruation. And I have it on my other machine. So let's see. Give me 1 minute. It's the same hadith, but it has the stoning, and that's the time where the guy said to him, "Is that for us forever?" And it talks about menstruation as well, because Aisha is always menstruating when it comes down to hadith. 1 second. It's gonna take a bit, or I could just go pull it up from my computer. Give me 1 second. I think it's easier if I do that. Give me 1 second. But their balls were dribbling with semen. That's how we talk to the Prophet. "Prophet, are we gonna go to Mecca and our semen's coming out of me?" Yeah, unfortunately, Aisha is always on her period in these hadith. Yeah. I was in the companions, I was in the presence of the Prophet, and we were talking about this, and I remember it because I was on my period. That's usually how those hadith go. Aisha, unfortunately, we're always talking about her and her menses, as they call them. Yeah, as this is loading, and then people are going to realize there's so much of these hadith to keep them all in your mind. Takes forever. Yeah, beefing in front of two men as well. It's very true. They say that Shias, they keep insulting the wife of the Prophet, but I feel like this hadith has been relentless to Aisha, unfortunately. Let me see a few patients. Give me 1 second, guys. There we go. Now, where's this one? Give me 1 second, guys. I'll find it. I just need a moment. Bro. I think it's easier if I go like this. No, that doesn't work. Guys, give me 1 minute. One question. Okay, I'll answer your question while I'm looking. What's up, Effie? Sorry, guys. I'll keep looking and I'll find it. What's up, Effie?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. What's going on?
Yes, what's up?
All praise to God.
Yes, Alhamdulillah. I have one question, sincere question.
Mhm.
When you die, would you want people to read your janazah?
To read my janazah?
Yes.
Bro, when I die, just put me in the ground and forget about me.
No, serious question.
I'm being
As a
serious,
brother,
bro. I'm telling
because
you.
it's not, janazah is not mentioned in the Quran.
But didn't I just
So
answer you? I just want to be put in the ground and move on, bro. Like, what did I say? I think you're like, why do Sunnis do this, my good friend? Why do
no, this is
Sunnis?
a
They come to
sincere
me
question. A
and
sincere question for you.
I'm
Look, in the
sincerely
Quran, you
responding
are
to
a
you.
Quranist. In the Quran, it does not say about janazah. So
Oh,
you should accept that nobody should read janazah for you.
bro, what did I answer you? Like this
Thank you
guy,
very much.
yeah, I never
Thank
said
you
to
very
you
much.
for
I
yeah.
have no issue with that. That's your choice.
Okay,
I have no
perfect.
issue.
But you know what you did? You were
Go
assuming
on.
that I was gonna answer you in a specific way when that was
It
not the
was a
case. You just came with the
sincere
argument,
question.
and
No,
I think
no
I
argument.
answered you. Did I
Sincere
answer you?
question.
Did I
I'm
say
happy with that.
yes? Okay,
I'm
good.
happy.
Yeah,
Yes.
please do not read nothing when I pass away. Just put me in the ground and
Maybe
move on.
you read something. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Yeah.
Thank you for the
Thank you very much.
You're
Thank
welcome,
you.
brother. I appreciate that. All right. Well, that was difficult.
That,
Appreciate it,
brother,
man.
look, I'm a Sunni Muslim.
I see
I
that.
don't take every hadith, but I take the
Okay.
Quran.
Okay.
Yes. So look,
So,
we have the Prophet Nuh alayhi salam. We have the
mhm.
Prophet Musa alayhi salam. You know, it says in Ani'budullahu wattaquhu wa ati'un. Look, the Prophet come down is simple logic.
What?
You have to obey according to the Quran. You have to obey the Prophet. What
Perfect. And
surah?
how do I obey the
Surah,
Prophet?
Surah Nuh, verse number 4.
How
What
do
did
I
Nuh say?
how
It
do I obey
says,
the Prophet?
look, these people came down. How do they obey the Prophet? Because they have their disciples, they have their companions, they have historians who write about them. Now, look, you want people to listen to you. They want people to listen to them. So these people aren't liars that you say these are very good Muslims. They
Very
start
good
with the Prophet.
Muslims. Very good
Yes, would
Muslims.
they lie?
Can I yes,
Look,
yes. Some people can lie
some
and
of
you could
them you
just say
have
that they're
to. Look, yes,
huh?
some people can lie. I admit that. That's
Okay,
why I
so
said I
can
don't
Abu
take every
Huraira be
hadith.
can Abu Huraira be a liar?
Astaghfirullah. I don't know him. I didn't know him. I didn't sit with him. Look, the
Mm,
Quran affirms that the Prophet, whatever he said, is illustrious speech. Surah Al-Haqqa, the
mhm.
second ruku, is Allah promises by all that you see, Allah promises that what the Prophet is saying is illustrious speech. So look, whatever the Prophet says,
So you said
according to the
something
Quran,
perfect, bro.
is illustrious speech. Surah Al-Haqqa, Ruku number 2. Brother, my voice is not the best, so I don't want
No,
to
but
read the Arabic. So you can read
I
this.
don't need you to read the Arabic. You made an
So do
argument
you
and you keep
believe that?
talking. So
So
when
do you
when
believe
God
when
says
Allah?
"Innahu laqawlu rasulun kareem,"
Yes,
it is the
yes.
statements of a messenger. What is
But what
God
did Allah
talking
say
about?
before this?
What is God talking about there, bro?
What did Allah say Allah swears by
Can
all
you?
that you see
Yes,
and
everything
everything
that
that
he
you see,
sees. What is
the
God
speech.
talking about him? Innahu laqawlu rasulun kareem.
Yes,
It is
the
the
Prophet,
speech
I
of an
know the
honorable
full context.
messenger. What is
Yes.
innahu? What is it?
Look, you want to read the full ruku? The Prophet says that whatever the Prophet says, look, you cannot translate the Quran, is only in Arabic. There's 1,000 words for innahu. You can't come up to me and look.
What?
This is the
So
same thing that Imam Malik, Imam Shafi, when they tell us that
Mhm.
innahu means this, why should I believe you for?
What did they
You
say?
are
What does it?
rejecting.
Okay, don't
You are
listen to me.
rejecting bigger scholars. Why should
Bro,
I believe you?
you're annoying
So
me.
look,
What did the
no,
scholars
I'm telling you.
say? What did the scholars say?
I'm not. The point is not about the scholars.
The
point
point
was,
is about the
look,
scholars, bro. You brought
Allah
this
says,
up. You
no,
brought
no. I
this.
only
You
brought
brought
the
this
scholars up
up.
because why
You
should
brought
I
this
take
up.
your take on innahu when the scholars have already said this? But
Okay,
you
cool.
reject the scholars,
So
so I reject
innahu.
you. I don't want to
Are
hear
you done with
innahu.
your emotions? Would you
No,
like
I
to hear
want
the answers?
the speech of the Prophet. All your
It doesn't
Quranists,
say the
the
speech of the
speech.
prophet.
It
It's
is
God is not
illustrious
saying
speech.
that. God is not saying that. You keep talking and
Read
you're
Surah
steamrolling,
Al-Haqqa.
thinking that you're making a point. You're
No,
not
no,
making a
no.
point. It says,
I am
"Innahu
making a point.
laqawlu rasulun kareem." It is the statements of a prophet. Now,
I don't have no check.
of an honorable messenger. It here
Yes.
is the Quran.
So the speech of
So
the
the
Prophet.
Quran, it's talking about the Quran. Okay, it's not talking about, it's
the
talking
speech of
that
the
the
Prophet.
Quran is the
It is talking about the.
statements.
It is talking about the Quran. I agree, but
Okay,
look,
so
the
what are
Prophet
you
speaks
trying to
in
say now
general,
about the stuff that is outside of the Quran?
because
Is that
the
what God
Prophet
is
speaks.
swearing? Is
The
God
Prophet.
swearing that Bukhari is an illustrious
I
speech
didn't.
from Allah?
That's what I didn't say that.
Then what
I
are you
didn't say
saying?
that. Why are you assuming things? Why
I'm
you
not
come to that
assuming things.
conclusion?
I am
I
simply
don't even believe
replying
in
to you.
Bukhari. I don't believe in Bukhari.
Okay,
So go
perfect.
on.
So are you a
go on.
Shi'i?
So why you bringing Bukhari into this? I
So
only believe the hadith that I think is logical,
Mhm.
is sensible. You
Perfect.
know?
So
Yes,
what's your
perfect.
issue
And
then?
same with the Quran. No,
So
no.
what's the issue then?
I just want to let you know that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Look, Surah Al-Buruj. There's a story in Surah Al-Buruj about the
hmm
people who killed the Muslims. Now,
hmm
who interpreted the story? Look,
hmm
in Surah Al-Manun is a story about the garden. Who interpreted the story about the garden? Who told us about the garden? What his name
So
was?
the Quran is
So the
clearly missing,
person.
right?
No, no, no. The
No.
Quran
If
is
I
not
don't
missing.
have that,
The Quran,
it's missing, bro.
Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam interpreted the Quran.
So,
So
but
look,
if I
this
don't have that,
person
it's missing.
in Surah
Like, bro,
Al-Qalam, there's a story. Look,
you're
this
just
is
going
simple
on and
logic.
on and on and
One
on and
point.
on and on and on and
One
on and
point.
on, and you're
In
not
Surah
answering,
Al-Qalam,
bro.
there's a story about. Tell me then. In Surah Al-Qalam, there's a story about
hmm
the old man in the garden. Now, what's the name of the old person in the garden? It doesn't say this in the Quran.
Is that necessary for me to be guided?
Is a story from Allah, and the
But is
story
it
is. If
necessary
you
for
look
me
at
to
the
be
name,
guided?
it
Is
is
it
because it's in
necessary
the
for me?
Quran.
So if I don't know this
Even the
information, I'm not
what
going
the
to
name
find
means.
salvation on the day of judgment? No, you listen. I'm waiting for
No,
you to
you
actually answer and
man,
listen.
you have to
You're
take
being
Allah.
very emotional.
You
You're
have to
going from
take
verse to
Allah's word.
verse and you're talking, but you don't answer.
I'm
Answer
being
a
logical
question.
with you.
You're not
Look,
being
in the
logical.
story,
In fact, you're
in the
being very
story,
illogical because
Allah
you said,
doesn't
"Innahu
tell.
laqawlu rasulun kareem" is all the speech of Prophet Muhammad. And I said, what did your scholars say?
Yes.
You said, doesn't matter what the scholars said. So you're not showing any forms of
Yeah, because as a
consistency.
Quranist,
And now
I'm
you
using
brought
your,
the point.
I'm
Now you
using
brought,
your
I'm going to
point
have
of
to
view.
mute you
Look,
because you
as
just
a
keep talking. Listen, you brought the point in regards to the old man and what his name. If I don't know his name, it does not mean that now I don't know my religion. His name is not imperative for me to understand the guidance of God. So your point is not a logical point. Bro. And because he's probably still talking and not realizing that he's on mute, let's go back to the hadith. You guys want to go back to the hadith? Give me 1 second. Oh, man. Where's the rajam? Oh, sorry. Okay. No. There it is. Okay. See? Remember the first one? Guys, I'll show you now a good example why he's still probably talking. He doesn't realize that he's on mute. So here we go. This is the hadith that I was presenting earlier. This is the same one, but a different narration. This is Sahih al-Bukhari 7230. Now, we were in the company of Allah's Messenger, and we assumed the state of ihram of Hajj and arrived at Mecca on the 4th of Dhul Hijjah. The Prophet ordered us to perform the tawaf around the Kaaba and sa'i between as-Safa and Marwa and use our ihram just for Umrah and finish the state of ihram unless we had our hadi with us. Okay? None of us had the hadi with him except the Prophet and Talha. Ali came from Yemen and brought the hadi with him. Ali said, I had assumed the state of ihram with the same intention as which the Allah's Messenger has assumed it. Cool, amazing. The people said, how can we proceed to Mina and our male organs are dribbling? So we're still having dribbling balls. Okay? That's what we're having. We're having here balls that are dribbling. And then Allah's Messenger said, I like how they keep saying Allah's Messenger said. Allah, Qawlu Rasul here. If I had formerly known what I came to know laterally, I would have not brought the hadi. And that had there been no hadi with me, I would have finished my ihram. So now the Prophet is not telling them to have sex with their wives. Cool. Sarqa bin Malik met the Prophet while he was throwing pebbles at Jamrat al-Aqaba and asked, Oh Allah's Messenger, is this permitted for us only? The Prophet replied, no, it's forever. Okay? So the Prophet is sitting there trying his things. It's like, hey, is this just for us? Nah, man, it's for everybody. We have to do this forever. I'm glad somebody came and asked him. While unfortunately, they were throwing rocks where the balls are dribbling. And we were saying, oh, Allah's Messenger, the Prophet replied, no, it's forever. Now, the part we're all waiting for when Aisha shows up, usually what happens. Aisha arrived at Mecca while she was menstruating. She's always on that rag. Astaghfirullah al-Azim. Therefore, the Prophet ordered her to perform all the ceremonies of Hajj except the tawaf around the Kaaba, and not to perform her prayers until she became clean. When they encamped at Al-Ba'th, Aisha said, Oh Allah's Messenger, you're proceeding after performing both Hajj and Umrah, while I'm proceeding with Hajj only. So the Prophet ordered Abdul Rahman bin Abu Bakr as-Siddiq to go with her to Tan'im, and so she performed the Umrah in Dhul Hijjah after the days of the Hajj. So Aisha's menstruating, devil's being stoned, balls are dribbling, so much guidance. That's what we get. That's what we get. That's the sunnah, bro. Astaghfirullah. Sainta.
Alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam.
Okay, I have 3 questions. Hopefully you could answer it for me. So I was before into Sunni, all the hadiths until I started listening to you, and it kind of opened up my eyes, and I realized there's so many things that the Sunnah says that is not true. But one thing I want to ask, or one of my questions, is the hijab. Does the Quran, I don't want to hear about the Sunni and Shia. I want to know, does the Quran, and I've read it, but of course I don't speak Arabic, does it say women have to cover their hair?
Nope. It does not say they have to cover their hair. It's something where someone can implicitly understand that it is better for them because God says to cover. And the more you cover, the more you're closer to the truth. But again, it's about making the religion easy. Now, in regards to what you must cover is your bosoms, which is from your collarbone to the top of your chest. So this is what is ordered to be covered. There the word khimar was used, which is understood as a headscarf, but you have to understand in that context, God was talking to people in the desert where both male and females, they both cover their heads with a khimar. They both wear turbans or what they consider as a hijab. Now, if somebody wants to use this as a means to get closer to God, by all means, it's a good method, as we've observed it also with Mother Mary, of what people have portrayed about Mother Mary. But are you going to hell for not wearing it? No. Are you going to hell for saying that it is optional? The Sunnis tell you it's optional, but you're bad if you don't do it.
But the Quran does say cover your chest and bosom, right?
Yes,
So
that's
that
the
means,
mandatory.
so that's mandatory. So when it says hijab,
There's no hijab.
there is no
There's
hijab. It's himar.
Khimar. Khimar can be understood as a headscarf, but again, it's both male and female.
Okay.
The
Thank you.
Prophet wore a turban, you know, so he would technically, that would be called also a khimar.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, when a girl is or a woman is menstruating, are they
can
allowed
pray.
to pray?
Yes, because when God is saying the purification there is they're not pure for sexual activities, like for intercourse, because it will hurt you and her if you start performing certain things. But it has nothing to do with the religion at that sake. So if you're not allowed to pray, part of prayer is dua. So when you're menstruating, you can't say, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, I seek refuge to God from a cursed devil if you're having negative thoughts. Of course you can pray. This is not blocking you from prayer. As it comes down to the concept of fasting, if you're feeling sick, God has said to you that you do not have to fast while you're sick.
But you know, when it says purify yourself after menstruating, so if you are praying and it says purify yourself before you're going to pray, how can you purify yourself if it lasts 7 to 10 days?
God did not say that you have to purify yourself before the prayer. He said to wash yourself before the prayer. You can wash yourself. And here, when God is saying purify, he's being specific on what you need to purify. It's not your whole body, it's the area. And so that man can approach you where God said that to approach you from, which is very clear. It's just taken out of context and overgeneralized to make women deficient. Of course, you have to pray. God is not telling you not to pray.
the act of praying, such as prostrating.
Well, the way there's
Even
times
if
of prayer.
When women, yes, the times of prayer. So when women, I'm sorry, I don't want to get graphic, but when women bend, when you're on menstruating, you have no control.
Yes.
So how can you pray and be pure if your body is releasing?
Well, there's ways that people handle that release, and you do not need to keep staining. It's not about these physical motions that people are giving you. But I've had many sisters with me that were during their time, and they still prayed and they deal with it. I mean, if you don't think that you should be praying, then that's the way that you understood it. But I'm saying to you, God did not forbid anyone from praying in their menstruation. That's the whole argument. Is they're saying that you're not allowed, but of course you're allowed to pray. It's ordered for you to pray. And then there's another verse is, did you see a servant who blocks somebody from prayer? Now they're blocking you from prayer.
Okay. So you're saying while a woman is menstruating, she should pray based on the Quran 3 times a day, but of course you could pray 20 times a day. But you're saying even when you're menstruating, you should pray during Fajr, during...
Yes. Because you're going to be, it's a different type of remembrance in your prayer, and you're opening yourselves up to things that can hinder you by not doing those specific prayers. So it's like it's not, and it's like going to the gym type of thing. When somebody is so adamant about going to the gym, they feel very bad about missing the gym. And if somebody loves their prayer, it's not easy for them to say, "Oh, I'm not going to pray right now."
Okay.
Imagine God not, and let's assume that it's not accepted. Does that mean you committed a sin?
The way I look at it is God knows during menstruation what a woman goes through, and he's saying, don't worry, rest while you're menstruating. I mean, that's how I look at it.
Sure. But I mean, you can pray while you're sitting down, like in your bed. Yes, there is a way where there is some physical devotion that can be shown in a time of a prayer, like standing and prostrating. But prayer, God says that if you're in fear, pray while you're walking, pray while you're on a horse until you find your safety. If you feel that it's showing this type of impurity, this is not what God is addressing. So when God says that only the pure can grasp the Quran, it's not physical purity there either. So if I'm a person that is not in a state of evolution, I can't touch the Quran? I can't. Can I grasp the Quran? Of course, because it's talking about understanding the Quran. So it's spiritual purity. And when in the concept of chapter 2, it's talking about sexual purity, because it's saying that it will hurt them. It's not saying that they can't pray. So that kind of
Okay.
connection God has never said.
Okay. And my other question is about dogs. So I find it very hard to understand how a lot of, I mean, I'm in the US, so it's different, but in other countries, they're very cruel to animals. They're hurtful to dogs. They say, don't bring dogs in because it into your home because it brings, or it keeps the angels away and this and that. And it really upsets me because I am a dog lover and I see they are truly human's best friend. They are man's best friend. And I want to know why in the Quran, and cats as well, but they say, oh, because cats are clean, they can come. But why specifically in the Quran did God choose to put in the cave a dog and not any other animal if a dog shouldn't be respected?
The Quran never disrespects dogs. That's only from the Hadith, which is from Zoroastrian ways of seeing things. So in the Zoroastrian religion, a dog, a crow, and a snake are considered really bad. That's why all of this Hadith that has been influenced by the Zoroastrians, by the Persians, they have this negative view of dogs. But the Quran does not have a negative view of dogs. There's, as you said in chapter 18, the believers had a dog with them. God is telling you in chapter 5 that you could use a dog as a way to hunt because you could teach them how to soft grab an animal instead of digging into it. God has never put the dog down in the Quran. So, and this concept of the angels not entering your house if you have a dog in it is flawed, because the angel that's going to deliver your death is an angel. So if you have a dog at home, that means the angels can't come and you're going to live forever. So this is all the inconsistencies. So no, the dog is something that is supposed to be respected as a creation of God. And nowhere does God ever order you to unalive specific animals or to treat an animal unjustly or unkindly. In fact, you raising a dog gives you benefits on a day of judgment, just like you planting a tree.
Thank you so much, brother.
You're welcome. Like King Solomon had a problem stepping on an ant. You think God is going to tell you to remove a dog? If God is loving us when we're respecting an ant, when we give ant its way or allowing an ant to live, imagine something a little bigger than that. But I don't think it matters how the size of it. It's still a creature of the Lord.
Jazakallah khairan. Thank you.
Wa yakum. Salam. May God bless that sister. It's the inquisitive nature that truly shows when somebody wants to submit to God or not.
Hey, how you doing? Salam alaikum.
Good. Wa alaikum salam. What's going on, Somalia?
Right. I'm doing all right, man. So, this is what I would say, right? If you answer my question, because it's not going to be easy, it's going to be very difficult. Remember, I'm a pirate, right? So, I would definitely, follow what you follow if you answer that question correctly. But one thing that I heard about that sister talking about just the prayer part. So if you look at the verse in the Quran, God says to the believers, He says, "All you believers, do not approach prayer while you are intoxicated until you know what you're saying, nor in a state of impurity until you have washed." So, say for example, if a woman is on her menstruation, right? Even though if she wash up, it will be very difficult for her to keep washing because the blood keep coming down, right? Another thing is that you already
What was the
mentioned that
word that was
verse,
your? What was that word used there? Jumban. What does the
impurity.
word jumban mean?
Jumban, it means impurity.
Jumban is a specific type of
Jumban,
impurity.
yeah. It could
Yeah.
be, being, not clean, or maybe you peed or whatever you did,
No,
right?
it's
Or
not
you
about
used the
that.
bathroom,
It's not about that.
or your clothes is not clean.
Jumban is specifically about somebody who ejaculated. who had sex. That's what
Oh, okay,
jumban is.
okay, okay, okay. That
Now,
makes sense,
now
right?
here's
That makes
the
sense.
proof. If I have a cut in my thigh, and
Okay.
when I move, the blood comes out. Does that mean I'm not allowed to pray? Is that jumb? No.
No, no, no. You're talking about if a man, ejaculated. Okay, that's
Or a woman.
understandable, right?
The woman
So,
also
so
has.
yeah, but
Yeah.
where does it come from? It comes from we already know that, right? We don't have
Right.
to say it. So,
Correct.
but she's actually, bleeding from one area that we all know, right? So that itself, even if she try to, because at the end they say until you wash, right? So how is
Mhm.
she going to wash if she continue, right, to bleed? So that's why it
Mhm.
makes more sense that she don't have to
Mhm.
pray during that time.
So
Maybe she could
when
make
God
dua,
says
she could make dua, but not prayer.
so when God says, for example, that if you are jumban and you don't have water and that you could use the sand, does that mean now you're completely purified? That it's the same as using water, or is there going to be parts of it still on you?
That means you gotta make sure you're completely clean in order for you to pray.
But there was no
But
water.
if there's no water, then you could do what they call it instinction.
It's called
You could
what?
use the earth. You could use the earth.
Bro, that's what I'm talking about. Tayammum.
Tayammum.
Yeah.
But a woman still is different.
Mm. So do you understand there's a difference between jumb, right, and hayd? That's the argument. So you're conflating the Arabic language. So when the word jumb is used, it's very specific on what type of impurity we're
Okay.
talking about. And the word hayd means, okay, وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْمَحِيضِ. Okay, they're not asking you about the jumb. There's a difference. So when you're in a state of impurity because of sexual intercourse, that's when you have to wash before standing. Or and if there's no water, for you to use sand but now, is that applicable if someone has a period? No, because the only way you can cleanse yourself after the end of a period is by water. You can't just put sand up there. So it's there's a conflation with what you're presenting. So you're telling me that if a girl ends her menstrual cycle, that she could use sand if water is not present, which then
Okay, here's a question then. I see where you're going, right? So let's say that's the case, right? In order for her to pray, that means she have to use sand, purify herself. So would that make more sense, right? If she's on her menstruation, you got to look at the chapter 2, verse 222. God says, they ask you about menstruation. Say it is harm. So keep away from women during menstruation and do not approach them until they purify. So that means all I have to tell her, listen, I can't wait, baby. I need you right now. So you go to the sand, purify yourself. Now you're allowable for me. So isn't that like another way, right? That I could sleep with her as long as she purify herself through the sand. Because she's pure
bro.
now.
What do you? But bro, wait. You made the wrong argument by putting jumb and mahil as you
It's the same
equated,
thing
and
though,
that's
brother.
wrong. It isn't the same thing. And now you just went and you said that she can use the sand to purify for you to go in her when she's on her mahil.
Yeah, because God says the only way you could be with her, right, in this verse, when
Yeah.
she's purified.
Yeah.
So
So
she
what
could
is she
purify herself through the sand.
What is she purifying from? I
Then,
just proved to
you
you,
see?
bro. I don't think you followed my argument, and then you're using my argument against you, and it's making me make sure that you don't. So if a jumb is dealt with sand, okay, you can't do that with mahil. There's nobody that's gonna put sand up their thing to clean themselves. And I'm
Okay.
sorry, this is not a good topic. So that's why jumb cannot equate to mahil.
Mhm.
See what I mean?
Okay.
So, but you're
I
doing that
definitely see it.
equivocation.
You answered my question already. You
Yeah, but
said
now
she can
you
never be
presented the.
purified if you put the sand in her, right?
So
So
jumb
then
is
it will be
not
the same
mahil.
thing. Yeah, but it would be this.
Jumb is not mahid. That's the whole argument, and you're still arguing that it is. So sand is not going to purify her in that essence. It's going to purify you if you're jumb, okay? Because it's not something that is where she needs to put it inside her.
So
And
well,
by the way, when it came down to the concept of tayammum, when it comes down to the concept of tayammum, it's not you cleaning yourself in that area. It's cleaning yourself here. Do you understand that?
Yeah. But at least you understand where I'm coming from, right? So this is how I understand it. Okay, that was not the question that I was trying to ask you, right? I was just trying to bring a point on this, right? But since we only have to believe in Quran, if you convince me on this, right, then I'm gonna follow the Quran only, no more Hadith.
So
If
you
you could
don't follow
answer
the
me.
Quran right now? Do you follow the Quran right now?
No, I follow Quran and I follow the Hadith. But
Okay,
if you
so
convince me basis on the verses of the Quran, then I will be Quran only. That's what I'm telling you, right? It's a challenge.
I'll consider your challenge, and I'll accept your challenge. But for me to accept the challenge, I just want you to just tell me something. Did the Prophet follow the Quran, or did he follow the Quran and Hadith?
The Quran, the Prophet ﷺ did follow the Quran. That's why he was called the walking Quran.
So he's the first
He is a
Quranist.
messenger.
He's the first Quranist.
What I'm
Go ahead.
saying to you,
that's it. We're good.
because the Prophet, he knows the Quran more than anybody, because it was sent down to him, and he had the hikam, the Quran, in order for him to teach us and to explain to us about the Quran and about his life. Right.
Okay.
So here's I want to come with 3 verses, right? Very short, not too long, right? Easy to understand, right?
Perfect.
So I will start with Surah Ma'idah, which is chapter 5:44. And whoever does not judge by what Allah has revealed, then it is those who are the disbelievers. That's verse 1. Right? We go to 45. And whoever does not judge by what Allah has revealed, then this is, and they are the wrongdoers, right? And then when we go to verse 47, and whoever does not judge by what Allah has revealed, then it is those who are the rebellious, disobedient. So you explain these verses, and then I will come with a verse, and I want you to explain that verse after that.
How about you lay out your argument instead of just trying to walk me down into whatever you're trapping me into? It's easier if you just say that this is my argument. So those 3 verses are self-explanatory, that whoever doesn't judge by what God has revealed, God is giving them 3 attributes. So what is your question?
Okay, that's good. So you understand what I'm going, right? Okay, so I want you to understand this verse. So I'm not going to use any other thing.
Where you're going.
Don't be scared of me, brother. I know you're going to get scared, So just be patient, right? Since you're the teacher, right?
Bro,
so my question for you,
you're showing your arrogance. Now. Bring your verse.
No, I'm not arrogant. I'm saying if you could explain this, right? Because I'm only going to you with Quran. I'm not using no hadith whatsoever.
Sure.
So we understand from this verse, and whoever does not judge by what Allah has revealed, then those are the disbelievers.
Got it.
But when I come to you with this verse here,
do you accept what is being said there?
Yeah, I understand it.
Okay.
I understand the sabab and nasul too. Okay, here's the question now.
Is wearing red haram? Just if I wear all red, is that haram?
I never say red. It's haram.
Okay, I'm just wondering because that's what Bukhari said. But yeah,
here's a question. We'll go with the verse 66, verse 1. So Allah says, "O Prophet, why do you forbid what Allah has made lawful for you, seeking the pleasures of your wife? And Allah is forgiven, the most merciful." So basically, the Prophet made something forbidden for himself, and Allah made it lawful, meaning something that he cannot
make haram
forbid for himself. So how would you explain this verse if you don't use hadith?
Yes, the prophet is not allowed to make legislation in halal and haram. It has to come from God. So you only obey, and he is only obeying what was revealed to him, which God says in the verse that you skipped. Well, you know, the 3 verses that you gave me, there's the verse next to it, right under it, you know, where it says that we have revealed the book to you. So judge with what God has shown you. So here the prophet made a judgment about something that is particular. It is irrelevant to us to know what it is, but he made it haram when God made it halal. So for example, when I asked you, is wearing red haram? You said you don't know. According to Bukhari, the prophet made that haram. Okay, so obviously I can just use this verse as an argument. There's a verse where there's a hadith that you tell me that wearing gold for men is haram because hadith says so. I can just go to this verse and say, hey, is the prophet making something haram that God made halal? So that's what this verse is telling us. So there's ibra, there's a lesson. Are you going to ask me what he made haram and which is halal? It is irrelevant. That's why it's not in the Quran.
Yeah, and the reason why I came to you with this verse, whoever judge what do not judge what Allah has revealed, those who are the disbelievers. This is that verse. So when you say we don't need hadith, you cannot explain that verse, because that verse, it shows,
I
if
didn't
you go
explain that
by,
verse.
like if I was a Qur'ani, just only Quran, that verse would
So
show me,
wait.
well,
Hold
did
on.
the prophet
So the Quran
turn
is
against the religion?
incomplete. The Quran is incomplete, right?
No, it's not incomplete, but you
So
have to understand it.
there's something missing here.
Places,
So if I
yeah.
didn't have your hadith, I would not understand the Quran.
Well, the prophet forbid
So it's not
something
complete.
for himself, right?
It doesn't
What did
matter
he
what
do?
that thing is.
That's the question.
So God is telling you the lesson. He's telling you what you need for your guidance. You're telling me that that's not sufficient for you. That there's something
No, the
missing
Quran is
here.
sufficient.
So
The
what's
Quran is
missing?
sufficient.
So but it's sufficient. Okay. Do you know what it means to be sufficient? That it on its own is sufficient for it to accomplish its task. You're telling me now that the hadith is required, and if the hadith is not existing, that I will not understand what is being said here, which means it is not sufficient on its own. So that's called a contradiction. You gave me a P and not P. You gave me a premise and an anti-premise to that same premise, a non-premise. So the Quran is sufficient, premise 1. The hadith is required to understand the sufficient Quran, premise number 2. If the hadith is not existing, the Quran cannot be understood. Conclusion, Quran is not sufficient. That's a P and a not P.
Yeah,
But I explained the verse to you.
Yeah, so the whole point is, if you are not learned, you have to remember, I'm Somali. Somalis are very known when it comes to the Quran, and when it comes to the knowledge of the Quran, when it comes to the memorization of the Quran, right? So when Allah says, "Oh, you who believe, obey Allah and obey His Messenger, and those who are in authority among you, and those who disagree over anything, reverted back to Allah and His Messenger."
Perfect.
If you truly believe. So the point of this verse, right? He says Allah and then His Messenger.
Yeah.
Muhammad
Wait.
did not brought down. It's not the words of Muhammad when it comes to the Quran.
Wait. You are making a very critical error. Okay, I'm gonna help you and save you. Where do I find Qawlul Rasul? Where do I find the statements of the messenger?
Okay, Allah said it. So did Allah made a mistake? Why would He say something
Answer
if
my
the words
question,
of Muhammad
please.
didn't exist?
My question, please. Where do I find Qawlul Rasul?
Where you find it in the Hadith, not in the Quran.
إنه لقول رسول كريم وما هو بقول شاعر قليلا ما تؤمنون. It is the sayings, it is the statements of an honorable messenger, and it is not the statements of a poet. Little do you believe. So where do I find قول الرسول? It seems like it's in the Quran. And God says, وَمِن قَبْلِهِ كِتَابُ مُوسَى نورا وهدى, or إماما ورحمة. And before it, the book of Moses. So what's the book of Moses? It would be the Torah. That's where I find out what Moses was telling to his people. Where do I find where Muhammad was saying to his people? It's in the Quran. That's why it would be Kitabu Muhammad. So this extracurricular books is not what the messenger has given you. He never authored any of them. He never authorized any of them, nor was he making sure that these people memorized it for them to regurgitate it to him 100 times. And furthermore, it's saying Ati'u Allah wa Ati'u Rasul. So there's a different types of obeying here. And then God has put the Rasul with Ulil Amr, the people of authority. So that's like a president, that's like a king, that's like the father in a household. That's who Ulil Amr is. They don't have the ability to make halal and haram. And if you have a dispute, then ردوه إلى الله ورسوله, to God and his messenger. It's not God or his messenger. So if I just take from the hadith and I don't take from the Quran to the Sunnis, that's sufficient because I have referred it back to the messenger. There's so many debates where you just quote the hadith and say that this is the judgment and this is a problem. Now, there's another verse which you quoted chapter 4. I want to show you in chapter 4 about how the Arabic language works. So when God says limits, there we go. So it says here, and you said you guys are in Somalia, you read and you memorize, so you're going to see what I tell you here, and it's very easy to follow. It says, وَمَنْ يَعْصِ اللَّهَ وَرَسُولُهُ وَيَتَعَدَّ حُدُودَهُ يُدْخِلْهُ نَارًا خَالِدًا فِيهَا وَلَهُ عَذَابٌ مُهِينٌ. And whoever disobeys God and his messenger and trespasses his limits, it's not their limits, it's not حُدُودَهُمَا, okay? He's not talking about there's two sets of limits that the messenger is putting and God is putting. That is not obey God is the Quran and obey the messenger is hadith. In fact, obeying God is the Quran and more, and obeying the messenger is the Quran.
Let me be honest. You're the most patient, right? Quran only person I met, because a lot of them
God bless
they
you.
will shut me up, right? But you, at least you have some type of knowledge. I could really deal with you easily, meaning I could have a discussion with you, all right? So that verse you brought, you said, whoever disobey Allah and his messenger. And if we say only like we're going to look at the verses of the Quran, right? We know for a fact this is not the words of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And whoever says this is the
I never
words of
said the
Muhammad
words.
sallallahu alaihi wasallam is basically turned against God.
Yes, I agree. I never
Kafir.
said it. I never said innahu kalamun nabi. There's a difference between kalam, which is
No,
kalam
I
Allah,
understand that, brother.
and
I
qawl.
understand that.
So I can have the words of God and I say it. So it's my statement, but it's the
Yes.
word of God. So the Quran is the word of God, but the statements of the messenger. And that is why God says God and his messenger. So how are you going to know what God said other than through the messenger? And when he's saying obey God and his messenger, it's coming to you like a car and his driver. You see what I mean? But it's still a single entity. It's still a single vehicle. It's still a single way of you understanding what God said. Now, prior to the Quran, people already knew that zina is haram, where you cheating on your spouse is not something that's acceptable. This is something that we could deduce because of your feelings and what God has programmed into your fitrah, into your inclinations, the natural, the nature of the human being. We know zina is bad. This is obeying God. Okay, but how would we know that if someone committed zina for us to lash him 100 times? That is where we need the messenger. It's not something that we could deduce on our own. So this is the difference between obeying God and obeying the messenger. But they come together. Because what the messenger is telling you is already what God has programmed, but the messenger is clarifying to you on how to deal with things and for you not to go through trial and error, for you to realize that injustice doesn't work or that homosexuality is not going to be acceptable to the human being or that eating pork is bad for you or fasting is good for you or that you have duties upon you as a human being towards your creator. Those are not things that we want to go through trial and error to reach.
Patience with me, right? Because this might be strong, but I'm gonna ask you, right? So, for example, the Quran, there's parts. Let's say we were just gonna let go hadith. We don't need them anymore. We don't need nothing about it, right? We're just gonna look at the Quran. So if I read a verse in the Quran and Allah says, "Ila fi Quraysh, ila fihim rihlat ash-shita'i was-sayf." Okay, so Allah is talking about ila fi Quraysh. And say if I don't know anything about Quraysh, who's Quraysh? How
The
can I
people that are
find out
around the
who are
house.
they?
The people around the
Yeah,
house.
but if we only look at the Quran
Yes,
with
it does
no
tell you that.
background information,
It does tell
then
you
it will
that.
be very difficult. It
No,
just
it
says
isn't. It
Quraysh. Who
is
is Quraysh?
the people
Basis on the
around
Quran only.
the house. So God says, فَلْيَعْبُدُوا رَبَّ هَذَا الْبَيْتِ الَّذِي أَطْعَمَهُم مِّن جُوعٍ. So we know that
Okay,
هذا
what
البيت
bait
is
is that?
present. God consistently, all over the Quran, anytime the word house was used with the distinctive article or distinct article, which is the al-bayt, it is always referring to al-bayt al-atiq. إذ يرفع إبراهيم القواعد من البيت سلام عليكم أهل البيت طهر بيتي للطائفين والعاكفين. Okay, أول بيت وضع للناس الذي هو في بكة. So we consistently see the word al-bayt using to this يطيفوا بالبيت العتيق. Okay, so we can إن الله جعل البيت الكعبة البيت الحرام, I believe, or I have that flipped. So we are capable of understanding what the bayt is, its geographical location, and now we know Quraysh is around it.
That part you did good, right? That part you
Sometimes.
really did good. Okay. But this one is going to be even way difficult. You tell me
But before you do
that,
that, I just want to say to you something. والذين يجادلون في آياتنا ويعلم الذين يجادلون في آياتنا ما لهم من محيص. So those that are
okay.
arguing and debating with our verses, they have no exit. So
Okay,
you
okay.
have to really
You're making sense. You're making sense. But
sometimes.
still, for example, say I'm a revert, new person. The Quran is the only book that I would look at and read, right? It really
Wait,
intrigued me. Okay, let me finish with this
one
part.
second.
Uh,
I don't want you
the,
to strawman our position. When we say we follow
okay.
the Quran alone, it's about legislation. There's knowledge and
That's
information
what
that
I'm
can
saying.
exist.
That's what
Perfect.
I'm
Go
doing.
ahead. Go ahead.
That's what I'm doing, right?
Mhm.
So so the revert became so in love with the book. Now wants to know the Prophet. Would you tell him who Prophet Muhammad is, his father, who's his mother, what companions, how did he dealt with them? How would you explain to a new revert those type of questions?
Well, it's the same way if somebody's asking me about Julius Caesar. Okay, it's the same way if somebody is asking me about Winston Churchill. There are people that wrote documents which you use history in the the historical critical method for you to see if whatever that person is and who he is as an individual, who his parents are. But this is not pertaining to religion. So when I'm saying that the Quran is sufficient, whatever history is writing down is whatever history is writing down, and that's to a certain degree assumption. Is it imperative for me to be a Muslim? No. If somebody wants to go explore what people wrote down about Prophet Muhammad, it doesn't mean that they're going to get an accurate biography of Prophet Muhammad. But if I want to understand the character of Prophet Muhammad and his moral and his worldview, then yes, I would look into the Quran, and that would get you closer. But the name of the names of the wives of the Prophet or his parents, it's not imperative for me to know, for me to be a religious person. It's just like the same with Moses or the same with David and Solomon. Because in my worldview and in my paradigm, I see Muhammad as worthy as David and Solomon and Jesus and Moses, and I do not put Muhammad on a level above them. And I love Muhammad as much as I love Moses and Jesus and all the other prophets, and I defend them in the same manner. So I do not put this emphasis on a single prophet. And if somebody wants to go through the history and see what people read to them, by all means, but it does not make you closer to God in any way. It just gets you
Yeah, I
closer to
mean,
Muhammad.
even if you try to answer, but like the Israelites, for example, they know their prophet, they know his the lineage that he come from, like his parents, what tribe he is from. For example, the Christians, they know about Mary, they know about Jesus, they know about the prophets, the bloodline. But if we only focus on Quran, we will never know the bloodline of Prophet Muhammad. How
And
could
there,
they be better than us in terms of knowing their prophet, but we don't know?
because in their community, it's something that's imperative to them because they follow the bloodline. That's why it's the child of Israel, and they're going tracing back all the way to prove that the human came from a single seed. For us, we can also piggyback off that, and we know that Muhammad came from the seed of Ishmael because the Ishmaelites, based on what the Torah was saying, they were in the land where Muhammad was born. And because Muhammad was clearly a prophet and he brought words that are aligning with what the Torah is saying, and he's also presenting to you the same ideology that is what Jesus preached to his his people about the kingdom to come, which is heaven, then we could clearly see that this man was also a prophet, as he prophesied in the Quran. And the thing that we would want to assume at that point, that he is from Abraham, and that seals the deal for the child of Israel. So it's not imperative for me to know the direct father of Prophet Muhammad, but what it's important for me to know is that that's the seed that Abraham left in the desert. That's it. So there's enough answers. It's not the answers you might be looking for, but those answers are irrelevant to you. So in the military, they have something called need to know basis. So they do not tell you everything that needs to what everything has happened in regards to intelligence or intel, and they just tell you what is enough for you to accomplish your job. The Quran itself is presented to you as a need to know basis. You have sufficient information with the least amount of words required for you to do what you need to do. It's not one extra word, and not one word is less. God knew exactly what you needed to a perfect degree.
My last question.
That you said that 4 questions ago, bro.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is the last question.
Last one though.
I want
Okay.
you. Okay, so you said Prophet Muhammad is related to Ishmael. Can you prove that Prophet Muhammad is related to Ishmael, and the Quraysh related to Muhammad basis only by using the Quran?
Yeah, so God states that he has left, Abraham left a part of his seed in the Baytik al-Muharram. Okay, so God states that in chapter 14. Abraham is saying he left his seed there. Now, consider, and the person who raised that house, إذ يرفع إبراهيم القواعد من البيت وإسماعيل. Okay, Ismailu. So Ismail was also building that house. So he's present there, and that's the seed that was left there. And then later, we also know where Abraham was praying along with Ismail for God to send them a messenger. Okay, and that God in Surah Al-Jum'ah, he says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم هو الذي بعث في الأميين رسولا منهم. He is the one who sent a messenger among the who? The Gentiles. The Gentiles are the ones who are present in Mecca and Medina at the time. So this is where we could make the connection that Ismail is coming from the seed of Abraham, and Muhammad is coming from the seed of Abraham and Ismail, specifically that seed. Brother.
Okay, you answered great.
God bless you for being honest.
I'm gonna tell you, if you was a new revert, you wouldn't answer these questions, because if they don't take the hadith any importance, then they will not know. You see what I mean?
But it's only the Sunnis that come up with these questions. I don't see reverts asking me, how do you pray? See what I mean? I see the reverts, they get infatuated by the Quran and the language of the Quran and the message of the Quran, and then they start to feel threatened by the hadith, and they see that there's a huge disconnect. And when they stumble upon my channel, they say, man, you make me feel like I can love the Quran alone again, because it feels like I'm tolerating and putting up with the hadith and the stuff that they tell me, because I would feel like I'm losing something if I didn't. But then I start to not see the connection between what I saw in the Quran initially and what they're preaching. And now when you're showing me that they are also just like the Christians and just like the Jews saying lies about God, I'm capable of doing what I did with the Christian religion and remove myself from the idolatry, and then I come back to the pureness of what I found. Because to the revert, the hadith is not what captured him. It was the Quran that was captured him. So they rather stick to the Quran alone. We're giving him that option, while the other side is saying that you're going to hell for doing that.
Well, that's what the first thing I did is study the Quran before I went to the Hadith. Then from the Hadith, I understood the Quran even more deeply. Like, that's how I see it.
Did you read Bukhari?
Yeah, I did.
All of it?
I did. Not all of it. I'm not a scholar. It's going to take years to, learn.
You don't need to learn it.
Right? It's almost
reading at one
9,000
time is
ahadith.
enough, but in the 7,000. But reading at one time, it does not hurt, and it doesn't take that. Oh, it does take longer than the Quran, but within 2 months you can read Bukhari if you're reading it casually. You can read it in a month if you're really investing some time to read it. But if you believe in it, I best advise you read it.
I mean, I do read it.
Somebody's asking here in the comments, and it's my good brother Ibn Yahya, because his father's name is Yahya and his grandfather is also Yahya, so he's Ibn Yahya. But he's asking, are you ready to accept the truth now? because I've answered all those questions that you threw at me with the wrench.
Well, you did answer certain questions. The question that I didn't want that I see you couldn't answer was when I said the Prophet made himself the honey as haram. So does that make him a disbeliever at that moment?
How do you know it was honey?
Because I know hadith.
What if it wasn't honey?
Yeah, I mean, you know, like if you don't know the actual information on the verse, then you have to go back to the Prophet.
It doesn't
But do you know
matter
there's
if it's
some
honey or not.
hadith is not the words of Prophet Muhammad. Some of them actually comes from Allah directly. Did you know that?
Hadith al-Qudsi, I know that.
Yeah, Hadith al-Qudsi. So do
Do
you
you know
disbelieve in Hadith al-Quds?
because some of them contradict the Quran. Do you know there's a verse in the Quran that says that there's people that they write with their hands trying to convince you that it's from the book and it is not from the book, and they're saying a lie about God and they know it. So how I feel like that verse is talking about those specific hadith, because even in the mutawatir hadith we could see some clear errors where God would not say that to the Prophet, i.e. the world is a globe, right? Do you believe that the world is a globe?
Yeah, but
So if the world is a globe,
what I'm gonna say about
1 minute.
you know,
Let me now start pressing you. You've been pressing me, and I've been very kind to you. Now the thing is, when you say that the world is a globe, and you believe that the world is a globe, therefore it is always the last second third of the night. Okay, so when you say that God, he comes down to the heavens or the sky of the earth on the last third of the night, it's always the last third of the night. So is he always coming down, or is he always here then? Because logically it doesn't make sense.
yeah, even if that's the case, it does make sense to me. But it's
That's a
something that
mutawatir
only
hadith that is
Allah.
flawed.
That's only what Allah knows about Himself.
But
I've
that's a
never
flaw
seen Allah.
hadith. So when you say that the sun, it's gonna go when it disappears, right? When it sets, it goes and it prostrates under the throne of God until God tells it to rise again. We know when it's sitting here, it's rising somewhere else, so it didn't go anywhere. So that's
Do we
also
even
not
like?
inaccurate.
How can we like? For example, there's a lot of things in the universe where we don't know anything about.
But
So
someone's making a claim,
so
and you're
it's
saying it's
like
revelation from God. That's a problem. If I say God
well,
said this, then it's wrong, and then it's wrong. It's God didn't say that. God's not gonna lie.
yeah, but God chose prophets to explain the religion.
God
So
explained the religion through
so
His word.
if I only accept Quran only, that means I have to deny everything that was said about Prophet Muhammad, his father, where he come from,
That's not what
his
it means to be
tribe.
Quran alone, Habibi.
But this is what I see. You know, this is how I see it.
But Quran alone
So
doesn't mean what you just explained. Quran alone means that my halal and haram and my legislation comes from the Quran alone. It means I'm not going to take a judge other than God. Can I present to you a set of verses? I believe it's a very strong argument so that you would
okay.
understand what the hadith truly is. So I'm going to take you to chapter 6. Okay, and I love this argument, and like subhanallah, I don't use it as often, but it's like I got reminded of it recently, and I want to present it to you. God is telling us about the enemies of the Prophet. Okay, so he says about jinn, I believe. Yep, there it is. Okay, so I want you to understand and watch the chain of what God is telling us here. Okay, so we have here these sets of verses. In chapter 6:14, وكذلك جعلنا لكل نبي عدوا شياطين الإنس والجن يوحي بعضهم إلى بعض زخرف القول غرورا ولو شاء ربك ما فعلوه فذرهم وما يفترون. Okay, and thus we have made enemies for every prophet, devils of humans and jinns, inspiring to each other the decoration of delusive statements, like decorated words. And if your Lord had willed, they would not have done it. So leave them on what they fabricate. And then it says here, وَلِتَصْغَى إِلَيْهِ أَفْئِدَةُ الَّذِينَ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ بِالْآخِرَةِ وَلِيَرْضُوهُ وَلِيَقْتَرِفُوا مَا هُمْ مُقْتَرِفُونَ. And so that the minds of those who do not believe in the hereafter were inclined to it in order to approve it and to commit what they are committing. So God is telling us that there's enemies to the Prophet, that they have words right? That it's decorative in style, and the people that don't believe would listen to these words, right? And notice how now we're talking about words that people are using to diminish the prophet. And then from there, God from 113 to 114, he says, so shall I seek a judge other than God, while he is the one who has revealed to you the book explained in detail. أَفَغَيْرَ اللَّهِ أَبْتَغِي حَكَمًا وَهُوَ الَّذِي أَنزَلَ إِلَيْكُمُ الْكِتَابَ مُفَصَّلًا. And those to whom we gave the book know that it has been revealed from your Lord in truth, so do not be of the doubters. So notice how God is here, right? وَالَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابَ يَعْلَمُونَ أَنَّهُ مُنَزَّلٌ مِّن رَبِّكَ بِالْحَقِّ فَلَا تَكُونَنَّ مِنَ الْمُمْتَرِينَ. So God is telling us there's enemies. These enemies are saying lies with their words. This has obviously been written down, and I can show you a verse where God says that he'll have it written down so that the people who have disease in their hearts, they start to hold on to it and they love it. And then God says, but hey, I have brought you a book for you to use as a judge, and you shouldn't use anything else to judge. And there's that book that the devil has put together. So now you're telling me the only way you could understand this book is with what the devils have conspired, and that's how you come to your religion, and that's a problem.
There's a lot of parts in the Quran where I could understand without me looking at Hadith, for example, words of Allah. There's some parts that is for me to understand the history, like Quraysh, the example that I showed you, right? Would I know Quraysh if I don't know the history of the Prophet? So I look at the history of the Prophet, get to know him, and that's how I would know certain Quran. Like when you talk about Surah Al-Qalam, for example, or Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq, right? Those verses, you could find it in the hadith, what happened at the time of Prophet Muhammad when he was receiving his first revelation, right? So this is, some areas where I would use hadith to understand the Quran more deeply. The Quran is the words of God,
You
is
didn't
must to
understand the
believe.
Quran deeply.
Yes.
No, you didn't understand anything deeper at that moment. You are understanding the reason why that was written. It has absolutely nothing to do with what is written. You're saying, why was this written? Or are you saying, how was this written? Or what was this written? So when you're reading a verse, اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق, it has the detail that you are required for you to know what God is telling you. Why God revealed it in that sense, and that the prophet was in the cave and all of this, it has no bearing and it adds no value to what is being said. Because you're trying to take these words that are presented to you and trying to apply it to the prophet. But the prophet already finished his life. Take those words and apply it to you. When it says Iqra, okay, Bismi Rabbika alladhi khalaq, God is talking to you now. He's no longer talking to the prophet who is a messenger. The messenger told you that same message, so now you read. وَيَعْصُمُكَ اللَّهُ مِنَ النَّاسِ. Yes, that's to the prophet, that's to the messenger. But now I'm going to apply it to myself because I want to follow my messenger. I want to follow my prophet. I want to experience what he was experiencing when he was applying the Quran. So I contextualize it to myself. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم. So God is teaching by the pen. So I learn by writing things down. I don't need to know the reason why this was revealed. I have enough information for me to get closer to my Lord. But brother, I think this is a fair point for us to part ways, and
Okay.
inshallah, we'll see you on the high waves again, Somali pirate.
No problem, brother. I just wanted, because you talked about Surah Al-Qalam, right? The last part, and then we're done, right?
Go ahead. I'll let you have the last word.
Okay. So within this first, if I apply this surah myself completely, because when Allah says, "Kalla lam yantahi lanasfa'anna bil nasida," right?
Nasir, yeah.
So this verse here is talking about if he does not desist, right, then we will grab him by his forelock.
Yep.
So we know there is something going on in this verse.
Right? Yeah.
Who
Some
God is
people.
talking about.
So God says, وَلَقَدْ كَانَ فِي قُصَصِهِمْ عِبْرَةٌ. You see, you want to know who, You're not learning the lesson. God is telling you about the story of Joseph, and at the end of the story of Joseph, he says that there is a lesson in it for those who possess knowledge or intellect. So now when God is telling me, did you see the one who forbids people from praying? Okay, was he commanding in righteousness? Was he aware that God is seeing him? Do not obey him and carry on and do what, and prostrate to God. So for me, now I have this example. God says, وَلَقَدْ ضَرَبْنَا
Because
لِلنَّاسِ فِي
brother,
هَذَا.
yeah,
So
because I
anytime
wanted,
someone's forbidding me from prayer or he's forbidding somebody
yeah,
to prayer, that
do not
verse
obey
comes.
him. That part,
That's
do not
that's the
obey him. Why?
right,
Why God only says him? He's talking about one person. Okay? So how would you explain this
but
verse? That
brother, the
person that God is
remembrance.
talking about.
That person is irrelevant. It's the situation that's relevant. So when you are in that situation or you're witnessing that situation, God is telling you the answer. That is
That's
exactly
why.
what the Quran is saying.
Yeah,
You're thinking
that's why, brother. I cannot be a Qurani.
that's fine for
That's one
you.
of the reasons.
For you to
Yeah,
believe in the Quran, you
'cause I
have
like
to know who it
history.
is. You have to know who it is for you to understand that the Quran, what it's telling you. If you don't know who it is, you're lost.
No, no. For me, it's just I want to know the people
But
that
I'm
God is
saying
talking
that
about.
if
The
you
Quran.
don't know who it is the Quran lacking? Did I get disconnected? Anyways, brother Somali Pirate, I think we've been. Can you guys hear me? They're telling me to sink your ship. I'm gonna have to sink your ship, bro. That is it. We have spent 40 minutes. I thought we could have got somewhere where he has, with some genuinity, conceded that I was answering what he was questioning. But unfortunately, in this flight of battleship, he came with a Somali pirate ship, and I came with a aircraft carrier because I follow the Quran, and he follows what he assumes is the Quran, but the Quran is lacking. So, Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakeel. Let's see. There's so many people in here that I am going to bring this brother up first.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. How are you?
Walaikum salam. Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Yeah, I've been listening to some of your programs and wanted to talk to you previously. Have also sent you an email, but now I've got the opportunity finally. I'm also a Quran-only Muslim. I'm a scholar as well. I've done the translations of the Quran, one of the translations of the Quran, and I've written 3 tafsirs on the Quran. One is on astronomy, origins of life, and Sharia. And
Okay. So with all due
there are
respect, I do get your emails and I did check out your channel, and it
okay.
seems like you want to debate me. And the thing that I don't understand, you came to me right now and you said that you're a Quran, you follow the Quran alone, and that you watch some of my sermons, but you want to debate me in regards to what I believe.
There obviously are some my understandings of the Quran slightly differ from yours. So I treat debate as tools of learning. I'm not treating debates as means of winning or contesting. I'm treating debates as means of learning and enhancing learning. So when I have some opinions on certain things, for example, prayers, like 5 prayers, I still think the Quran has 5 prayers in them. So I want to validate my understanding against yours when you, in a debate setup, when you would present your evidence, then that gives me a chance to validate my own understandings. So
But
therefore,
I
I think
don't I
debates
don't
are
believe
useful.
I don't believe in regards to two people who have already came to the same position where a debate would be helpful as a tool of learning, because you're coming and we're going to have to repeat the same points that this has been repeated constantly, wherein you are not freeing me from something that I'm doing wrong, nor am I going to guide you to something that is better, because simply you're allowing God to guide you. If you're having an issue with the Arabic language, or you're having an issue with approaching something, nothing that I will tell you will change your mind. And nothing you're going to tell me now is going to change my mind. It's not that I'm close-minded. This is the psychology of who people who would follow the truth do. So the people around Noah, Noah was saying that it's not for me to chase them away. It does not mean that everybody around Noah would have understood the Quran the exact same way that Noah did. It just means that they are believers. So if you want to talk about the 5 prayers, I'll go ahead, but it's going to be a very long circle, because we're going to get back to this exact same point. I know, as you said, you're a scholar, so you're very set in your way. Not sure what you're trying to... You look like the Khawarij. Khawarij has a way of looking. But go ahead. Prophet Daniel has spoken.
Well,
What is the point of contention by what I speak and what you have to offer? I mean,
my
when it comes
development-
down to the Quran, I believe the best way is for you to offer and for me to offer and let the people understand. But if you want to go toe to toe, let's do it.
No, I don't necessarily intend to like battle out things. I'm very respectful of you. I really think high of you, that you've done significant work in the
God bless.
field of work, and I really see you as a respectful figure and doing good work. Not necessarily to put you down or something like that. People may have these tendencies, like we evaluate people, coming and challenging us as negative in a negative light, but that's not the intention that I'm here for. In fact, some of my works, I believe, may actually end up benefiting Muslims a lot, because my development as a Muslim, as a knowledgeable person, really happened in Australia. After I met atheism here, like atheists, I had several years of debate with them, read their books, and wrote the books that I wrote in response to their books that they offered me to read. So there's a lot of value addition in my works, but that can only come to light if I have engagement within the community. So far, all my efforts to engage with the community have been downplayed and undermined, and have been criticized heavily, not given a platform at all in the Muslim community.
Can I say something?
Sure,
I'll tell
please
you
go
why.
ahead.
It's not my business. I don't know your age, but from experience, okay, just simply experience, the way that you present yourself, it's not, when people say it's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. That's the general
Okay.
sentiment. Even when I'm watching your videos, it's the general sentiment. You're just putting yourself in a position where you're going to talk at me. And it's not more so that where you're presenting your side, you're just telling me your side. So there's a point of
Okay.
presentation, and then there's the way of handling it. Yes, I did get your email, and I saw that you're always on my comments saying, "Hey, let's have a debate. Let's have a debate. Let's have a debate." Clicked on your channel, and your channel was presenting itself in not a way that I thought you were Christian, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's a fair assessment, because my channel, previously I had a channel called Allah's Narrative, but it wasn't really going anywhere. And my main intention is to engage with the Western audience, basically Christians and atheists. So for the Christians, my channel name catches their eye. It's like a door opener for them. So Prophet Daniel is somebody they revere as a prophet of historical significance and value. So I believe this name, Prophet Daniel has spoken, means Prophet Daniel has spoken in favor of Islam, is my presentation. So some of my videos, I explain these prophecies, how Islam is the prophecy that was fulfilled by Prophet Daniel. So, brother,
Excellent.
some of my debates that I have, if I don't know whether you watch them with Christians, if you watch them, then you might know a little bit of the dynamic that I bring into my debates and engagement with the Christian community. I don't know how much you watch them, but it's a good thing to engage. Like, I want to engage with you in a respectful way, and collaborate and do more. That's my intention. That's how I feel about it.
Yep.
So obviously attitudes may be different. My attitude would be different from yours. You may have some problems with my attitude, but
I don't have a problem. It's just for me, it's like, how people say, I mean, sorry, I don't mean to be rude. It's a matter of efficiency. I didn't perceive that there might be, like, for me, a way to assist you, or rather assist myself as well. So it's like, it's about my time, and my time is limited. But you are here. You are now, like, you're present. The brother's YouTube channel is Prophet Daniel Has Spoken, if you guys want to check it out. And if you have something to ask me about, or something that you want to tell me, or something part of your discovery, I think here's your opportunity.
Yeah, well, thank you for the shout out, though. I really appreciate that. And obviously, there's a lot of material that I want to discuss with you. It's not just one subject area or anything like that. My first book is on science. I'm explaining the science of creation involving planet Earth and its skies. It's a very interesting book, very interesting concept that comes in the Quran. I'm explaining that. We can go into the details. If you are okay to do those things in the future, we can go into the details. But what I want to say, really, brother, I am feeling alone at this point in time. After I do debates with Christians, I want to do some, debate over, like, after the debate kind of thing, programs, like how the debate went and everything. And I invite Muslims to do that with me, but they don't correspond with me. Like, there are other Muslims who do similar stuff, but I try to reach out to them after my debates. Like, I had a debate with Sam Shimon. If you have seen that, I wanted to do an after debate with some Muslims, to evaluate the debate, how it happened and everything. But I feel myself left alone. So this is where I'm trying to reach out to the community and see if there can be potential collaboration with people, where we can discuss these subject matters, in a bit more detail, and that sort of helps me come on board on YouTube Marketplace. Like, it's a hard struggle. I've been doing this for 6 months and hardly
It's not
180
easy, bro.
subscribers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I
it's
get what you're
terrible.
doing, and I understand, and I appreciate it. But there's a little finesse, and I think you need to learn the finesse. That's my recommendation. So
Yeah,
yes, you're at 180 subscribers. I see the material. It's just the way that's being presented. I'm sorry, it sounds very opinionated, which you have the right to do so. That's all, bro. So I think you're not appealing to people that want to hear it.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. I do recognize that, but I
yes.
don't know what to do, what maneuver to make, what else to
Well,
do.
okay,
Yeah.
here's the thing. So this is my personal recommendation to you. I'm not saying that this is what you should. It's just a personal advice from a brother to a brother. So you have to see if you are trying to help the Christian understand the beauty of the Quran, then that's
Yeah.
where your focus needs to be. If you are trying to help people understand the beauty of the Quran without hadith, then that's where your focus needs to be. If you are trying to express to people your scholarship, then you do not have the credentials. You have your platform there has to come from the people who have been studying with you this exact same material. So if I am a person who's a chemist and I have a breakthrough through chemistry, the people who appreciate chemistry would be with me, watching and promoting. But since you are on your own island with these discoveries that you're making, which you're adhering to the Quran, and you're not going through a universal, like a university way of approaching this type of scholarship, then you're going to be left alone, because it's very subjective. It's like, I'm sorry, it's giving me I don't know if you know him, like a Hani Achan type vibes, where you're just making conclusions and you tell people the conclusions and there's not much to engage in. It's just because simply it's your conclusion. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where I feel left alone, because I want people to engage with me and ask questions so I can explain more. That has not been happening with me. I mean, for some weird reason.
It's not some weird reason. It's the Quran talks about this. But I think you need to find a verse that talks about it. The Quran directly talks about this.
What is it? What is the verse?
God gives success to the believers. I'm not saying that you're not a believer, but what you're presenting is not something that God wants to spread. Simple. And if it's going to be spreading and it's something that needs to be said the way that you're saying it, then you have to persevere and you hold on to the rope. But there's times where you have to evaluate what's happening around you and what's going on. And your input is just simply not giving you the output you're looking for. So change your input. And God is going to guide you to the right input. Remember that.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that advice, but I believe my sacrifices over the years, in the past 12 years, I've dedicated my life. I don't do any other job but
Perfect.
writing these books.
Perfect.
So,
So find that audience, brother. I'm not saying that what you're doing is wrong. I'm just saying that your approach, maybe what you're looking for, maybe your intention needs to be clarified to yourself in front of God. And you make a commitment to God. So there's some things in the Quran like a covenant. You make a promise to God and you hold on to that promise, and God will give you something in return, as long as it's either you want something in this earth or you want something in the hereafter. But God does not accept self-dishonesty. And I'm not saying that that's
Yeah.
what you're doing.
No, that's correct. I mean, I take criticism very positively. Okay, and thank you for that advice. My intention is not to have a massive following. That's never been my intention.
Yeah.
My intention of doing these things, these works that I've done, is only to please my Lord. I'm not seeking an audience.
Can you present one of the things that you've discovered? But very quickly, like summarize it. Like I need you have like a elevator pitch.
Okay, so one of the discoveries would be the 7 heavens, samawat, that God talks about in the Quran. They are homosphere, heterosphere, ozone layer, ionosphere, plasmasphere, magnetosphere, radiation belts, and the sky of gravity. These are the 7 layers that God talks about in the Quran. Okay, this is one of the primary things in my first book. The first chapter talks about it.
Are the stars in the first sky?
There are two types.
What is the sky of the world then?
The sky of the world is the sky. Solar system is the sky of the world. The stars fall in the first major sky, which is as-samawatul ula. You know, there are two. There is a differentiation between the sama of the planet Earth and the sama, which are the major skies.
When God says samawati sab'a, He's talking about the sky of the earth, and not the 7 layered skies on top of us, outside of the earth.
So when God talks about the 7 layers of the sky, they are as I listed them out. When God talks about the samawatul ula, those are the major heavens.
I'm going to show you something. So when God is saying something that He begins creation and He repeats it, God has a signature. And this signature is something where it's testable. So you have the planet Earth, and above it, you have the 7 layers that you want to say that there's 7 layers, okay? But in the same concept, if you look at an electron, it has 7 power levels, where you would find inside, in an atom, you find the electrons within 7 power fields. You see what I mean? So you have the ground, which would be the nucleus, I believe, the protons and the neutrons are there, and then the electrons are within the 7 levels. See what I mean? It's the same system. And here we have the solar system in the dead center, right? Let's say that it's in the dead center. And above it, you have the 7 skies as well. So the concept is constantly being repeated to you in many ways. God, for creation to be spreading, He takes entity 1 from it, He takes entity 2, He makes a spark in between, and then it starts to multiply. So you have the Big Bang where it was a single mass. They say that it split, became 2, there was a spark, and then it exploded, and everything came out of it. And it's the same thing with bacteria. You have a single stem, it becomes 2, and then they fuse, and then whatever happens after that. The human being, God pulls something out, they have sex, more humans come. The system of God. So what you analyzed is true. Some people say that this atmosphere has 7 levels, but it does not necessitate that that's what God is talking about in the Quran. It just can be applied that way. Doesn't mean that that's what He intended it. Does that make sense?
Well, to be honest with you, I've written a book on it. The book is pretty heavy. It's 300-page book on this exact subject. So there's great details in those books. And the first chapter, where I'm talking about the sky layers of the earth, it's just the first chapter. So I would encourage you to have a look at the first chapter of the book to be able to, find interest in the subject matter, and then you want to talk about it, converse about it in greater detail. That would be lovely.
Was Adam part of evolution?
No, I don't think so. Adam was created from sand, from clay.
Outside of evolution, correct?
Yeah, outside of evolution, yeah.
But
from scratch.
But do you believe evolution existed?
I believe some of the animal kinds were had placental descents, like their ancestors were slightly different, and some animals that we tame, like for example livestock, were descendants from ancestral animals through placental descent. Okay, not necessarily through evolutionary sequence that evolutionary biologists will talk about, but aimed descents.
So different creature came from a single creature. So I have I'm giving a very extreme example. You have a horse and he gave birth to technically a dog.
No, I don't believe that. Some of the livestock, which are pretty small ranged animals, like for example, the horse that has a single hoof, I believe came out of an ancestral animal that had multiple hoofs. So that was easy for God to create from a placental line, a new descent.
Okay.
But I don't believe all life came from a single cell. I don't believe that evolution theory.
Do you believe that nuclear is required for the concept of life to begin then? Like the
Sorry.
primordial soup? Do you believe in the primordial soup? I believe is what it's called.
No, I believe life. God can give life today to a new creature. You don't
Yes.
need that exact
yes.
timing during the creation time period.
So I'm not arguing with that. I'm saying that God can initiate whatever he wants whenever he
Yeah.
wants. But within the
Absolutely.
scopes and the environment that God has programmed, is there a condition where bacteria would appear? Not bacteria, just let's say
Spontaneously?
single cell. Yes. Out of
Spontaneously, I don't believe.
Nuclear primordial.
I don't
whatever that-
believe that to be the case. I believe initiating life is a specific call that God takes, and when He issues the command, and that's
Right.
when the earth begins to form it.
So I think also, for example, just to answer very quickly, so God has already pre-programmed the required steps for somebody to pass away, for him to die. If those conditions are met, death is happening, and that's only in the hands of God. Nobody can program death or reprogram death. So if I choke myself and I no longer have oxygen, I have caused the environment for death to appear. Okay, is that true?
Okay, that's correct.
So, and God can move out of what has been pre-programmed because God does whatever he wants. If I throw somebody in the fire doesn't affect him because God said for that specific fire, that's what's going to occur. Now, do you think that there is preconditions that if those conditions are met in that environment, life can be produced because God said so?
I don't believe. I
So,
believe.
but you believe that for death, but you wouldn't believe that for life?
No, even death, there is something. I believe in this concept of determinism. God has determinisms through which processes unfold or outcomes come along.
Predeterminism, yes.
Determinism, if those criteria are met, you can potentially die. But if God would want to intervene and save your life, He could do so. Right? Under normal circumstances where there is no intervention, you would die.
As I was saying, without the direct intervention of God to go away of what is predetermined, outside of just strictly with the pre-programming, you have agreed that there are conditions. If those conditions are present, death will occur.
Yep.
Right? If the atmosphere disappears, we're all dead.
Yep.
Okay. So you don't think there's conditions that if these conditions are met, life will appear?
Okay, that's a very good question. In fact, one of the atheists the other day was talking to me about this exact question, and I don't believe those conditions are sufficient by themselves for life to be realized.
But why?
Yeah, because I believe the Ruh al-Qudus, which is the spirit angel Gabriel, he has the authority to instill life.
No.
Okay, so he breathes. I believe breathing of life is necessary for.
You made a mistake.
Life. So okay, I mean, this is where I want to validate my ideas, brother. I mean, this is exactly why I want to engage with you.
I know,
okay?
but I pressed you for this specific purpose. So God says that our messengers, they're the ones who are causing death. So the messenger comes and he says the word die and the thing dies. It's not the messenger causing death. And Gabriel, he did not cause life. Gabriel was just simply delivering the message. So the thing is, when God says something to you, your brain hears it and it happens. So the angel's job is just to deliver the message. So when life is being created, yes, at that moment, the word is being delivered. But it's just like in the womb. If somebody has sex in the cell 1 and cell B, they go in, the condition has met for life to continue or to begin at that point. See what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I do understand that. I mean, I do, and I hold on to that. Those
Okay.
conditions are absolutely necessary. But I believe life originates in the material at the permission of God, and that permission is when the ruh comes in. You know, the breathing of the life happens. So the
Again,
breathing of the
brother,
life
I,
happens.
I, I think this is where it's going not to be able to help each other because you're very set in your way.
Well, I'm telling you, like, I'm open to exploring these ideas with you. I mean, I'm not saying that my way is the correct way and your way is the wrong way. I'm not saying that, brother.
And
I'm not
neither am
saying.
I. But all I did
Yeah.
was push you a little bit. That's why I just
Yeah.
wanted to push you. And I know what and I know what I'm saying to me, I can validate with my worldview. And what you're saying to me, you can validate in your worldview. You might
Yeah.
change a little things, but you're not willing to drop any of what you believe in because you, as you said, you've been
No,
doing this for 12.
no, that's not correct, brother Muhammad. Brother Muhammad, I have changed quite a lot in my last 12 years. I have I've dumped many of the beliefs that once I hold, as appropriate, I no longer hold on to them, right? So I have continually improved, and for you to make that conclusion about me is a bit unfair because I believe, engagements like these with people of intellect, it's going to enhance learning. So I'm not opposed to learning at all. Like, that's never been my cup of tea. I never disregard people's opinions and the knowledge that comes, the new knowledge that comes, which I did not perhaps think about. I really consider them, and I think about that. I think about those ideas, new
But
ideas, right?
then the thing is just again, we're falling into what you're telling me as your own assumption that something needs to be breathed into a creature for life to occur, which there is no substantiated evidence in there. The only thing that we were told that God has breathed life into Adam, and that which is because it's outside of the scope of evolution, if you're going to believe in evolution, and the breath of life was breathed into Mary, which caused Jesus, which again is a miracle. So these two concepts is where God's direct intervention to cause this life was him breathing that life into
Yeah,
an
I can see your
entity.
point. I can see your
Thank you.
point.
All praise to God.
I can actually see your point where you're coming from. You're treating these incidents as exclusive incidents where God intervenes. But what my understanding is, like, I consider these things. I consider these things as a preset, as a benchmark way of how actually God does things across the spectrum. So the difference being, I'm considering them as across the spectrum, and you're considering them to be exclusive. And this is where the disagreement is, actually. And I'm not set in my mindset, brother. To be honest with you, I'm not set. I I just took these things from you today, and I would like to meditate and contemplate more about it. And that's who I am. All
Okay.
right. So I'm not having a set mindset. You know what I mean?
Perfect, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
And as
Yeah.
I was saying to you, I was just trying to push you to see who you are. I hope I didn't come off as a certain way, but I was trying to kind of like feel you out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, look, I am happy to talk to you, and nothing that you've said today is causing me any negativity. I mean, this is the first time we are interacting, and anything is possible. All things are possible.
Right.
But the goodwill
Peace.
is what is important. I have goodwill for you, and I
Right.
believe you will eventually have goodwill for me.
It's not
And
eventually.
this
I
is
already have
all I
goodwill for
desire.
you, but unfortunately, these type of conversations, they require extensive amount of extensive amount of time, which for me in this time and what I'm trying to pursue, I just simply do not have for it. Because as I said, as you know, these are very extensive and deep and very philosophical and very scientific in nature. And the way that you need to approach this, there's so much that needs to be said, and I just simply I'm not in a state to pursue such endeavors. That's all. But if you want to have some conversation here and there's nothing wrong with that. We do have a Telegram group, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that would be willing to have long discussions with you. If you're feeling that you're alone, I do have. I personally have a Telegram channel. There is a discussion group that I'm not running. I have a few set of brothers. There are brothers and sisters that overlook it, and it's going really well. You're more than welcome to join there and express yourself there and see what people have to say for you.
Yeah, lovely talking to you, brother Muhammad, and God bless you. And
May God bless you too.
yeah, we will. I mean, I will want to keep in touch with you on emails, and you can brief me with whatever possibility and developments that can happen potentially between us. Yeah,
Sure. Appreciate that.
yeah. Thank you,
Thank you.
brother. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah.
Walaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Brother, I had a few questions I wanted to ask you. I watched a couple of your videos. I respect your videos. There was a time I didn't also believe in hadith, but there's certain things that I couldn't argue against when I talked to certain people.
So now you are believing in hadith.
Yeah, I believe in hadith, and I'll explain why too. So the first question is, how do you pray? There's a couple parts. How do you pray? How many rak'ahs? And how do you know how many times to pray?
3 times the rak'ahs is not something that is a requirement for application, and God has given you many verses on how to pray in the Quran.
So you're saying, for example, Fajr, you don't pray 2 rak'ahs, for example?
No, because that's not what's imperative. It's not the unit count. It is what you do in your prayer is what's imperative.
No problem. Another question I have is, with the ayahs in the Quran where it says stuff like obey the messenger, like 59:7, 480.
Is it the reason why you started following hadith again?
No. I have a couple points,
Okay.
When I get to the end, then you can say your point,
Yeah, no, sure. Well, we'll just do it your way. But so what we're trying to express when God says obey God and obey the messenger, we say obeying the messenger is following the Quran. And that would be inclusive to obeying God, and obeying God is more than that. Just simply, if I follow the Quran, am I obeying the messenger according to your paradigm?
Yes, you are, but there's points in the Quran where it differentiates the two.
I'm not asking yes with a but. God is telling me to obey the messenger. I'm asking you that if I follow the Quran, am I obeying the messenger? If there's a yes, then I have fulfilled what God has said. If you're thinking that it's a lacking yes, that's your own paradigm.
But it's not a yes or no question, because there's other ayahs in the Quran that differentiate between the two. I can explain my point though. I can explain my point.
Before we get there, when God is telling me obey God and obey the messenger, there's a checklist now. Did he obey God? There's a check mark. Did he obey the messenger?
Why are they separated? Why are they separated though? You're basically saying obey Allah, obey the Quran twice then. If you're saying the point, obey the messenger is the same as the Quran.
Obeying God is more than just the Quran. Okay? So there's more to the words of God than what it is presented to you in the Quran. But obeying the messenger, it is specific to what the Quran is saying, because that is the statements of the messenger. But when you obey the messenger, you have obeyed God as well. It's very simple. When you put your hand in the fire and the fire burns, God has programmed that, and that was done by the words of God. So God showed you, do not put your hands in the fire. That is you obeying God. And when God in the Quran, through his messenger, is saying, do not oppress yourself, you now know that putting your hand in the fire is both oppressive, because you're obeying the messenger, and God has already showed it to you. You have your natural inclinations that are within you, that you know what's halal and haram, or what is bad and good, and that is done by you obeying God.
I understand your point, but I still don't understand why would Allah mention it twice.
Because as I said to you, obeying God is more than obeying God is more than the Quran.
How do you obey the Quran? God, you follow the Quran, no? But it's on your point.
I don't think you heard what I said then.
Explain again then.
Sure. Is the fitrah from God?
Yes, from God.
Okay, so do you obey God by following your fitrah?
Yeah, I obey God for following fitrah, yeah.
So is that obeying the Quran?
I understand your point. But can I go to another that point I understand. But I want to go to another ayah then, based on something similar. In ayah 33, 34, and it says, and remember what is revealed in your houses of the verses of Allah and the wisdom. What is the wisdom in this ayah, the hikmah?
The hikmah is the application.
So you're saying the wisdom is not the sunnah at all, or the hadith?
No, the Quran contains sunnah. The Quran contains sunnah. It contains the kitab. It contains the ayat, and it contains the hikmah. But here, the wives of the Prophet are told to remember what is being recited in their house of the ayat and its application. But is it upon the wives to sit there and to narrate to the people what they witnessed? Is that what it says?
No, that's not the point I'm making with the wives to narrate. But I'm saying the
You're
wisdom
talking about
looks
the
like it's
word
something
wisdom.
separate. Yeah, it looks like something separate than the verses of Allah because they're separated in the ayah, right?
So if I come to you and I say to you that this is a plate, the plate is a singular item. On this plate, I have on it beef, vegetables, and rice. Those are three things that compose what's on the book or on the
Plate, yeah.
plate, right? So if I told you I gave you the beef and I gave you the beef and I gave you the vegetables, it doesn't mean I said that I gave you the plate and I gave you the plate. Okay, so when God is saying the book and the wisdom, or al-ayat wal-hikmah, or al-furqan wal-mizan, okay, those are all concepts that are presented on the plate to you, which is the Quran. Okay, the Quran contains the book and the wisdom. To say that the Quran equals the book is incorrect. So, for example, God says in chapter 17, ذَلِكَ مِمَّا أُوحِيَ إِلَيْكَ رَبِّكَ مِنَ الْحِكْمَةِ. That is what your Lord has revealed to you of the wisdom. Okay?
Okay. But you understand how someone can take it that way, right?
If I say to you right here that you see the gentleman in the chat, his name is the Protein Sheikh. If I say to you, my brother and my friend, to you, it's easy for you to think that it's two people. But I'm giving you two attributes of the same individual. He is my brother and he is my friend. So the Quran, it contains...
I understand how it can be both, brother, but also the Quran said
God
it's clear, but then it really seems like it's two separate things. I understand your point, but I can interpret it the other way and I'm still right.
You're right, it's two separate things, but now the question is, where do I find those two things? Now, because they are two separate entities or two separate attributes, does that mean that they are two separate books? Or does it mean that there are two separate things that are within the same entity? If I say Ar-Rahman and Al-Kabir, it doesn't mean that there's two gods. But where do I find Al-Kabir and where do I find Ar-Rahman?
I have another ayah though that kind of supports this point though. It's a similar point because in ayah 1644, and we have revealed to you the message that you make clear to the people what was sent down to them. What is
That's not what the verse says.
What does it say? You can say the verse exactly.
So the thing is, you said that you were a Quran alone and then you started to follow Hadith, yet every single argument you brought is exactly what every Sunni brought.
But those are the main points.
But these points have been answered so many times, so I'm starting to assume that you weren't a Quran alone. So let me answer you for 1644. It says بالبينات والزبر. That's what it starts with the scriptures, okay, and the proofs or the records, okay, which is what was brought down to what? The people before the Quran. So they were given books before the Quran. وأنزلنا إليك الذكر, and we have brought down to you the remembrance. لتبين للناس ما نزل إليهم. It's not أنزلنا إليهم. So we have given you to tell them what was given to them. So it's not about clarifying the Quran, but the Quran is clarifying what was already been given to the people. One, there's many verses where God says ayatin bayinat. It is clear. It is clear verses, and then you have the verses where God also states وَكَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ آيَاتِهِ, and that is how God clarifies His books or His verses. I want to take you to chapter 6 as well.
Brother, could you show that ayah, the full ayah in English? I just want to see that 1644.
Yes.
Just the full ayah in English.
Okay.
Because to me, I understood it as the Prophet explaining the Quran.
Yeah, but this is you just taking a verse in isolation and not realizing what's being said. That's what's happening.
No, but I'm not opposed to being wrong, though, brother. That's why I came up.
Yes, I understand that, but I feel like we're just going to argue in circles, though. So, بالبينات والزبر, and here it is, with proofs and scriptures. What are the proofs in the scriptures? So let's read the verse before it. And we did not send before you except men to whom we inspired. So ask the people of remembrance if you do not know, okay? With proofs and scriptures. So God is saying with proofs and scriptures at the beginning. And He says that we have revealed to you the remembrance, okay, that you may clarify to the people what was revealed to them. So revealed to you and revealed to them is two separate things. Perhaps they will ponder, okay?
So you're saying it's talking about Christians? That's what you're trying to say?
Now I can show you a verse. Let me just pull it up, and I believe it's 5:16. It's right here. Okay. So
But is that
it's
your point, brother, that you're trying to say?
what? One second. Oh, people of the book, who are those?
The Christians, Jews.
Our messenger has come to you to clarify to you much of what you have concealed of the book while overlooking much. There has come to you from God a light and a clear book. What's the light and a clear book here?
Quran.
Exactly. And the messenger is clarifying to the people of the book what they were concealing of the book. See how it says the word clarify? I want to go back to the verse in 1644. Okay. So this is chapter 16. And I'm just going to put the word clarify. Okay. I'm going to search for the word clarify. Okay. Here we see the one that you said, 1644. And then if we say, and then we go to verse 64. Okay. About 20 verses later. And we have not revealed the book to you except
Right
to
there,
clarify.
right there. And we have not revealed the book to you. Isn't that the Quran?
Yes, and we have not revealed the book to you except to clarify to them what they have disagreed, and a guidance and a mercy for people who believe. So the book is used to clarify what people disagreed. It doesn't say that the messenger needs to clarify the book.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Amazing.
But there isn't there ayahs in the Quran that it's saying like the Prophet will teach us, and obey the Prophet. Doesn't that mean Sunnah? Like most of these ayahs, how could you? Okay, the Quran is supposed to be for
is there
all.
sunnah? Is there sunnah in the Quran?
Can I just finish the point, brother?
Sure.
The Quran or the ayahs are supposed to be for all time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that? Like every ayah in the Quran is meant for all times.
Every ayah in the Quran has a lesson for all times.
Okay. So how would you obey the messenger today?
By
if you don't follow hadith, but then his but his I'll give you another thing though. There's certain judgments he made that were not in the Quran. How would you follow those?
So when God says to me, should I take a judge other than God? So that means I have to go find judgments outside of the Quran. We just
but also go into ayah 62:2. What does it say? Open up the English 62:2.
Mm-hmm.
You said that point that you just made, the Quran says not to say a judge, but the Quran also says 62:2. Open that ayah.
Yeah, we're going to it. Just unfortunately, the internet is taking its time. Here you go. Amazing verse. هو الذي بعث في الأميين رسولا منهم. Okay, he is the one who has sent a messenger among the unlearned, or the Gentiles from them, reciting his verses to them, purifying them, and teaching them the book and the wisdom.
What is purifying them? Teaching the book. And remember the wisdom we talked about before?
Yes.
This is the wisdom again.
Yeah, exactly.
Where is this wisdom today? It means the Sunnah. If you look at these two verses combined, to me it looks like the Sunnah.
Again, you're taking the verse in isolation. You're forgetting what God is saying. So here, God, watch. I want to show you something.
Keep that eye up, though. Keep that eye up, because
what does it say right here? What does it say here? What is it saying here?
Reciting his verses to them.
Which is what?
When the ayahs get sent down, he's revealing it to them.
What is he reciting?
Quran.
So why didn't he say reciting the book? Why did it say reciting his verse? That is the point, because I'll show you, bro. You're just taking verses. One minute. You're taking a verse in isolation. Okay?
But go back to the end of the verse.
Show you.
Explain the end of the verse.
I am going to explain to it, but let's get to the point.
Because that's the same wisdom I talked about before, brother.
Bro,
go back to that verse. No, you didn't explain the whole verse,
I'm answering you. You need to listen.
Explain your point.
So it says here about Jesus. The same thing. وَيُعَلِّمَهُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةَ وَالتَّوْرَاةَ وَالْإِنْجِيلَ. This is about Jesus. He will teach him the book, the wisdom, the Torah, and the gospel. In this verse, is the book, the Torah, and the gospel, or is that two separate things? Here, so you could read it again.
No, I understand your point, brother. But at the same time...
So is the book the Quran? Is the Prophet teaching them the Quran? Or is he teaching them the book and the wisdom?
The ayah says he's teaching them the wisdom. Go back to the ayah. I want to make my point with the ayah there.
Bro, I need you to just understand. is the book, does that mean the Quran?
In the ayah,
Yes.
it is in the Quran.
Okay, but then according to you, for Jesus, when God says the book, it means the gospel, right?
It's separate ayahs.
Brother, it is not.
It's separate.
Bro.
Okay, if it's talking about Prophet Isa, it's separate. It literally says the gospel right there.
Yo, 1 minute. I'm talking
Okay, go
about
ahead.
the concept of the book and the wisdom. Al-kitabu wal-hikmah.
I think the hikmah is Jesus was
I
teaching
know
the
what
hikmah
you're
of the
thinking.
gospel. Yeah,
Bro,
that's what it explains to me. Okay,
yo,
the messengers
relax.
get brought down to explain their books, right?
Relax. I just
I am
want you to
relaxed.
understand something. The word is the book and the wisdom, and the Torah and the Injil. The Torah and the Injil contain the book and the wisdom. The Quran contains the book and the wisdom. That's the whole argument. And I can prove this to you in the Quran. Kutiba alaykum as-siyam. It has been written on you that you have to fast. That is called al-kitab. Okay? That's literally what the kitab is. لا تقتلوا أولادكم. Do not unalive your children. That is called al-kitab. The Prophet will teach us that. Why? Because he's learning it from the verses that he's reciting to the people. What's the hikmah? What is the judge? What is the wisdom behind it? لا تقتلوا أولادكم خشية إملاق. Do not kill your kids out of the fear of poverty. We will feed you and we will feed them. That's the wisdom. The reason the kitab is to do or not to do something. Al-hikmah is the why. So when you see the kitab and hikmah, they go hand in hand. Okay? Do not eat pork. That's the kitab. It's dirty. That's the hikmah. So when you're saying that the hikmah is sunnah, you have absolutely no idea what you're saying. Because the Quran talks about the sunnah.
But where's the hikmah today then? You just said right now
It's
the Prophet.
in the Quran.
Wait. You just
You don't listen,
said,
bro.
I just listened to you because I'm explaining what you just said. You just said one of
Okay.
your points was not to eat pork, and the hikmah was explaining why not to eat pork, correct?
Right. So where do I
Where's
find the
your
why?
Wait. Where's the why today? Of the
Okay, here.
Prophet. Where's the why today of the Prophet?
What do you mean of the Prophet?
Because when he's saying teaches them, what is he teaching that we don't have today?
So when he's teaching them the book and the wisdom in the verse
If it's
that you
clear, why
quoted,
does he need to teach it? If the Quran is clear, why does he need to teach it?
brother, when you
This is
are
my
reading
point.
the Quran, it's teaching you. So when he's reciting the verses to
So why does he
you,
need to teach people?
when I am reciting the verse to you, you are learning, which is me teaching you. Just simply
Reciting alone is not just teaching, brother.
if you are
Teaches
taking,
explaining.
hey, bro, when I
Do you
said
go to a
the-
lecture and the teacher just says the subject name? No, he explains it. No,
brother, let me present the example.
go ahead. And I want to go back to that verse, brother, because you went off
It's
the verse
there.
really fast.
I didn't, bro.
Okay.
Let me just get the. Here it is, 6:114. There we go.
No,
6:114.
62:2 was the verse.
Bro, I'm trying to make my argument, but it's impossible.
No,
when
no
the
problem. No
person
problem.
has a problem listening.
I
and
let
following.
you explain, brother.
Yeah. Okay. So if I read this to you right here, okay, I believe this is it. Okay. There.
Okay.
Say, I'm reciting. Okay, I'm reciting here.
No problem.
I do not find in what has been inspired to me any food outlaw upon ingesting it, unless it's be a dead animal or blood poured out or the meat of a pig, for indeed it is filthy. Did you learn anything?
Yes, I learned something.
So did I teach you some?
You teach me something, yeah? But
Thank you.
but
So where's
but
the
that's-
but?
no, wait. Yeah, the Quran teaches. Okay, I'll give you another example though. I understand your point, but that's not a good point to make, because there's certain points. I'll give you example.
Okay.
I'll give you example.
So here,
And
here, you know
wait.
what?
Let me rebuttal. Now. Wait, let me rebuttal.
Before you
I let you
rebuttal,
explain.
before
Wait,
you
I
rebuttal,
let you explain. You're cutting me off when I'm
I
responding to you. That's not
concede.
fair.
I concede.
That's not fair. No, but that's
no,
not fair.
bro, because this
That's
is
not
just
fair.
a ridiculous.
Brother, no, that's not fair. That's not fair.
Go ahead.
And
Rebuke me.
Okay, in Ayah 5:38, it says, "As for the thief, male or female, amputate their hands in recompense," and then it says more. How do you know how much the person has to steal to cut off their hands? Where is how much they have to steal? So let's just say someone steals a candy. Do you amputate their hands?
What?
The hadith says how much is the minimum amount for them to have to do that. Where do you get this from?
Has that changed over the years, or was it always the same?
I'm not sure about
According to the hadith.
I'm not sure.
Oh, Omar changed that. So there was a time when people were stealing for food, and he said it's okay. We're not going to chop their hands.
That's still
You know why?
you're going around my question though. Where do you
I'm not
get
going
where do you
around your
get it though?
question. You
Where
have
do
a
you
problem.
get yours from?
You have a
You say you don't
problem
believe in
following a
hadith.
conversation.
No,
So the
you don't-
Quran is not just
I
telling you
asked
to
you a
cut
question.
off a
You're
hand of a
answering with the
thief.
question.
So it says right here, because bro, the presentation that you made,
No,
you're
I
saying that
asked
the
you a
Quran is
simple
not
question.
clear.
No,
So
no.
now I'm
I
answering
asked you
you,
a
and you're
simple
not
question.
liking the answer.
No,
So
no.
the answer
I
is right
asked
here
you
in
a
the
simple
verse.
question.
So
Go
the
ahead.
answer is here in the verse. Okay, it says right here, man. It's like
I
dealing with
asked you a
children.
simple question.
It's right
How
here
do
in
you
the
know how much?
verse.
Okay
All
then.
right.
I wouldn't have said anything once to the verse.
وَالسَّارِقُ, and for the male and the thief and the female thief, henceforth amputate their hands as a requital for what they have acquired as an exemplary punishment from God. And God is almighty and wise. Wallahu azizun hakim. Okay?
Okay.
فَمَنْ تَابَ مِنْ بَعْدِ ظُلْمِهِ وَأَصْلَحَ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ يَتُوبُ عَلَيْهِ إِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. Right? And whoever repents after his wrongdoings and reforms, and indeed God will forgive him. Indeed God is forgiving and merciful. And this is where you need to hear it. Right? This is the verse that's answering your question, but it requires you to have some reasonable understanding of who God is. ألم تعلم أن الله له ملك السماوات والأرض يعذب من يشاء ويغفر لمن يشاء والله على كل شيء قدير. Now, just simply from what we read here, do you not know that to God belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth? He punishes whoever he wills, and he forgives whomever he wills. Do you know what that verse just said to you?
Yeah, you taught me.
Can you make a valid conclusion of what's saying here? So God has his rules, and God punishes whom he wills, and God forgives whom he wills. So I am learning from my Lord, the one who is expressing to me how he gets things done. He told me to amputate the hand of the thief. If I am a leader now, and I am the one who's setting up the protocol of justice, okay, I am going to learn from my God. He forgives whom he wills, and he punishes whom he wills. So it is up to my own my own way of approaching the matter. If I want to be draconian, and if you steal a fart, I'm going to cut your hand, or I'm going to have a certain threshold where this is where I'm going to do the amputation. That's what God is saying. So it's based upon the person's own understanding and approaching to the matter. Just like how Dhul Qarnayn says...
But don't you see how extremism can be involved with this when there's not context with it?
God deludes whoever... No.
Wait,
God
I
deludes
just let
whom
you talk. I didn't cut you off, brother. I didn't cut you off once. You just said right now, example, if someone farted and you cut off their hands. Imagine Muslims today were following the Quran and went on based on your logic right now. I'm going based on what I feel and what God willed. So someone stole a small penny from me and I'll cut off their hands. How is that right? I'm asking you.
That is the person how he's approaching the Quran in the way that he wants to approach it. Yes, that is draconian and that's extreme, because there is no mercy when God is saying that there's a threshold of mercy. So the way that person is approaching it is... The threshold is not in the hadith. That's your assumption. Yo, bro, do you understand what application means?
No, but I'm saying, isn't there...
Do you understand how application means? Somebody reads this verse, there's many ways of applying it. There's a wrong way of applying
That's
it.
the whole reason, brother, that's the whole reason for hadith and how to apply it. That's the whole basis of what I'm saying.
You didn't understand what I'm saying. Even in your hadith book, it's applied differently. But you negated that point quickly. That's why I brought it up.
No, I asked you. How does it explain it then? I asked you that. I didn't go around
I just explained it to you. The threshold is based upon the person who's in charge. That is what God has ordered. If you don't like that and you need somebody 1400 years ago to tell you that they've been changing it since then that's for you to go find out. But what you're saying is that the Quran is not sufficient anymore. So that what God has presented to you, you'd have no clarity, and therefore the hadith is giving you the clarity. And at this point, I will push back to you, then what was the purpose of the Quran? To you?
No.
Nothing.
Brother,
but you learn everything from the hadith.
No, I don't. Now you're just assuming though.
What do you learn from the Quran? What do you learn from the Quran? What do you learn from the Quran?
Rulings, judgments.
Like what?
How to live your life,
like
praying,
what?
how to be a Muslim.
You don't. How do you pray? How do you pray?
That's every ayah in the Quran.
How do you pray?
What do you mean? How do you pray?
How did you learn how to pray?
From going to
hadith.
Hadith. Yeah.
Okay. So where did you learn how to give zakat?
2.5% from the hadith.
From that, where did you learn how to do Hajj?
Where do you learn how to do Hajj? Good question.
Bro, I'm trying to prove to you.
Wait,
I'm a Quran alone Muslim.
brother,
You're
brother.
a Hadith only Muslim.
Wait, no, I'm
because
not Hadith
none
only
of you,
Muslim.
bro,
I'm not though.
Tell me a judgment that you take from the Quran alone.
Brother.
Stop brothering
No,
me.
brother,
I'm trying to tell you something that you don't
you're-
understand. Tell me simply one judgment
You
from the
keep asking
Quran where
multiple
there is no
questions. You keep
because
asking
you
multiple
don't see
questions,
which.
and I never get to ask a rebuttal. I don't have a rebuttal.
Bro,
Brother,
you have
said
plenty,
Hajj.
but
No, wait. You just said Hajj. Wait. Let me finish
Because
this.
I
You just
haven't
said-
finished
wait,
the point. I can't
you
believe
just
I have
said-
to
you
mute
just-
you. I asked you about Hajj, not because that I'm trying to make a point for you to tell me about Hajj. It's not for me to tell you. I'm simply showing to you that your whole religion comes from Hadith. You have no attachment to the Quran. The Quran is not clear to you, and you take your clarity from the Hadith. So you're a Hadith only Muslim.
Brother, if the Quran says do Hajj, pray Salat, pray Zakat, and I follow the Hadith on how to apply it, how am I not following the Quran? I'm still following the Quran.
Because bro, you're saying that the Quran is not giving you the sufficient details to uphold what the Quran ordered you.
I just said a point though. I just said if the Quran says to pay zakat and I pay 2.5%, how am I not following the Quran based on your
Let me
logic?
make it very clear to you. If you
Go
didn't
ahead.
read the Quran at all,
The
and
Quran
you
doesn't
read
say a
that-
percentage. I even heard your
can
point.
you
Wait,
relax?
you're screaming. I'm relaxed the whole time.
Because
you
you're
muted me and I
interrupting.
responded to you properly.
You didn't, because that's not the point that I'm saying. I'm saying that if I did not read the Quran at all, and I read your hadith with all its detail, right? I have no use for the Quran, because the hadith is talking to me about the prayer, about the hajj, about the zakat, with all of its detail. So I didn't need to read the Quran. So I have absolutely no need for it. I don't think you're following the logic. Bro.
I understand your logic, but the hadith doesn't have everything. You're acting like people just follow only hadith and not stuff for the Quran.
So tell me something that the Quran has that the hadith doesn't have.
I don't know how to think about that.
Yeah.
I think about that.
That's the whole argument. You don't. Because you're saying that the Quran is depending on the hadith for the Quran to be followed. But if you just give me the hadith books and I read the hadith books, then now I can follow the religion and I didn't need to read the Quran. That's the whole argument. You're a hadith only Muslim.
Wait. Where do you get the stories of the prophets in the hadith?
What
like
stories
Jesus
of the
talking as a
prophet?
baby, like Jesus talking as a baby, for example.
Here you go, bro. 1 second.
No problem. Just because I can't think of something on the top of my head doesn't mean there's something that's not in the hadith that's in the Quran. You can just search up right now what's in the Quran that's not in the hadith. It doesn't mean my point's invalid.
It's no, bro. When I'm talking about the application of the Quran, it all goes back to hadith to you. Your question to me is, how do you pray? How do you do Hajj? How do you do?
It's for context. I'm still following the Quran. By doing Hajj, I'm still following. Brother, you didn't answer my question. I'm gonna go back to it. How do you do Hajj? And where do you get that from?
God tells you in the Quran, okay, very simply, that Hajj is 3 days. That when you leave Arafat with your hadi, you go to Mash'ar al-Haram, which is Muzdalifah. So you spend the first day in Arafat, you spend the second day in Muzdalifah, and then Yawm al-Hajj al-Akbar is when you do your sacrifice. You give the food around Mecca to the people of the Mecca, and he tells you exactly who's the one who's supposed to get it. You yourself also eat from it. You shave your head, and then you go and pace around the old house. And then if you want, as a voluntarily action, to pace between the two mountains. God has not left anything out of the book. But where does it say in the Quran for me to go stone a devil? Or that Hajj is 10 days? Why does God say, why does God say, Al-Hajju Ashhurun Ma'lumat? The pilgrimage is known months. For you, it's 10 days. Huh? Why does God not tell me that I should? Why is it that God is telling me that I cannot have sexual intercourse in Hajj, but Imam Malik saying that my Hajj is not, my Hajj is validated if I go have sex with a goat?
Wait. Anything that contradicts the Quran, I don't believe in.
Do you stone the devil?
I never went to Hajj yet, brother.
If you go to Hajj, are you going to stone the devil?
I'll look into it when I'm going to go to Hajj, inshallah.
Okay, so but what
I
they're
don't know.
doing now,
I looked into that point. I understand what you're trying to say. It's not in the Quran. Where did it come from? I understand that.
God knows.
Even for example,
so 2.5% is that in the Quran?
I heard your video, brother, too, when you said the more you give, the better it is.
Yeah, so
But
where's 2.5 coming?
from the Sahabas, from Muslims, early
But it's
Muslims.
not in the Quran, so why don't you just stone the devil like they did?
But these are the same people that
Your
preserve the Quran.
argument is so frustrating because you don't stand on one
No,
ground.
no, brother, because you don't trust these
Why
people.
don't you stone the devil if your book's saying that they did so? But it's not in the Quran.
That's not. I didn't say I'm not gonna do it. I said I'm gonna look into it more, which is what I should do. I never got a chance to go to Hajj.
So
yet.
so your
If I'm not
conclusion
knowledgeable,
based on
I'm gonna find out.
So your methodology is because they have said it and did it and it's written about it. I'm going to do it, which
I
is
never
not
said
in
I'll
the
do it right now. That's not my point. You didn't just hear what I just said. I
It's-
said I'm gonna research it more. That's what I just said.
So again, point number 2. Why is it 2.5%?
The Hadith.
Okay, so they talk about the stoning in the Hadith. So you
Yes,
have to be consistent.
But what did I also say? I don't believe all the Hadith.
Bro, you have not seen the stoning in the Quran, yet you are now going into speculation whether you're going to do it or not. You have not found 2.5% in the Quran, yet you're not speculating.
Wait. So
Do you
is
see
it
the
wrong?
inconsistency?
Yeah, but so you're saying if something's not in the Quran, you're not supposed to do it. Is that
When
your
it comes
point?
down to the judgment of when it comes down to the judgments of God,
So-
yes. So here, when
So
do
am
you
I
give your
wrong to
zakat?
pray? Wait. Am I want to add this point to it too.
Can we-
So if
can
I
we
if I
finish the
pray
point?
Fajr, if I pray 2 rak'ahs for Fajr, is that wrong?
No, you're not. No, you're not wrong. But to say that that's what you have to do, that's when you're wrong. Did you see the
So
difference?
what are you saying you have to do?
To pray Fajr.
What does that mean to you?
To pray Fajr.
But what does that mean to you?
To stand a prayer during the time of the dawn.
What do you say during the prayer?
God is telling you in the Quran
Where does it say in exact detail during every single
to
part
read
of the prayer?
book and perform the prayer, to stand and to prostrate, to glorify, to praise. There you go. To face the Qibla, to wash before the prayer. These are all specific in the Quran. Is there something lacking for you? Or do you need to like beat the devil with your finger? Or do you want to say salam to the angels?
Yeah, but
I don't know. Or do you want to talk to Muhammad directly? Salamu alayka ayyuhan nabi.
These are the same people though that preserve the Quran, but you take them
You're
on their word
changing
for
the
that.
argument. You keep
take their word
flip-flopping.
on
Can we
that.
stick?
No, I don't.
Every time you get cooked on what you're presenting, you go start with something else. It's very wrong in the way that you're debating.
You
I'm
go to
answering
different
a
ayahs.
question.
When I mention an ayah, you go to a different ayah. You'll
I
mute
don't
me,
go
you'll
to a
cut me
different
off.
ayah,
You're
bro.
the host. You're the host.
I'm not
You're the
cutting
host.
you off. You're
That's why
presenting
you're
an
smiling now.
information. You're presenting something, and I'm answering you with the Quran. It's not going. When you're saying the book and the wisdom, you got cooked there, and then you
I didn't
started
get
talking
cooked.
about Hajj, you
'Cause I-
got cooked
wait,
there.
wait,
And
wait,
then when
no,
you talked
wait.
about the stoning, you got cooked there. And then when you
the
talked
wisdom-
about the 2.5%, you got cooked there. When you started
No,
talking about the
I didn't cook
prayer,
there.
you got cooked there. But the thing
How?
is, you just want to argue about arguing. That's the only thing you're presenting, which you yourself have told me you have no knowledge. I asked you about the 2.5%. You accepted because those are the same people that gave you the Quran, which is not true. This is your own assumption. And now I'm asking you again, where did
How
you
is
get
it
the
not true?
2.5?
How
Where
is it
did you
not
get
true?
where did you get the 2.5%
How is
from?
it not true?
Where did you get the 2.5% from?
How is it not true?
Where did you get the
I
2.5%
asked the question
from?
before you asked my question.
You asked many questions. It's time for me to ask you. 2.5%, where do you get it?
I already answered that question. So if you can't hear it, that's fine. I already answered your
2.5%
question.
you got
I
it
already
from
answered that
Hadith.
question.
Perfect.
I already answered that.
So now
You
let's
just said
finish
it's not
that
the same
point
people.
before we
I just
move
said it's not
on.
the same people. I just said it's not the same people. How is it not the
Let's-
same people?
Let us
I asked you a question. I asked you a
finish-
question.
I swear,
I
as God
answered
is
your-
my witness, I will answer you as soon as we finish one point before you gish gallop to something else.
Brother, I answered my question before you
I
answered
gave
yours,
you
and
a
I answered
promise
yours.
as God is my witness. So I would like you to finish the first topic before we jump. Because you've been jumping. So now 2.5%, which you said it comes from Hadith.
said it multiple times.
When do you give this 2.5%?
When you get the money.
When you get the money, not one time at the end of the year?
The hadith says the end of the year.
Or what do you do?
End of the year.
Okay, but that's against the Quran.
Yeah, you're gonna say it. So you give every
Yeah,
time you get paid.
okay, cool,
Wait,
perfect. Okay,
no,
awesome. The Quran says
wait,
this. I'm just gonna go with the
no,
Quran.
I know.
You follow the
No, wait,
Quran,
wait,
but we're
wait,
just
no,
gonna
wait,
go with the
wait,
Hadith.
wait.
So would
I'm
you like
asking you a
now,
question.
after you
Wait,
got cooked, would you like me to
no,
answer
wait.
the question that you want me to answer?
I'm asking you a question. Every time you get paid, you give zakat?
Every time I get money, I give zakat. Yes.
Okay, no
Easy.
problem. Okay, no problem.
No,
And
I
then
collected
another
the.
wait. Another question you said. You said it's not the same people that preserved it. How?
Okay. Well, the person that you're reading the Quran from, according to your paradigm, okay, is
Yes.
Hafs an Asim. Hafs is a student of Asim, and then there's another student called Shaba. Both of them, they are the ones who are helping you in the preservation of the Quran, assuming you're granting your position. Hafs is a weak hadith narrator. Asim is a weak hadith narrator, and Shaba is a weak hadith narrator. Abu Huraira does not have a recitation of the Quran, nor was he involved in the preservation of the Quran, nor was he involved in the completion of the Quran. So it's not the same people. Being from the same region, being from the same race, it does not mean it's the same people. The people who are pioneering the Quran and the preservation of the Quran, like Uthman, for example, right? He's the one who's codifying the Quran, and it's called the Uthmanic Quran. He gave you no hadith, so it's not the same people.
Okay, no problem. And brother, so is your point on
I
the
think
hadith?
it's good.
Wait, is your point
I
on the
think we're
hadith
good at this
that?
point.
Wait, I have one last question.
Question.
Is your point with the hadith? It's completely useless, even for context, for example, in the Quran.
The hadith has no bearing to my religion. It has no authority. Whatever you take from the hadith is for you to say it's a mandatory part of Islam. You're saying a lie about God. And who's more oppressive than the one who says lies about God?
But there's certain ayahs that the hadith gives good context to. Would you agree to that or no?
No.
So you're saying there's no good context from hadith at all?
No, whatever the hadith is going to say, as God says, وَمَا يَأْتُونَكَ بِمَثَلٍ جِئْنَاكَ بِالْحَقِّ وَأَحْسَنَ تَفْسِيرًا. And whatever example they're going to give you, we have brought you the truth and the best of explanations. So whatever clarity you're getting from the hadith, it's already been clarified in the Quran. Any truth that you find from Chinese proverbs that align with the Quran has already said it and said it better than what these Chinese proverbs are saying. Whatever inch or sliver of truth you find, okay, so if I'm going to jump into the garbage and I find a sliver of gold, it doesn't mean now that I'm going to take everything that's in the garbage. So if you're finding this little tiny speck of gold in the hadith that's aligning with the Quran, does not mean that I need the hadith now. Enjoy your little tiny specks of gold in the mountain of crap that they've been giving you. Simple.
And the ayahs of the Quran that says obey the Prophet, all the ones that say obey the Prophet teaching, you're saying all that goes back to Quran. That's your main point. All right.
Can you give me a verse where it says to obey the Prophet? I'll wait.
No problem.
Okay.
Uh, 459.
Obey the messenger. It doesn't say obey the Prophet. I said obey the Prophet. You said obey the Prophet. So show me the verse where it says أطيعوا النبي.
Then it doesn't say that then.
Okay, exactly. So
But
you're saying things. Obeying the messenger is not the same as obeying the Prophet. Is that true? Or is that the same?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, then khalas.
That's true. But my point still stands on what I was trying to say though.
No, obeying the messenger is different than obeying the Prophet. If
No,
it
I
said
agree,
to me
you're
to
right on
obey the
that.
Prophet, if it said to obey the Prophet, then I would be doing what you were doing, looking for everything that the Prophet had and obeying him even in his mistakes. Because you remember when God is admonishing the Prophet, he says, Ya ayyuhan nabi. He didn't say, Ya ayyuhan rasul lima tuharrim. Oh Prophet, why do you forbid? Hey Prophet, do not obey the disbelievers. God is admonishing you. Okay? When he says, Ya ayyuhan rasul, he's not telling the Rasul where he's making a mistake. Because the Rasul is giving you a message. وَمَا عَلَيْكَ إِلَّا الْبَلَاغ. And your only duty is to notify. So when you're obeying the messenger, it's not what you're thinking.
But even the 62:2 verse, the same thing?
62 true it doesn't say anything about obeying the verse. But we already tried to talk about that and you jumped away, so that's fine.
You took the eye off. But you can say that.
Here you go, bro. Tell me, bro. What like I'm grateful for you to come up, bro. Here. Tell me what the verse
problem.
says.
I'm grateful to talk to you too. No problem.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. هو الذي بعث في الأميين رسولا منهم يتلو عليهم آياته ويزكيهم ويعلمهم الكتاب والحكمة وإن كانوا من قبل لفي ضلال مبين. He is the one who has sent a messenger among the unlearned from them, reciting his verses to them, purifying, teaching them the book and the wisdom, although they were in clear error. I'm going to steel man your position.
The purifying them, teaching them the book. What do you mean? What do you think that means? I'm clear-minded right now. What do you think? What do you say that means?
I'm going to steel man your position. You're saying that the prophet here, he's purifying them with whatever the prophet is doing, teaching them the book. The book is the Quran, and that the wisdom is something other than the Quran. That's your position. Correct?
Correct.
Yes, I am telling you consistently in the Quran, the book does not mean Quran. You are making that equivocation that is not there. And to prove my point, here in this specific verse, the Quran would be his verses. That's the Quran. The Quran, it purifies us by us following what the Quran is saying. Within the Quran, there is the book and the wisdom. And when the prophet is reciting the verses,
why does it say reciting his verses to them, and then separately it says teaching them the book and the wisdom?
That's what I'm trying to express separate? To you. You cut
reciting
me off.
And teaching is different. No, I did cut you off, but I want you to explain that.
When I am, as I expressed to you earlier, me reciting something to you can end up teaching you something. See what I mean? So when he's reciting these verses, the verses are purifying us, and it is teaching us the book and the wisdom. Now, I express to you that you're wrong about this. I express to you that you are wrong about this. And therefore, your conclusion about what this is incorrect. And now to seal the deal for you, so for you to understand that you've been baked, where do I find the sunnah? Because the hikmah, wisdom, is something different than sunnah. Where do I find the sunnah?
Hadith.
Okay, so can I show you a verse now? Please?
So, brother, could you just explain?
Hey. I just asked you something about the sunnah.
I answered the question.
Okay, so now I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you where you're wrong. That there's a reason why I asked you that question. I asked you, where do you find the sunnah? You said the hadith.
But my point was, do you not see how someone can read that, brother? And
I am not here about what the people, whoever God
saying
wants
the Quran
to
is
guide.
Clear, but that's what looks like.
God says.
Okay.
God says that He will guide whomever He wills, and He deludes whoever He wills using the Quran. I am not here to guide the whole world with the Quran. If somebody gets deluded by reading the Quran, it's because that man is not worthy of guidance. So stop telling me, oh, well, what if somebody gets misguided?
No, but
the Quran is set up that way.
No, but
now,
you shouldn't get frustrated by explaining it, brother.
Bro,
I'm willing to change our position.
I'm frustrated because you are not a person that is actually going on with the conversation. You keep hip hopping and then you keep trying to steamroll the position.
I've told you you're right a couple of times, did I not?
Sure, but I wanted to talk about the sunnah. Bro, did I ask you a question about the sunnah? So let me just seal the deal. I told you I'm bringing up a verse. You said the sunnah is in the hadith. So let me show you how you're wrong. Is that okay?
No problem. Go ahead.
Okay. So right here, God is clearly telling us in chapter 425, Subhanal Khaliq. He's saying about if you can't wait to marry believing women, to marry the people of your right hand possess, right? And then that he says then if they commit adultery, then upon them is half of the punishment, which is upon the chaste woman. That is for whoever fears distress among you, but to be patient is better for you, and God is forgiving and merciful. Okay, listen what God says here, okay? God intends to clarify to you and guide you to the examples of those before you and to forgive you, and God is omniscient and wise. Listen to the word in Arabic. يُرِيدُ اللَّهُ لِيُبَيِّنَ لَكُمْ. God intends to clarify to you. Remember the verse in 1644? يُبَيِّن? It's right here. يُرِيدُ اللَّهُ يُبَيِّنُ لَكُمْ وَيَهْدِيَكُمْ سُنَنَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ. And God wants to guide you to the sunnah of those before you. So is the Quran, does it talk about the sunnah, and is there sunnah in the Quran?
Yes, based on that verse, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I understand that point.
So now you can concede that the sunnah is not in the hadith, the sunnah is in the Quran.
The sunnah is in the Quran, but I'm not going to say the sunnah is not also in the hadith.
Okay, that's your paradigm, but am I following the sunnah when I find it in the Quran? I don't care if you're going to say not totally, it's a yes or no, binary, a truth table. God says something about sunnah, I'm following that sunnah, I am following sunnah. That's it. It's the end of the story.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you are.
Perfect.
Yeah, I appreciate your time, brother.
Thank you. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you. Have a good day, brother.
You as well. Peace, sister.
What's up? Hello.
So, walaikum salam. I believe you had a follow-up question.
Thank you. So one question I wanted to ask about praying while menstruating. I wanted to ask you again. So each, when we go to sleep, when we wake up, and each time we use the restroom, we do our wudu again, completely, right? So how would it work when you're praying 3 to 5 times a day while you're menstruating? Do you have to complete wudu every single time before you pray?
So, and the way that I approach my religion, God says that if you're going to stand a prayer to perform to wash. So I don't have the concept where my washing for the morning prayer is going to last me into the evening prayer. When I'm going to stand a prayer, I go up and wash. It's 3 prayers, it's 3 washes.
Okay, nice.
And it's very simple. And the wudu that they try to preach, where you have to do 3 times and papa and put it in your nose and put it in your ears and wash your feet and be all that, that's not what the Quran is saying. Quran is making religion
So
easy.
the Quran, it says, wash your hands and face and
Wipe your head and wipe your feet, and that's it.
okay, but then I mean you should also wash your, common sense, your private, right? I mean,
No. That's not what, for the prayer, that's not what's required. So the concept of the washing here, it's not symbolic. It's something that God has expressed to us in the Quran, the reason why. So the devil, he's always putting these thoughts in your head and he's always trying to attack you, which makes you dirty. Okay, it's a rajas, it's a form of impurity. Now, when Prophet Job was dealing with the pressure of the devil, and it was a lot to him, God has told him to go drink cold water and to wash himself with the water. And in the middle of a battle, when they were taking a break, the believers, God has brought down the water on them to remove from them the filth of the devil. Okay, so the water is removing this filth that the devil puts on you. So it's not you trying to purify your body to stand in front of God in regards to your prayer, but rather what you're doing is you're removing the filth. Astaghfirullah, that's a dog. I'm kidding. It's to remove. Is to remove what God is telling us that the devil does to us. So washing the face, the head, it cools you down. Okay, it cools you down. And to test this, go take a cold shower and then stand your prayer. You're a lot more focused. You're a lot more in tuned, and your intrusive thoughts are not as present after a cold shower and standing the prayer. So that's why God is telling us to cool ourselves off with this water, to wash ourselves off, and to remove from us the filth of the devil.
so thank you. Now I understand that. But like when you're praying and I'm on the second rakat, for example, and I know, I do the second, but it's supposed to be 4, and I know that's sunnah. But what happens, like, if you forget? Like, I'm sitting in prayer and I forget what I'm thinking, and I'm like, oh no. So I'm actually, my 4 rakats turns into 8 because I keep doubting myself.
Because they made it into a rain dance. The prayer is something that is extremely personal between you and God. It's not about these unit counts. And when you look at the hadith, you used to pray 2 units. Sometimes you prayed 16 units. Sometimes you prayed 10 units. He's fulfilling a time. God is telling you the duration of the prayer. He's not telling you a unit count. They've made it into a rain dance that if you do not do this specific set of actions, this specific set amount of times, it's not accepted from you. And you have to do it in Arabic. But if you don't read Arabic, and if you are a person that needs to scratch the back of your head, it doesn't mean that God's not pleased with you. The concept of the prayer is for you to have this constant communication with God, where when you read the book of God, God is talking to you. So this is why it is imperative for you to recite the verses of God in your prayer. It's because that's how God is communicating back to you. So a lot of times, and especially when, for example, me and my wife are praying, and when we're praying together, she's not an Arabic speaker. We recite the Quran in English, but it's like we're going through with what the verses are showing us, and we have our extensive prayer. But right at the end of the prayer, we look at each other and she goes, you see that verse right there? It's answering exactly what we were talking about earlier. And that's what we need to do, approach to this matter, because we've been reflecting on the word of God, and God has helped us get closer to what needs to be done. And this is truly what the prayer is about. And if people don't see it this way and they think it's about, then you're just dancing.
So prayer based on the Quran is just prostrate. Put your head to the floor and just speak. You could say any
So there's
prayer.
two things that God is telling us in actions, which is the standing and which is the prostrating. And there people say that there's the bowing as well, but for me that's a form of sujood. Okay, so there's the standing and then there's the prostration. There is on my YouTube channel a 10-minute video showing you the verses and how I approach the matters of the prayer. Now, one thing that's imperative about the salah, not just dua, not just the supplication, is for you to reflect on the book of God, to read the book of God, to recite it. And you have to extensively read some of what is being presented to you, and then you bow down and then in your prostration, which is now showing the physical submission to God, you are capable of glorifying your God, praising your God, reflecting about what you just read, crying to God, saying things that you want to say to God, and then praising him some more, and then you're ending your prayer there. It's so amazing in those moments when you're just talking to God from your heart. He is supposed to be a friend to you, not just this deity you're supposed to dance to and please him.
Got it. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you.
You're welcome. God bless you.
That's
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Brother, I have a couple of questions. One regarding the Sab'a al-Mathani. What does that mean?
So, min al-mathani. So from the
Yeah,
similarities. So there's more than 7, but God has given the prophet 7. For me, what I understand this is some of the stories that are being presented in the Quran where they're being repeated in a way so that the person would understand the stories deeper. That's my understanding. And again, this is one of the verses where there's some rooms for interpretation, and I do not spend my time trying to interpret these verses. I stick to what is definitely binding to me. But I know that the Prophet has received 7 of these similarities, and he has within it the Quran as well.
I see. Because I, for some reason, I had the understanding that it has, like some of the verses might have like 7 different meanings or 7 different interpretations, or
That's
at least.
these are these verses that you're talking about. They are set up in a way where they have a subjective nature for a person to either learn something from what God wants to tell him about his life, and it's also set up in a way where there's some people who have deviation in their heart to come up with interpretations that are not accurate and say that that's what it's supposed to mean. If you're having a personal understanding, if it's not bettering you, then it's just an understanding. It doesn't mean that we know it's ta'wil, it's interpretation. But yeah, some people have said that it can mean that where some verses have 7 different understandings, or that there's 7 levels to understanding the Quran.
Got it, brother. Thank you. A quick question. What's your general feeling about Dr. Muhammad Shahrur
I
and
love the
like
man.
his approach?
I love the man. I don't agree with everything that he said, but he was definitely someone who was needed at the time. I believe he had a very specific mission, and I think he completed his mission. He opened the eyes of many to what is being expressed to them, and he approached the Quran in a way where it's not superstitious, but very methodological, like with a method behind it. My English is
Right,
failing
right.
me. No, but I respect the man deeply.
Yeah.
Allah
Regarding
yarhamah.
his interpretation, Allah yarhamu akid. Regarding his interpretation for the hudud of theft, which is qat al-yad.
Mm.
And what he said is that this should not be like amputation, or it should not be interpreted as amputation, while rather it should be interpreted as cutting them off from society, i.e., like putting them in prison or something like that.
And I understand that that's one way of understanding and approaching it. If the person in charge wants to approach it that way, he in his mind is still fulfilling the word of God. And some people are saying, yes, it is you cutting people away from the wealth, is from what I understood it as. I do not see it this way, because the word qata'a means that there is no coming back, while the way that he's presenting it means there is coming back. قُطِعَ هُنَالِكَ دَابِرُ الْكَافِرِينَ, for example.
Right, but then again, if you agree that there is no what did he call it? like words have a definite meaning in the Quran.
Yes.
Like for example, and what he said is that qata is different
There's
than batara.
there's no synonyms in the Quran, is what he's saying.
Yes, absolutely. And which makes like, at least for me, it makes absolute sense, right?
Right.
And the verb qata is different than batara, and batara means amputation.
Yes, but it also says لأقطعن أيديكم عن اليمين والشمائل وأصلبنكم أجمعين.
But that's not for theft, though.
But the word قطع was used there.
Oh, I see. All right. Okay. Cool. Well, just these two quick questions, brother. Jazakallah khairan. Thank you
May
very
God bless
much.
you.
And
And thank you.
really
Thank you
appreciate
for
it.
coming.
Thank you. Cheers.
Salam.
Hey, brother, peace be with you.
Peace. How you doing?
Okay. So I was hoping you could elaborate a little bit on the ending of Jesus' story. What is your position on what actually happened to him at the end?
So God is telling us that it was presented to them that somebody was crucified. It has been apparent to them. And obviously God has saved him wholeheartedly. I believe that this was a trial, so where the people who truly believed in Jesus knew that it wasn't Jesus being crucified, while the majority who were deluded accepted that he was crucified. And I think that that's how I think his story ended. I believe that because he's one of God's own, just like how Muhammad and Moses is, there's a certain way where God will not allow him to be unalived, and crucifixion is one of them.
Right. Okay. Thank you, brother. Peace be with you.
Peace be with you. God bless that brother.
Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. What's up, Royal J? Tell me.
I'm trying to ask about the kitab that you were talking about.
Right.
The kitab.
Okay, so now I'm going to take you to a verse in chapter 2. Okay, let me go to chapter 2, and I want to show you something very specific where God states something that is clear. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so it's in chapter 2, 177. I'll put it on the screen for people to read together. Okay, why is it not showing? There we go. Okay, so it says righteousness. These are the articles of faith. Okay, righteousness is not to turn your face towards the east and the west, but righteousness is one who believes in God. Okay, number one, believe in God, the last day, the angels, plural, the book, singular, and the prophets. Okay, see how it's a singular book here, right here.
Yeah.
Okay, and then if we go in the same chapter and God says prophets again, right? Mankind. Okay, sweetheart. Mankind was a single nation. Then God raised prophets as missionaries and warners and revealed the book with them in truth. Again, singular book. See what I mean?
Yeah.
So now all the prophets, as God says, that he revealed the book with them. The book is what you should do and what you shouldn't do. See what I mean? And then there is the concept where God, at the time of Moses, had this book written down for people, which is the Torah, and then the Gospel, and then the Quran. And this Quran or this Gospel or this Torah is teaching people the book and the wisdom.
Oh, okay. So I also wanted to ask what does the Quran talk about the Khilafah of God?
Khilafah of God? God does not have a Khilafah.
No, like I'm talking about like the whole leadership that God is trying to impose down on earth.
No, he's saying that he has made people as leaders, which is the seed of Abraham. which they themselves are going to put themselves by God's permission in a way where they're capable of handling societies. Okay, it's not about Khalifa of God or Khalifa of the Prophet. There's no such concept as that. But there are people who are made as leaders in this world, which God says that they have to come from the seed of Abraham. Don't have to, but God's made Abraham and his seed leaders, Imam. Not Khalifa, Imam. And God says, Inni ja'ilun fil ardi Khalifa. This is where God is saying that he has put a successor to something that is on the land. So the predecessor was the jinn, and God has put the successor as the human.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah. Salam.
Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
I have two questions, and both are about two surahs. I'm sorry for my language. It's Surah 7, verse 54. Can you look that up?
754?
Yes, 7 and verse 54, yes.
إن ربكم الله الذي خلق السماوات والأرض في 6 أيام ثم استوى على العرش يغشى الليل النهار يطلبه حثيثا والشمس والقمر والنجوم مسخرات بأمره ألا له الخلق والأمر تبارك الله رب العالمين. Indeed, your Lord is God, the one who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days and then sat firmly on the throne. He causes the night to cover the day by his request rapidly, and the sun and the moon and the stars are subjugated by his command. Verily to him belongs the creation and the command. Blessed is God, Lord of the worlds. So that's the first ayah. What's the second one?
Surah 36 and verse 82.
إنما أمره إذا أراد شيئا أن يقول له كن فيكون. Whenever he intends something, he commands it only to say be, and be, then it becomes. Okay?
So my question is now, in the first surah, Allah says that He created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, but I didn't understand how it's what the meaning is. Like, did He take time to create it in 6 days, or like?
So with God, the numbers of days with God, 1 day with God is 1,000 of what we count. God has told us to that. So the concept of how this world came to be was in 6,000 days. Now here God is saying be, and it becomes. Okay. So for something to be, God had to say it. Now, God didn't say just earth, and earth came. God has detailed everything that is within the earth and the skies in 6 days. So imagine somebody sitting for 6,000 years without sleeping, without breathing, without missing a beat, without making a single mistake, without saying anything that is wrong, and saying everything that is being programmed. Everything from the smallest of the atom to the electron on how it works and what's beneath that and the secret and what is involved in the forces, to the biggest things on how these solar systems are reacting and the precise measurements and all of it fitting. Imagine somebody writing a program code for 6,000 years and detailing everything that needs to be done and everything that is going on. So that's why when God says he created the world in 6,000 years, he has spoken for 6 days.
But so my problem is right now, like, if Allah's almighty, then I don't understand why he still takes time, like 6 days. Like
he is writing, he is making it in truth. God is very capable to say earth come and it'll come without him specifying it. But God is so that people will see all the words that was written in those 6 days, that he has detailed every single thing. So that was nothing that was missing from what is in front of you, and it is detailed for people to understand. So these are the words of God being told in these 6 days that has created what was being created. So As I was explaining, God says that He created it in truth and He has detailed every sign. So for that detail to occur, He must have had said it. And that is the time period when He has said it. Imagine just talking about physics and the laws of physics and what physics is capable of. It would take us thousands and thousands of years to really express what was in front of us. But God has did it in a much quicker and a much more simpler time.
I get that, but I also at the same time don't understand why he needs to say it. Like, I mean,
for it to be documented in truth. So if God creates, so you could witness it. That's the whole concept. God is doing this for you. It's not for Him. So He is bringing it into a level where we as people, to what we have, we're capable of measuring and understanding that His decree is so perfect. So let me explain it. God can just create you and put you in hell. But then you'd be like, well, why do I go to hell? Well, because I've decreed that whoever you are as an essence, you would be choosing to go to hell. Well, then you're going to be like, I can't. That's not fair. So He created this world in a way where it's systematic and programmatical so that you could witness yourself. For me to produce anything, it requires me to take a certain procedure until I get a result. And that is how God approached this world, this reality in front of us. And that's applying to what He did. Because if God said be and instantly be, then the sun will just come up and the moon will just disappear. He's showing us that everything is happening gradually because that's how He decided the world to be so.
Okay. Okay, I will think. I will look at what is said again. You make a live stream on YouTube, right? I can look that again up, right?
Yes, the live is on YouTube.
Okay. And thank you for your answer. If I have a question again, I come back. Well, thanks for your answer, and I appreciate your work, man.
God bless you. Thank you, man, and I appreciate it. But
Thanks,
hey,
man.
I do believe that God can make it instantly without having a sitting epoch. Just so that we're clear. But I believe that God has done this specifically. Adnan.
Yo, marhaba.
Yo, marhaba.
How are you, man?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, also. Can you explain me verse 66, number 4?
66:4. Is this about the kids? No. Okay. So it says here, in تتوبا إلى الله فقد صغت قلوبكما وإن تظاهرا عليه فإن الله هو مولاه وجبريل وصالح المؤمنين والملائكة بعد ذلك ظهيرا. Okay, so this is about the two wives of the Prophet that gave him a problem. If you repent to God, then the hearts of you both have inclined. But if you assist each other against him, then indeed God is the guardian, and Gabriel, the righteous believers, and the angels would assist after that. So here we are presented. Yes, go ahead.
My problem with this verse is it's not talking about one wife or two, 3 wives or 4 wives. So it is specifically talking about 2 of the wives of the prophets.
Right.
Yeah. I'd like to know about who is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talking.
But if this is
because he had
imperative,
multiple wives.
If this was imperative for you to understand who the wives is, then God would have listed them to you. God is teaching you the lesson here of what the prophet was having to endure with his wives, which is something that we as human beings as well can endure, not to this level because that's the highest example. But there's an example here where that if I catch my wife betraying my trust I had with her, right? At this point, she has the ability to humble herself and to come back to the authority that I'm supposed to have in my relationship with her, or I'm going to trust in God that God is going to protect me in anything that she wants to contrive against me. So now in my example, it does not need to be one wife. It can be 2 or 3 or 4 wives, but all praise to God, I'm content with one. I said that very loud and clear, my wives, just in case. I'm content with one wife and I'm happy with one wife. But in the case of what is being presented to us here, it's showing us that in the case of the prophet, it was 2 wives. If you need to know which wives that is, I don't find that that's imperative to me. It might seem that that's the case for you.
My problem with this is, like I said, I'd like to know about who is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talking. And secondly, the most important one is, what did they do so that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala spoke like this? Because the wives of the Prophet, they are al-Mu'mineen. So they are example for the wives. So in order our wives not to repeat their mistakes, we have to know what they did so
It's right here.
so they don't repeat their mistakes.
It's right here. The mistake is in 66:3. The mistake is that the Prophet trusted them with some information, and they broke that trust. That's what I said. That's the problem. But as that's again the problem that you're telling me is you need to know which two specific wives, while God is concealing that information so that you don't talk bad about the wives of the Prophet, saying that these people are bad, because you don't know if they repented, and if they repented, we shouldn't hold it against them because we all make mistakes. Even the Prophet makes a mistake. But in this case right here, what we know is that these two wives, they said things that the Prophet told them not to say to people.
Yeah. And for you, it's not important what they said?
No,
You
it's
don't want to
important
know
to
what
me
they
that
said?
no, it's not for me to know. What? That's gossip at this point. It's
Okay.
I learned my lesson.
For
My
me, it's
lesson is
important. That's why. For me, it's
then
important. That's why, because for us, the Islam is not a Donald Duck book. You know, it's not a Disneyland book. For us to know exactly what is happening, we need for us to know what Allah Subhanahu wa Taala means in the Quran. We need to find out what exactly happened. You know, because
so
it's
perfect.
not a Mickey Mouse book.
Adnan, I'm not saying that it's a
It's not
Mickey
like
Mouse book.
something you
You're the
can
one.
make
You're the
up
one
on
who
your
said
own.
so. But here, I didn't make anything up on my own. I didn't give you no names, nor did I give you any information. But now, are you saying that the Quran, in this situation, if I just read this, it's not sufficient for me as guidance?
No, it's not sufficient. Of course
So
not.
on the day of judgment, God is going to ask me who those two wives are.
No, he's not asking you, but in
So
order to know,
wait. For something to be sufficient in guidance, which here this book is saving me from hell, you're saying to me that this book cannot be followed until you know the full story and its details. You want to drink the whole tea of what happened. But I'm telling you that to me, as a human being, it's not relevant information for me to know. The information that God has presented to me is sufficient for me to learn my lesson. And that's
but this
enough
is
for me to
Islam,
go to
brother.
heaven. It is Islam.
How can you say verses are not relevant for you?
Bro, the verse is relevant, but the information that what you're asking for is irrelevant. What's relevant to me is my wife should not betray my trust. That's what's relevant to me. What's relevant to me is that when my wife gets caught, I would like her to apologize and take accountability and not try to break me for saying the truth. That's what's relevant to me. But to tell me which two wives is not relevant to me.
Yes, what are the perimeter for trust, for breaking trust?
Well, here it's saying that he confined in one of his wives a discussion. So he said something to his wife, which was a personal discussion, and he confined in her. So this is something that is personal to him. She went and told somebody else, and he found out that she told somebody else. So if I go to my wife and I go, hey, honey, I really think that my brother is not treating me well, and I don't like that he's treating me this way, but please keep that between us. And she goes, tells somebody else, and I find out she betrayed my trust.
Yes.
Not saying that my wife did
they
that.
betrayed their trust, yes.
Exactly.
Okay, good. I wish you a nice day, man.
Thank you, Adnan.
You're welcome.
Finally. Because this gentleman here. But thank you, Adnan. May God bless you. Sheikh.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing well.
Alhamdulillah.
All praise to God. How are you?
Try to make it, alhamdulillah. I'm a little bit confused and I'm asking for if you can clarify or help me to understand. Basically, this is the first time I come to the room. Are you go what you may call it the Quranic people or don't to go by the Sunnah?
So for us, Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah and the Shia call us Quranis. We call ourselves Muslim as God ordered us to do. And yes, Hasbuna Kitab Allah. Book of God is sufficient for us, and in the Book of God we find Sunnat Allah and Sunan al-Ladina khalu min qablina, and we also find things about Sunnat al-Rasul in the Quran. So we do not need anything else outside of the Quran for our salvation, for our huda, for our guidance.
So why you testifying to that Muhammad Rasulullah if you only can say La ilaha illallah, is this it?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay. So is no need, so you can understand everything from the Quran, there's no need for the Sunnah. Do I understand?
So the Quran is sufficient for guidance. So if you read the Quran, yes, it has everything that you want. And شهد الله أن لا إله إلا هو والملائكة وأولو العلم قائما بالقسط لا إله إلا هو.
How many rak'at in Salat al-Zuhr?
Salat al-Zuhr is not a salah that's in the Quran.
Okay, Salat
So zero.
al-Maghrib.
Salat al-Maghrib, it's وأقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل. So it is a time period. It's not about عدد الركعات.
Okay, so there is no any verse. Is there any verse in Quran to tell us what number of rak'at we can do?
No, because the salah is not about rak'ats. But now I'm wondering, is the Quran missing something then?
There is the details.
So it's missing the details? It's not kitabun mufassal. It's not a detailed book.
It's not in everything that the explanation. The explanation.
تفصيلا لكل شيء. That's what the book says. The Quran says تفصيل لكل شيء. Details about everything. So are you saying that there's some details that are missing in the Quran?
Yes.
Okay, so the Quran is, when God says تفصيلا لكل شيء, it's not تفصيل لكل شيء. The Quran is missing.
Quran in general is something and other things that you could not find it in the Quran.
It doesn't make sense. It says the Quran is complete, okay, كامل وما فرطنا من شيء في الكتاب, and there's nothing that's been left out. كتاب مفصلا على علم, it's detailed in knowledge, okay. تفصيلا لكل شيء, okay, explanations or like clarity to all things. But now you're saying to me that it's missing.
This is what I'm trying to ask so I can know exactly what is the room about it. Okay, I'm asking Aqimus Salah, how we make a Salah and what Salah and how many rak'at. That's what I'm asking.
So the عدد الركعات is, that's Sunnism. That's Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah. They worry about عدد الركعات. When the Quran it tells you يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قمتم من الصلاة فاغسلوا. So here's your wudu, okay? You have the concept of the Qibla, which to us is Masjid al-Haram, okay? وأقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل وقرآن الفجر إن قرآن الفجر كان مشهودا, right? ومن الليل فتهجد به نافلة لك. So there's the three times of salah. The first time God is telling you Salat al-Isha, which is دلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل, and God also tells you in a different place, you know, آيات المحكمات ثم فصلت. So he gave us the hukum, the two sides of the day, أقم الصلاة طرفي النهار وزلفا من الليل, and then he gave us the names, صلاة العشاء, صلاة الفجر, وصلاة الوسطى. Okay, إن ربك يعلم إنك تقوم أدنى.
Three salah every day.
3 salahs in the Quran.
3 salah,
yeah.
Not 5.
No, not 5.
So if somebody
do you pray 5?
Do
you pray 5, right?
Do I pray 5?
I'm asking you, do you pray 5?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Now, in the salah, in Salat al-Dhuhr, do you say it out loud or are you silent?
I follow what the Prophet did, how he did.
You follow what your forefathers did. ما وجدت عليه آبائك. Now, we can say the Prophet did this, but you can't prove it. هاتوا برهانكم. And saying that so and so said so is not burhan. But in following what you found your forefathers, Salat al-Dhuhr, do you say it out loud or do you say it silent?
Okay, I say how many rak'at in Dhuhr?
There's no rak'ats in Dhuhr. There's no Dhuhr prayer. But do you say it out loud? Do you say it out loud or do you say it silent? It's the Sunni special.
I don't want to get in debate with you. I'm trying to
No,
ask.
you just want to sit here and interrogate me and answer me, and then you can't answer your questions. But here on my panel, you can't drop me. So I would like you to answer the question. Let's have a debate. But I know you're not allowed. So do you, in Salat al-Dhuhr, do you say it out loud or are you silent?
I make it silent.
You make it silent.
silent.
ولا تجهر بصلاتك ولا تخافت بها وابتغي بين ذلك سبيلا. So God in chapter 17 verse 110 he says, and do not be loud with your prayer nor be silent with it, but seek a way in between. Why are you silent when God said no, be silent?
I'm not going to start a debate, but if you want to debate, we can make a time for debate. I'm asking simple question. If you would like to answer, thank you. If not, it's no problem.
I mean, it's a discussion. So you asked me many questions where you're trying to expose that the Quran is insufficient for guidance and it's missing details, and these details are made in hadith. But now when I push back on you, you want to run away. Where your religion, that you're telling me that you get the details from the hadith and that you're following what you found people are doing, it does not align with the Quran. And you don't want to address this point. So does the Quran tell you to be silent in your prayer? It tells you don't be silent in your prayer, but you're silent in your prayer. So did you use the Quran as a judge? No.
I follow what the Prophet, what Allah Almighty said. فَلَا وَرَبِّكَ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ حَتَّى يُحَكِّمُوكَ فِيمَا شَجَرَ بَيْنَهُم. He said يُحَكِّمُوكَ. So I'm not doing something different. Just what is written in the Quran. It's not every single details in Quran in general. Quran talk about certain things in general. Is this correct or not?
No, God is not saying that he's general in what he's saying. So God is saying here, okay? You quoted the verse in chapter 4, فَلَا وَرَبُّكَ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ حَتَّى يُحَكِّمُوكَ فِيمَا شَجَرَ بَيْنَهُم.
This was the verse. فَلَا وَرَبِّكَ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ
حَتَّى
يُحَكِّمُوكَ
فِيمَا شَجَرَ بَيْنَهُم.
So me and you disputing something. So how we going to solve it? That we go to the Prophet. Where is the Prophet now? He is dead, is it?
No. So now the Prophet is telling us, God is telling us something about the Prophet, and he had to judge between people disputing. Now in the same surah, verse 105, same surah, An-Nisa, إِنَّا أَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ بِالْحَقِّ لِتَحْكُمْ بَيْنَ النَّاسِ بِمَا أَرَاكَ اللَّهُ وَلَا تَكُنْ لِلْخَائِنِينَ خَصِيمًا. We have brought down the book to you in truth to judge between the people in what God has shown you, and do not be a competitor to those who betray. So what is the Prophet using to judge between the people?
Allah is saying also فَإِن تَنَازَعْتُمْ فِي شَيْءٍ فَرُدُّوهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَالرَّسُولِ إِن كُنتُمْ تُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. So now, me and you agree about something. We go only to Quran and the Prophet.
It didn't say Quran, and the verse said Allah wa Rasuluh. It didn't say Al Quran wa Rasuluh or Quran wal Hadith. So it says Allah wa Rasuluh. So you clearly
excuse me, my brother, please.
We're going to skip the point that
I'm a guest in your room.
You skipped the point. You skipped the point when you said فَلَا وَرَبُّكَ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ, and I showed you إِنَّا أَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ بِالْحَقِّ لِتَحْكُمْ. Yes, and God, I'm showing you إِنَّا أَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ بِالْحَقِّ لِتَحْكُمَ بَيْنَ النَّاسِ. This to you, we're going to skip now. We're going to pretend like we didn't hear the verse, and we're going to go to a different point, okay? So they act like they don't hear the verses, which I think is a verse in the Quran. And now you're asking me, فَرِدُّوهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولُهُ. So where do I find قَوْلُ الرَّسُولِ?
In the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
قَوْلُ الرَّسُولِ is outside of the Quran, when Allah, He says in the Quran, إِنَّهُ لَقَوْلُ رَسُولٌ كَرِيمٌ وَمَا هُوَ بِقَوْلِ الشَّاعِرِ قَلِيلًا مَا تُؤْمِنُونَ. So where do I find قَوْلُ الرَّسُولِ in the Quran? Where do I find Kalamullah in the Quran?
No. It's two different things, akhi. Like a train track. It's not only one track. There is a Quran and there is a Sunnah. And what you could not find it in the Quran in details, you found it in the Sunnah.
But the Quran is not missing details. These are details you added, and you're saying that God gave you this. So now, is there sunnah in the Quran?
Forget about the word sunnah. The word sunnah said, فَرَدُّوهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَالرَّسُولِ.
Yeah, but
So,
and I asked you, where do I find قول الرسول? You said hadith. I showed you how
yeah.
قول الرسول is in the Quran. إنه لقول رسول كريم. But God says that they hear the verses and they pretend like they didn't hear it. And that you're not addressing the verses I'm presenting to you, but you're persisting as if you have waqar in your ears.
سمحك الله أخي. سمحك الله. There's no need that
أخي أنا عم بشرح لك الآيات. I'm telling you the آيات. عم برد عليك وأنت عم تعمل حالك أنا ما يعني you're not hearing the verses. كأني ما سمعت الآية. طب أنت عم تعطيني من طرفك إنه ردوه إلى الله ورسوله. أنا سألتك بكل صراحة وببساطة أين أذهب لأرى قول الرسول؟ فأنت رديت إلي وقلت لي إنه أذهب إلى الحديث. فأنا بكل صراحة ببساطة قلت لك إنه لقول رسول كريم وما هو بقول شاعر قليلا ما تؤمنون. هذه آية من الله تبين لك أين أنت قادر أن ترى قول الرسول الذي هو في القرآن.
in the Quran because the other verse is saying something totally different, my brother.
It is not saying anything different. That's what I'm trying to express to you.
No, I'm referring you to the other verse.
Which one?
فلا وربك لا يؤمنون حتى يحكموك فيما شجر بينهم.
نعم.
And after this is say what? ثم لا يجدوا في أنفسهم حرجا مما قضيت.
نعم. فهنا في هذه الآية الله يقول إن النبي عليه الصلوات والسلام إن الرسول يحكم بين الناس فهو حكم بين الناس فيما شجر بينهم. ولكي نعلم كيف كان النبي يحكم في آية في آية في القرآن تنبئك بالجواب الجواب للسؤال الذي تسألني. عندما قال الله إن أنزلنا إليك الكتاب بالحق لتحكم بين الناس فيما أراك الله. فالنبي يستخدم القرآن الكتاب ليحكم بين الناس، والناس الواجب عليهم إن كانوا مؤمنين يرضوا بما حكم النبي. والنبي يستخدم الكتاب، لا يستخدم السنة والحديث والبخاري والمسلم، يستخدم القرآن.
Now me and you disagree. Now I'm asking you how many rak'at for Maghrib? Is nothing in the Quran to say that Maghrib 3 or 4 or 2.
فعندما نرده إلى الله ورسوله هذا الرد إلى القرآن كتاب الله، فكتاب الله لا يذكر
and لا والرسول. You can check the verse, my brother.
It doesn't mean there's two separate rulings. كم حدود واحد. فالله ورسوله يتكلمون على حدود واحد ويحكمون من كتاب واحد وليس كتبه. لم نعطيهم كتب يدرسونها، فهو كتاب واحد. فأنت تسألني you're asking me about something that is not present in the book of the Quran, and you're saying it's present in your book. Therefore, it is not an obligation by the Quran. That's the whole idea.
Me and you, okay, if we Muslims and we disagree about something, that وردوه إلى الله وإلى الرسول. Allah.
كلا. It doesn't say إلى الله وإلى الرسول. It says والله ورسوله مع بعض. It's not Allah أو الرسول.
Okay. فيما شجر بينهم ثم لا يجدوا في أنفسهم حرجا ممن قضيت أنت يا محمد ويسلم تسليما. So we disagree how many rak'at for Maghrib. There is nothing in Quran about how many rak'at. Can you give me the answer, please?
So here's the answer, which you don't like. I am taking it back.
I have to like it. I'm a Muslim. I have to like it.
أخي you don't like it. أنت الذي لم يعني شلون أقول لك، أنت عم تلاقي حرج في نفسك. أنت اللي عم بتقول القرآن ناقص. وأنت عم تسألني سؤال بشيء لم يظهر في القرآن، فليس مذكور من الله ولا من رسوله. فأنت عم
How do you
بتقول لي
know?
أرده إلى الله ورسوله. نعم، عندما أرده إلى الله ورسوله لا أرى بأي شيء عن عدد الركعات. فهذه أنت السؤال الذي تطلبه أو الجواب اللي أنت عم تطلع عليه القرآن جاوبك.
Yeah.
ما في عدد ركعات. إذا أنت بتقول إنه لا
What?
في لازم عدد ركعات then you're lost.
Okay, so this is my misunderstanding, is it? So how many rakat you pray for Maghrib yourself?
I don't have عدد ركعات. يعني انت عم تجي لواحد عم بيتبع القرآن وعم تسأله كيف رح اكون من اهل السنة والجماعة اذا بدي اتبع منهاجك. طب اخي انا مالي على منهاجك وانت قاعد عم تفحصني على منهاجك. It makes no sense. You are quizzing me about how to be a Sunni as a Quran alone Muslim.
Okay, now I understand. Okay, you are not go by the Sunnah.
I don't go by your books. السنة مذكورة في القرآن.
I don't have books.
يهديكم.
I go by books. By Allah said, the Prophet said, when you make shahada to be a Muslim, you say, I testify that there is no true God to be worshipped other than Allah, and Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. So if you could not find it in Quran, you're going to look in action of the Prophet, narration of the Prophet, and to follow. Otherwise, you pray Maghrib 3, I pray 10, the other person pray 2.
Awesome. If that's how you think that the religion is, you need somebody to hold your hand, that's you and the way that you approach the religion. But you're saying about the Shahada, how did Prophet Ibrahim become a Muslim?
I was not there.
اوكي طب بس الله عم بيقول في القرآن ثم أوحينا إليك يا محمد أن اتبع ملة إبراهيم حنيفة.
Okay, the millah Ibrahim.
Yeah, okay. So if Ibrahim, okay, أسوة حسنة Ibrahim, and I'm gonna follow Ibrahim. How did Ibrahim become a Muslim?
I was not there myself.
But did God tell us in the Quran how he became a Muslim?
Why we go to Ibrahim?
Because brother, I am trying to answer your point, and I'm trying to show you that you're putting conditions that is not what God has given you. So there's a verse in the Quran, and there's a verse in the Quran. وَإِذْ قَالَ لَهُ رَبَّهُ لِإِبْرَاهِيم إِذْ قَالَ لِإِبْرَاهِيم قَالَ لَهُ رَبَّهُ أَسْلِمْ قَالَ أَسْلَمْتُ لِرَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. That's how you become a Muslim.
Okay. So I
understand. What I mean? So saying أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا رسول الله does not make you a Muslim. Saying أسلمت لرب العالمين, that's what makes you a Muslim.
So when somebody became, because you understand, my understanding here in America, when somebody wants to be a Muslim, we give him Shahada.
That's when he wants to be a Sunni.
Oh, okay. No.
Yeah, that's when somebody wants to be a Sunni.
Is different from Muslim.
Yes. الذي أسلم نفسه لله يكتفي بالقرآن. Okay? فمن لم يحكم بما أنزل الله فأولئك هم whatever God. نعم حسبنا كتاب الله. So في أهل السنة والجماعة يعني أنتم تزعمون إذا الإنسان قال الشهادة أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمد رسول الله وكان من الفاسقين سيتعذب في النار لعدة وسوف في الأخير ينقذه محمد ويكون من أصحاب الجنة ويطلق عليه الاسم جهنميون. Is that true? So if somebody says the shahada that you're telling me, and he was somebody who's immoral, he made some sins, okay, he goes to hell for some time, and then Muhammad will rescue him and he becomes in heaven, and he's called al-Jahannamiyun. Is that true or false?
I don't know about it. I heard that term Jahannamiyun before.
It's in Sahih Bukhari. But let's skip the point. If somebody says the shahada, khalas, now he will, if he's going to go to hell, it's only for some time and then he goes to heaven, right?
Because it testified La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Is it?
Okay. Now the Quran says something else. Okay? ألم تر إلى الذين أوتوا نصيبا من الكتاب يدعون إلى كتاب الله ليحكم بينهم ثم يتولى فريق منهم وهم معرضون ذلك بأنهم قالوا لن تمسنا النار إلا أيام معدودات وغرهم في دينهم ما كانوا يفترون. So there's a group of people where they were given a portion of the book. They're invited to the book. I'm inviting you, by the way, to the book of God to judge between them. all right? And they turn away, unwillingly, because they said that the fire will touch us only for a specific amount of days. And they have been deluded in what they used to make up. You are telling me now that there's absolutely nowhere in the Quran where it shows you that people go to hell for a limited time. You're saying that your sect will go to hell for a limited time and they find themselves in heaven, going directly against the book of God.
Would you be kind enough and explain to me the meaning of the verse فإن تنازعتم في شيء فردوه إلى الله والرسول.
I explained it to you a million times. Allah wa Rasuluhu, they come hand in
million
hand.
times?
Yes,
Maybe two times.
Okay, I'll repeat it again. So when it says فردوه إلى الله ورسوله, هذا هو الرد إلى القرآن. نرده إلى القرآن. فقول الرسول ظاهر في القرآن وكلام الله هو في القرآن.
No, أخي wa means and. When wa means and.
فهل هناك حدودان؟
نعم أخي.
نعم. So you're saying there's two limits? حدودان صح؟
No. Listen for a second, please, if you don't mind. I'm here not to understand, to debating you. I'm trying to understand. فردوه إلى الله wa. And he say wa and.
Yes.
So that means if you don't find it in the Quran, you're going to find it in the Sunnah.
That's not what it means. That's not what it means.
Oh,
so
okay,
it's saying
me and you disagree. How are we going to settle the differences now? The Quran, I did not find it in it. So,
bro, that's the problem. If you're not finding it in the Quran, then you're saying a lie. So when God is saying, يُدْعَوْنَ إِلَى كِتَابِ اللَّهِ لِيَحْكُمْ بَيْنَهُمْ, you're saying, no. The book of God doesn't say it. So I'm going to go outside of the book of God for someone else.
No, not out of the book of Allah, because the Prophet explains the Quran by his action.
Oh, by his action. Oh, okay. So when
we see the Prophet making salah, and how he make ruku, how he makes sujood, in Maghrib he made 3, in Isha made 4. So we following what Allah is saying.
Was there a time he did 2 for Maghrib?
Not to my limited knowledge.
Well, then go read the Hadith. There was a time he did 2 for Maghrib. All of them were 2.
You mean he forgot?
No,
so Maghrib
he didn't
used
forget.
To be a 2?
No,
Maghrib
there was
a...
Bro, it was at one point they were all 2. Then they changed it to 2, 4, 4, and 3 and 4. But there's a Hadith where he would do 2. And now, but this is the point that I'm trying to express to you.
Knowledge. I'm a student of knowledge, brother, okay?
Okay, alhamdulillah. I don't need these terms. وَمَنْ يَعْصِ اللَّهَ وَرَسُولُهُ. How many people are there?
How many?
Yeah. How many topics? How many topics are being discussed here? Is that one or 2 people? Brother, in the verse that's in front of you, وَمَنْ يَعْصِ اللَّهَ وَرَسُولُهُ. How many things are being discussed here? How many entities? Allah wa Rasuluhu is 2, right?
2.
Yes.
2.
وَيَتَعَدَّ حُدُودَهُ. It's not حُدُودَهُمَا. Why is it حُدُودَهُ?
Okay.
So it says Allah wa Rasuluhu وَحَدٌّ وَاحِدٌ. فَرُدُّوهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولُهُ. It does not mean that there's 2 different books.
So explain it. Why you understand Allah say Allah and Rasul or the Rasul?
Because they go hand in hand. So you cannot know the book of God except with you going to the messenger. And now I asked you, طيب, I'm granting you your paradigm. خليني أوافق معك. فأين أرى قول الرسول? Where do I find قول الرسول?
حديث أخي.
طيب إنه لقول. طيب حبيبي إنه لقول رسول كريم. ما هو إنه? What are we referring to as إنه?
You tell me.
Quran.
طيب. So why what's the need for Rasul?
Like حبيبي, follow the logic. قول الرسول إنه لقول رسول كريم. So if the
no
Quran
logic,
is
أخي. No logic, أخي. There's some motion.
So bro, when God is saying to, it's emotional. When I say إنه لقول رسول كريم, God is saying that the Quran is the قول الرسول. Is that emotional argument or is it logical based on what God is saying?
I want to reach to some
Answer my question.
understanding.
Please answer my question. Stop acting like
Okay,
you
what's
can't
the
hear the
question?
verse. You stop pretending like I'm not telling you a verse from the Quran. Explain this
No,
verse and show me how I'm wrong.
no,
إنه
brother.
لقول رسول كريم وما هو بقول شاعر. God is saying that the Quran is the قول الرسول. Is that true or false?
It's, what Allah says is true.
Okay, so if I'm looking for قول الرسول, I go to the Quran. Is that true or false?
If Allah is saying من يطع الرسول فقد أطاع الله أخي.
Bingo.
Subhanallah.
Bingo. You nailed it. لأنه أطيع الله is a lot more than just the Quran. أطيع الرسول is the Quran. ومن يطيع الرسول فأطاع الله. So when you're listening to what the messenger is telling you, you are also obeying God. So this is where you are failing in the concept, but you still haven't answered my question. إنه لقول رسول كريم. What's إنه and what's the قول?
The Quran.
Okay, so where do I find قول الرسول?
In the Hadith.
إنه لقول
In
رسول
the
كريم.
Quran.
Bro.
The Quran أخي to be a miracle, so it comes as in a high form of order, and it comes a hadith to show in action or to give you more details.
Before
So
we talk about
not
this,
mu'jiza.
can we address the point? You're saying that I find قول الرسول in the hadith.
Are
I'm
you okay
showing
to
you.
continue with the conversation, or you want me to step down? I'm sorry, I don't mean to disturb you.
You're not disturbing me, but your sense of
Jazakallah
arrogance,
khairan.
where your sense of arrogance is it's very clear, and you won't answer a question thinking that you're making a point.
No.
بس إنه
No.
طب إنه
I'm here.
لقول رسول الكريم. هل أنت توافق إن الله يحكي عن القرآن؟
ما فهمتك.
إنه لقول رسول كريم. هل الله يعني عم بيحكي على القرآن ولا عم بيحكي على غير شيء؟
على القرآن.
طيب أنا إذا بدي أشوف قول الرسول ده أروح على القرآن معناتها إذا ردوه إلى الله ورسوله معناتها ده أرجع على القرآن لأنه القرآن قول الرسول. يعني الارجيومنت is so simple ولسه أنت عم تعارض. لا القول الرسول هنا أحاديث. طب الله عم بيقول لك القرآن قول الرسول ومن قبله كتاب موسى. طب معناتها ما هو كتاب محمد؟ القرآن. فعندما أنا أرده إلى الله ورسوله هو القرآن أخي.
Okay, so if I want to use the hadith as a evidence for something, would you accept it or not?
If I'm going to use the hadith which is as evidence to hukum, no, I won't accept it. If you want to show me as a supportive of some certain thing about history or something that you want to tell me about somebody's wife or somebody saying something to somebody as history, sure, but it's probabilistic, ظن. بس وده يجي على حكم الله مثل ما عم تسألني كم عدد الركعات، هذا شيء من عندك، هذا مو من شيء من الله.
No, أنا هذا سؤال أخي. How do you know that Zohar is 4 ركعات or 3 ركعات?
هذا دينك مو دين القرآن. يعني أنت عم تسألني على شغلة مو من القرآن وعم طيب كأني واحد عم بيجي لي it's like somebody coming to me and saying to me the Quran doesn't say that Jesus is the son of God. Yeah, it doesn't. Oh, okay, but my book does.
Now I got it. So actually it seems that both of us, or at least me, I'm not on the same minhaj or ta'aleem or whatever that you have. So this is what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, I've been saying that to you, bro. You're asking me on how you practice
so you
Sunnism as a person who follows the Quran alone.
Okay, you follow the Quran and this is it.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. May Allah guide me and you.
Inshallah.
اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه. So this is the
وزهق الباطل.
You happy now?
I'm happy now, of course.
And I thank you for your patience with me. I would like to continue, but I don't want to be disturbing to you.
No, you're not disturbing me. I know, but the frustration is because it feels like I'm talking to somebody who's not capable of wanting to hear me. There's a difference.
Allah is my witness, because if I want to trick you in something, I will. We are here, you understand, to talk. And the ad-din al-nasiha. And al-mu'min lil-mu'min kal-mir'ah. And if I believe that my brother is not correct, it is my duty as loving him to advise him. This is, but I could
I
never.
wholeheartedly agree with what you said to me. But for me, the hijjah is the Quran. So when I'm presenting to you a verse from the Quran and I see you arguing, then my nasiha is not going to be helpful to you. In fact, at this point, I am hurting you. So it's best to, there's no point of this. If I can't guide you, if God doesn't want to guide you, you truly wholeheartedly believe I'm wrong and I'm mistaken. And that the Quran is just general and the tafsil is in the hadith. I wholeheartedly disagree. I think that the Quran did not miss a thing and that the Quran is detailed and complete, not because I think so or that I emotionally attach to it. It's because that's what God said. Unless you are trying to tell me what God said is not what God said, but it's just nice words to have.
No,
It doesn't make
I
sense.
understand. We are in a free country, free speech. You understand? So why I'm not going to hide something? I'm talking to you and I'm asking, and I came to ask, not to accuse you with something,
Wallah, you
but
didn't
my
accuse me.
understanding that there is a lot of things in Quran is not given details, and it is no place other than the Hadith Rasulullah to explain it to us. So now I understood that you don't go by the Sunnah, you go only by the Quran. Am I correct?
No, because I'm going with the sunnah that is present in the Quran. I do not go with what your forefathers are doing. Okay, that's the difference. So you're talking
No,
with. I need to be very. I need to be very clear. So is there sunnah in the Quran? Yes, it is. So I do follow the sunnah and sunnat Allah wa sunnat alladhina khalu min qabl. But when it comes down to your hadith books, no, I reject them because it's not what the Prophet said.
Now I understand. Now I understand. You see, your English, mashallah, is much greater than my English. So now when you said it now I understand. So you understand, go by the Quran, and this is sufficient.
I think you understood that from the get-go.
I'm sorry, akhi. Please forgive me.
Okay.
Please forgive me, okay?
Well, I know this
No
very
problem.
well. I've seen this many times. So I think you were very well aware from the beginning, but now, alhamdulillah, we reached the conclusion.
Akhi, if I say anything is not proper to say as a Muslim to a Muslim, that apologize, and is not anything other than I'm telling you out of concern. So please, if I said something
Don't worry, brother.
mistakenly or is not in the proper way,
I have not taken anything to heart, and I'm not holding anything against you. In fact, you are in a position where you need to justify your religion on the day of judgment. I don't. So don't worry. I have nothing against you. I don't feel bad about you. Nothing you said to me steps out of line. Maybe there was a little bit of difficulty in dealing with the conversation, but I have nothing against you. I appreciate that you're calling me a Muslim. This is something that's new, but and I appreciate that. Do you believe that I'm a Muslim?
after getting the knowledge and you reject, Allah knows best.
Do you call me a Muslim? I squeeze you guys very easily because I love the apparent. And you come to me with such adab and saying all these words. But you said a Muslim telling a Muslim, a brother, a nasiha. So am I a Muslim in this current position I'm in?
If you give me more time that we discuss, and in the final, I will tell you what
I reject Bukhari in its entirety as religious authority, and I think it's a book of garbage. Am I a Muslim?
لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. But how do you understand to make
I am a person with what God has shown me. I'm capable of answering questions, and I'm not deaf, dumb, and blind. But I'm asking you a simple question. Am I a Muslim according to you?
How many rak'at in Asr in Quran?
There's no Salat al-Asr in the Quran. Now, can you tell me, am I a Muslim according to you?
Brother, is a word, but I have to be careful with my word.
No,
brother.
You can say it. You can call me a kafir. Your words have no. Your words have absolutely no guarantees to me or affect me one way. I'm trying to understand the mind you have. So, would you call me a Muslim? Am I a Muslim?
I answer you with a verse. فَلَا وَرَبِّكَ لا يؤمنون حتى يحكموك فيما شجر بينهم ثم لا يجدوا في أنفسهم حرجا مما قضيت ويسلموا تسليما.
Alhamdulillah.
If you go according to this verse,
I do.
Alhamdulillah.
I do. But not the way that you see it. Because I think you're going against this verse.
Oh, please explain this verse for me if you don't mind.
I've explained it
still
to
have
you, and I'm
time.
going to prove to you you don't go by what that verse says.
Okay, please, if you have the time,
Sure.
care for me and tell me.
Okay, but after you answer my question, in my position now, when I say that the Bukhari book is a garbage book and it's not needed for Islam, am I not
Are you
a
serious?
Muslim?
You mean this? Are you
I mean
this?
100%. Bukhari caused more problems than any goodness in this world.
لا حول ولا قوة.
But am I now a Muslim to you or no? It's okay. I'm not worried about what you think, brother. I'm just showing you that you're just giving me lip service. And I'm a person that has been doing this.
So you believe in the Quran. The Quran says, فَإِن تَنَزَعْتُمْ فِي شَيْءٍ فَرُدُّوهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَالرَّسُولِ إِن كُنتُمْ تُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ.
Alhamdulillah,
If
I do.
somebody doesn't do this, he is not Muslim.
صح. And I'm telling you, I answered you, Allah wa Rasuluh is turning back to the Quran.
No,
that's what it means.
Allah wa Rasul.
Yes.
Allah and Rasul.
You're going in a
Quran
circle.
and Sunnah.
Sure. What did I answer you? It doesn't say Quran was Sunnah. It doesn't say Rudduhu ila Allahi was Sunnah. Or Allahi wal Al-Qur'ani was Sunnah.
Me and you disagree now.
Can somebody, 1 minute, can somebody obey God without the Quran?
You mean without the Hadith?
Without the Quran, can somebody obey God?
How he knows what God wants?
Can somebody obey God without the Quran? Before the Quran, did people obey God? Before the Torah, did people obey God?
The people who follow the Torah in time of Moses and Jesus and all, they are believers.
Is the Torah from God, yani?
Originally, of
so
course.
If God, perfect, now you're understanding. If God said, Ati'u Allah, just by itself, that would include the Torah. If he says, Ati'u Allah wa Rasul, he's specifying to you.
So I can pray like a Christian now and this will be acceptable?
You have absolutely no idea what I just said. You have absolutely no idea what I said.
Thank you for your patience with me. Can you explain it again?
I can't explain to deaf ears. If God's not going to guide you, I can't. If God is saying Ati'u Allah by itself, that would include the Torah. When he's saying Ati'u Allah wa Rasul, he's giving it specification. So Ati'u Allah is more than the Quran. Al-Fitra min Allah. And somebody can learn and obey God through his fitrah. When he's saying war Rasul, he is making it inclusive and exclusive to the Quran. Because the Rasul came with the Quran. Yes, you don't engage with anything that is being presented to you. You're just going in a circle. You're going in a circle. صح. من أطاع الرسول فأطاع الله. Because God is saying أطيعوا الرسول. And how do you do أطاع الرسول? There's two levels. If the prophet, if the messenger is telling me to get him a glass of water, I have to obey him like a general in the army. But it doesn't mean that the Rasul now has halal and haram like you have in hadith. Like wearing gold for men is haram. This is not something that the Rasul is permitted to do. Wearing red by itself is haram. This is not something that the Rasul is permitted to say. Saying that eating lizards is haram. This is not permitted for the Rasul to say. So to say that this is outside of the book of God and I have to judge with it, this is where you're doing wrong.
Okay. I appreciate your time and that you let me talk with you. And if I say anything that
you didn't, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
No, it's still akhlaq, akhi. Our deen is about akhlaq. And I'm a person like in possession of an elderly man, 80 years old. So if I said something you understand is not in the proper way, I apologize. But ad-din al-nasiha, if I find that my brother, you understand, I believe that he's not correct, it's my duty to try to tell him. Now it's
Just
up to him to take it or leave it.
thank you.
So that's out
I've
of
heard what you
concern.
said. Thank you. Jazakallah khairan.
So please understand, I got to understand now, okay, what
Thank you.
is your teaching about, and you understood what is my teaching is about, okay? And I don't think I understand if you on this methodology and I have about something else, we are not to understand on the same line.
Okay, yes, I agree there. We're not on the same scope. You have your religion and I have mine.
What's your name, my brother, if you don't mind?
Muhammad.
Muhammad? My name is Muhammad also.
Nice to meet you, Sheikh Muhammad.
You mean it?
It's nice to meet you.
Okay.
I
And
mean
I'm
it.
glad that I got that you open the room to allow me to talk in your room and dialogue with you, okay? Is no any harm feeling, but الدين النصيحة أن المؤمن مرآة أخيه. This it, nothing else,
I understand
nothing
what you're
other
saying.
than concern. We
Thank you.
care for each other regardless.
Of course. And I
Okay, my
appreciate the
brother,
time you
with all
coming up.
respect.
I appreciate the time you coming up and trying your best to try to show us the way.
Thank you. May Allah guide us all. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين اللهم اهدنا واهد بنا جزاك الله خير. Thank you, my brother Eddie. Have a good night, inshallah.
Good night. He did express his age, so at that point, things changed quickly. Anyways, these are the last few callers. I've been on for 4 or 5 hours. I do have to finish what I have to do. Plexiglass, that's where I kind of ended it. What's his name? Yahya? Yahya. What's up, Yahya?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. God's blessings and mercy and peace be upon you.
So, really quick about me, I'm a revert. This is going to be my 4th Ramadan. May Allah bless us. I just had a couple of thoughts, I reverted and didn't realize, I was around all Sunnis, where I'm at. And I'm kind of like where I kind of came out of the community, studied on my own a lot. Then I saw a lot of your videos. It made it all clear to me, So I go by Quran alone, and now I'm kind of like, is it possible to interact with Sunnis, right? Like, can I still go to masjid, Yeah, right. So it's weird like that.
So yeah, I do. Today I did my night prayer in a Sunni mosque. I don't take it to my heart. God says about in the Quran about the synagogues and cathedrals and mosques and and churches where the name of God is mentioned a lot, and we're not allowed to destroy them. So God still says that His name is being mentioned there. Do they have concepts of idolatry? Most definitely. Am I partaking in that? No. But was that house set up for the remembrance of God? Yes. If they tell me to get out, to leave, or they kick me out, then that house right now is set up to divide between people who are calling towards God, and it's supposed to be a sanctuary for God. It's not supposed to be a cult meeting. So I do go, and if they're praying, God tells me to prostrate with those that are prostrating. I just simply don't say what they say when they're doing their tashahhud or when they say Sami Allahu liman hamida. And in many countries, because they see the long beard, they assume that I'm a learned scholar. They let me lead the prayer. And for me at that point, I still keep the same style that they do, and I give them the units that they like. It's just I'm not trying to cause problems. But at that point, I feel very devout to God because at least some people are mentioning the name of God and hearing the Quran when I'm reciting it. So that's how I approach the matter. The majority of the world don't know that I reject Hadith in the sense that I do, the authority. And when we do have conversations and they don't know I'm a Hadith rejector, they're very in tune with what I'm saying, and they do agree wholeheartedly with what I'm presenting, until maybe the conversation about Hadith comes up and I say, nah, I don't need that stuff. But when I explain my position in the Quran, you're so profound and you're so intelligent and you're so smart and mashallah akhi and all this. And then when they realize that I'm not on their path, or you're such a kafir, you're such a loser, you're so ignorant. So that's what usually
Right.
happens.
But maybe so is it best to avoid to kind of go pray, be cordial, and then
Leave.
is
Yeah,
it
that's what I
even
do.
better to not even engage in that? Just kind of
I don't. But some people come and engage for me. Then God is using me in that moment for me to express to that person what they need to be expressed to. So God is using us.
Of
That's what it
course.
means to be servants. I don't try to engage unless if it's sometimes a sheikh saying something that's completely ridiculous, like Sisi is going to heaven because he has shafa'a. I'm going to sit and have a conversation with that man because it's about the religion of God. But in a sense, no, I just take it as a place for me to go praise my Lord and go. And I find more, I have a, I love my wife a lot, and
I was
she's my
gonna say,
companion
would
of
you
this
get
world.
married in a masjid? Would you do nikah?
No, there's Quran laid it out. We don't need them to solidify our masjid or our nikah, but we might need them to get the government paper. That's as far as it goes. But at the same time, I
Right.
also have a small group of friends that I consider as my friend. I have a lot of brothers and sisters, all praise to God. But there's only a few set of people that I keep close, and it's sufficient for me.
Ah, mashallah.
Yeah, it's this world is just a transit. We're on a plane that this plane is going to ride, and you're gonna leave. You don't need to know everybody that's on the plane, and the people next to you on the plane should be good for you. There's some people on this plane that they want a gold chair, or they want the whole row for themselves, thinking that this plane will never land. There's some people that want to steal many rows and kill people and throw people off the plane and whatnot. But the truth is, you're gonna leave, and this plane is just gonna get as comfortable as you can, but you don't need to get more comfortable than you should because you're just passing the time. So if you feel lonely at times, it's only temporarily. If you feel broke at times, it's only temporarily. Because the truth is that the life begins after we die. We just have to use this time to show God that we're a good seed, so that when the seed is growing in heaven, we're growing in a way that is amazing, because we took the time to really see what kind of seed we are and fixing ourselves. And aside from that, there's some people that are just never going to grow in hell. So we just have to be patient, as God tells us. And your friends will come. It just takes time.
This is true. This is true. And to stand for the truth, is so important.
Yeah,
And you'd be surprised actually too. People that didn't even realize they already kind of looked into it and they know, like for example about the age of Aisha, speaking with like let's say Egyptians, a lot of them kind of know. They're like, yeah, she was around 18, you know?
Yeah.
So
I'll be honest. The majority of these debates and stuff that you hear, it's a very small amount of people, and it's in the West because of propaganda. So the Muslims that you're going to meet, the majority of them in the Middle East, what they do is pray, fast Ramadan. If they can go to Hajj, they go to Hajj, and and they give from their money. That's it. They don't know what Bukhari said. They don't care what Bukhari said. They'll listen to music. They'll do their things. And they're just doing what they believe is the bare. The majority of like the common day, everyday Muslim in the Middle East, the one that's actually practicing what the basics that he knows, he's better than most of the scholars that you're meeting. So these debates here is for the West that is being trying to be subverted to a certain style of Islam that is not even present in the Middle East. I mean, the Saudis don't even think the way that these people think, by the way.
Subhanallah.
Like most of this stuff is like exported, sorry to say, like a Pakistani Afghani way, which got westernized, and it's not what we practice. We didn't wear dish dashes and turbans and walked around there. We had our jeans and we didn't have Bukhari as the end all be all. They had the 40 hadith of Nawawi where I grew up. That's what my parents and my uncles knew. They knew the religion was subverted, where it's like pray and be a good person and and that's it. They didn't have these discussions. They don't know Aisha was 6 or 9. They didn't care about that.
Right. And then until you come on TikTok and you deal with every room that
and
they
then
throw it out there.
They want to go target Christians in the worst way possible, and God says to debate them with wisdom and knowledge. They want to go target their religion and say that it's abrogated and it's non-existent, and then they don't want their prophet to be disrespected. Well, you're not taking the time to understand what God is telling you about them. because God says that the Christians are the closest in compassion to the believers, not the Jews and not the polytheists, but the Christians. When I go to Christians, the people who are sincere, man, we get along very well. Because my answer is very simple. Like, bro, this debate about Jesus being God or not God has been going on for 1400 years. I simply cannot see it that way. It's not something that I understand. I know you have your justification, and I know at the end of the day, you're saying that he's a monotheistic God. You want to give him parts? I don't think it's accurate, but I'm not going to solve this problem, nor are you going to solve this problem with me. But I think this topic can be put to the side, and we can still see the common ground where you believe in this God of Abraham, I believe in this God of Abraham, but there's bigger enemies, and we have to deal with these enemies, the ones that are trying to subvert your kids into things that are much worse than what you consider as Sunnism. And I think we need to be focusing on that and be like, all right, bro, that's pretty cool.
Subhanallah. So I'm thinking what else to say.
Momoki, I said Sunni. Oh, no, you're right. I did say Jews. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess I'm kind of taking out the tashahhud for my salat, more and not feeling bad about it. A lot of the guilt goes away too when you kind of discover that it's really about the Quran only, that guilt, that weird guilt you might have felt.
So God says in the Quran that he will throw in the hearts of those that associated to God what they had no rights. They get scared of what they associated with. They don't get scared of God. They get scared of them not completing what was said. That's the concept of shirk. And then God eventually, as he says in the Quran, will make you forget what you associated. And that's why you know it was association. So some people, when they first called Jesus as God, and then they come to the concept of proper monotheism in Islam, in their hearts, they get fluttered when they hear the name Jesus. Because, bro, oh, wait. No, he's not God. But they always have to remind themselves, and they always have this internal battle where there's this quick concept of fear, like, oh, wait, association or whatever. And then until you forget it after time. It's the same thing with people who are leaving the hadith. Oh, bro, I didn't enter what if I didn't enter the bathroom with my left foot? I'm done. That's the shirk.
Oh, so I did spend time pretty much reading through sunnah.com, and from the beginning, it always was iffy to me, right? Like it seemed like it had sort of like Zio even influence, right? Because sort of like, honestly, the pedophile thing sounds like an Israeli thing, It's like a Zio thing. So it's like for them to kind of try to poison Islam that way. Like I kind of look at it that way. It's like a deep goes way back.
But they'll tell you. There's Abu Huraira was narrating something they call Israeliyat, which is the stories of the Israelis.
And he was a Jewish convert, right? He converted to Islam, supposedly.
Supposedly, that he had much Jewish influence. And then you have 5 out of the 6 books that are hadith books, 5 of them are Persians. Bukhari, Muslim, I believe Nasa'i. Other than Malik, all of them were either Persians or grew up in Persia.
Wow, mashallah.
Yeah. That's where you get the stoning of the adulterer. Oh, and it's found in the Torah.
Yeah.
Anyways, my good brother, I appreciate you coming up, and I hope I answered your question. Yeah, you can still interact, but just you'll see that your ground is a lot more stronger than them in the cognitive. That you're capable of listening to them, but they can't listen to you.
This is true.
That's how you know you're on the good path, bro.
May Allah guide us all.
Thank you, brother. Yeah.
Allahumma ameen.
Inshallah.
Appreciate you, brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Brothers and sisters, I apologize. There's so many people in the list. There's 12 guests. But it is time to bid you farewell and leave you with the mercy of your Lord. For it is time. Yes, I have Sainta. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how I did perform Hajj. And we actually have, I don't know, I'll keep it on TikTok. We do have an annual Hajj, Telegram. We do have an annual Hajj program where me and a few believers, we go to do the Hajj. But Rain, I did bring you up and you didn't say anything, and I left you there for 7 minutes. So I apologize, Rain. Maybe next time. Wordsmith Official. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Oh, man. So we do have a Telegram group. If you search with one word, Our Lord is God. Okay. So I'll put it here for people to read it. I think it's like this. Let me see this one. Is it this one? Let me go like that. Yeah, this will work. So if you search this, it's my Telegram channel right there. Boom, in the middle. Our Lord is God. Over there, you will find my updates to certain things, and when within that, you'll see another link for the I'll forward the link now. For there's a discussion group that I don't run this discussion group, but I just promote it for people to meet each other. That views, it doesn't align with what I say. Like most of the time, people are free to do whatever they want, but that's linked at the bottom for whoever wants to join it. Aside from that, there's a daily Quranic. There's a group for a daily Quranic study done by my brother Musa. That's also going to be linked at the end there for anybody who wants to see it. And I'll put it right now. I'm doing this as we speak, so that if people wants to see all this. Over there, I also have some of the things that we're doing. So I do have my own organization. It's a charity organization. It's between me and my good sister in faith, Yara. It's called the Believers Foundation. We strive into trying to help individuals around the world. We've donated close to more than 100,000 in the last year to orphans in Uganda, humanitarian aid in Gaza, also focusing on the orphans there. We've helped in various places in the world with the poverty in Lebanon, in Syria, in San Francisco as well. We've now launched a new purpose where we want to print the best. We need to print the correctional officer's translation, which is Baba Shuaiba's translation, the Greek Quran. We're going to print about 5,000. Our goal is to print in a total, hopefully someday, to 50,000, and for free distribution of the Quran in North America and in Europe. We have a Polish translation that is going to be printed. We're working on a Spanish translation. My good wife, the submitter, she's working on it, making sure that's all there. So we do collect donations for whoever wants to strive with that purpose. Spanish, English, and Polish translations. We're working with people directly on the ground in Gaza. They're doing great work. We're buying tents. We're buying food. We're giving orphans, their caregivers, directly money for them to take care of what they need to take care of. The chicken is very expensive. We're buying chickens. As for the orphanage in Uganda, we're assisting an orphanage that has over 160 children that are orphans. They have no parents, and this school teaches them, houses them. Of course, they need food. They need all sorts of things. So we do all of this. As for the Quran copy, yes, it's going to be free for people who are looking for it. For people all over the world, you can buy it. You can order one for free. You just have to pay for shipping. And then we have some da'is, as people call it. We have people who are calling towards to the religion on the street. They're not always on camera. Well, praise to God. And we're giving them boxes of these translations. We're working on it. Peace brought by the blood. Appreciate you, man. And aside from that, so there's the work in Gaza. There's the work. We're going to move some stuff as well, inshallah, soon to work in Sudan. So that's how that's my striving to God. Aside from calling to people towards God, we have these programs that are running. We are in the process of working on permits to opening a few mosques. We're going to start with one mosque in a place in the States, which is non-denominational. It's for the remembrance of God. We have the state in mind. I just don't want to say it right away. But then hopefully we're going to see what it requires for this mosque to stay 24 hours for anybody that needs a place to pray, to remember his God without having these debates. And in that mosque, there's going to be a way for people to enter it 24 hours. We're going to get the blueprint. We're going to see what's going on. And then we're going to use this to open more places across the United States and across the Western world. And so that anyone who wants to take this matter, I'll have all the paperwork, everything that is required for people to do so. And part of this mosque, we're aiming to have a soup kitchen as well. So where people are capable who need food in that specific region to come get fed. It's all going to be run by the donations of some individuals, along from some of the work that I'm working on. Oh, praise to God, He made it easy for me. Alhamdulillah. And with that said, yeah, so whoever wants to be part of it, people are capable of coming eating at this soup kitchen as well. But if you can afford it, pay it, and we take this. So that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to achieve. That's the goal. It's called Believers Foundation. So I showed you guys the Telegram chat. Right here. I'm just gonna put this, and this is gonna mark my channel, and this is why it's gonna be at the end. Let me see where it is. This one here. So the website to help. Okay, I'm gonna put it. Whoever, I'm gonna get in trouble for doing this, but I'm not gonna put the. I'm not gonna put the TDL. Okay, the top level domain. So it's called Believers Foundation, and then you gotta put the little sign there, and then net. It's not com, it's net, okay? So that's what the foundation's name. It's a registered nonprofit in both Canada and America, and 100% of what we are given, it goes to the cause. Even if, like, for the example, the thing that we did in Uganda and Lebanon, I was there present live. I pay for my own tickets, my own housing. Nothing comes to my pocket. I'm very scared in regards to this kind of stuff. So I'm very diligent with what it is. We do accept Stripe payments. We do accept crypto. And that's how we do. So hopefully we'll update you soon. And I appreciate everybody that came by. All praise to the Lord. And thank you very much. No, RT, I'm the one who's blessed and lucky. Appreciate that. Do you accept chain narrations? If I did that, I'm going to accept the chains on the hereafter then. Thank you, God, for everything that He has given us. And thank you guys for coming along. Peace be upon you. Allah. Salam. Why are you guys still here? Huh? Why are you guys still here? Hi, YouTube. Let me see your comments. There we go. It's been 5 hours. I gotta go. Tiring day. But it is what it is. This year is gonna be a different year, God willing. But it seems like we might be going to a very difficult period. As always. It'd be nice if Trump just passes away. It would solve a lot of the problems. But I love my YouTube channel, man. All praise to God. Thank you, Benyahin. And thank you guys for all the help and the love. Thank you for the moderators. I know some of you popped in, popped out. It's hard to keep up with the whole chat. You see the TikTok running. You guys see the YouTube running. Next week. You guys are in a treat on YouTube. I have a few documentaries coming. One of them is about the pilgrimage, because now we're talking about the pilgrimage. And then finally, I'm working on, and I'm planning it. It's the handbook. Let's say it's like a handbook to Sunni arguments and what Sunnis say and what Sunnis do when it comes to debating Quran alone position. Give you the argument, give you the answers for people to see. That said, peace, YouTube.